A magnificent gown, a ballroom full of unknowns, just as the novel described. The male and female leads embrace and dance. This was once a fantasy in my mind. The dim light of the phone screen. What if all of this really happened? The image shatters before my eyes. Where's this? Lydia. That's the unfamiliar face in the mirror. I clearly received my university acceptance letter. I was clearly lying in my room asleep. Why did I come to this world? Footsteps echo in the hallway. A woman pushes open the door and asks if I'm ready, urging me to leave immediately. Lydia's wrist is grabbed, her body leaning forward involuntarily. Where? Where are we going? Where else could we go? Alien smiles brightly. We're going to the Imperial Guard to sign the contract. Lydia's eyes are filled with confusion. That's right. I possessed a supporting character in a novel, Lydia Auriel Mertens. Alien clasps her hands, her eyes sparkling. If we're lucky, we might see His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince at the training grounds. Rumor has it he's so handsome, he looks like someone from another world. Since he's my future partner, I need to make a lasting impression at least. Lydia is dragged by her wrist. Once His Highness sees me, he'll definitely fall in love. Alien is a supporting character who gets executed for stalking the Crown Prince, and she even helped her. Lydia ultimately met her death because of Alien's stalking behavior. She's also Lydia's only friend. Alien grips Lydia's hands, her eyes full of expectation. If we get there early, we can even tour the training grounds. Lydia is suddenly pulled toward the door. Wait, I need time to think. Alien turns back to look. What's there to think about? Lydia's expression stiffens, her eyes filled with helplessness. No, I'm serious. I just possess this body. The carriage stops before a grand building. The coachman opens the door. Welcome, Miss Alien and Miss Lydia. Lydia steps off the carriage and looks around. In the end, she was still dragged here. She takes a deep breath, trying to calm her heartbeat. Along the way, she kept chanting a mantra, praying that all of this, that was just a dream. Unfortunately, it was useless. Lydia closes her eyes, pressing her clasped hands to her forehead. Alien tilts her head, watching with a face full of confusion. Is this the will of the original story, making me accept my fate and then die a miserable death? Lydia lowers her eyelids. The only saving grace is that I have knowledge of the original plot and Lydia's own memories. Perhaps I can find a way to survive. The carriage door is pulled open. A blonde knight bows slightly. Welcome. You come a long way. Please allow me to lead the way, Miss Lydia. Lydia is flattered, her fingertips lightly touching her cheek. Ah, thank you. She had never received such treatment before. Suddenly, a hand cuts in. Alien stands in front of her with a bright smile. Thank you for your kindness. The knight's face turns red. Not at all, it's fine. Lydia glances over, remaining silent. Is the training ground far from here? I heard His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince occasionally goes there, so I'm curious about what kind of place it is. Outsiders are usually prohibited from the training grounds. A flash of unease crosses Lydia's eyes. If I remember correctly, this is where Alien and the Crown Prince first meet. Alien will fall in love at first sight and descend into a mad obsession. To have him, she will begin endless stalking. If I don't stop this, I'll die along with her. Lydia suddenly grips her skirt, her knuckles, turning white from the force. No. Alien and the knight both turn back, their expression surprised. Lydia steadies her breathing, her gaze firm. I appreciate your offer, but we didn't come here for a tour. I'm sorry, Alien, but I want to live. Alien freezes in place, her eyes full of confusion. Since we're early, let's check the documents first. Lydia suddenly grabs Alien's wrist and forcibly pulls her in the opposite direction. Alien stumbles and cries out, "Ah, wait a second. As long as Alien doesn't meet the Crown Prince, I won't die." Lydia quickens her pace while Alien struggles behind her. Hey, Lydia. Wait a second, Lydia. Alien violently shakes off her hand. I told you to wait. Alien's brow furrows, her eyes flashing with anger. Alien turns her head to look at the blonde knight beside them. Mr. Aid? The knight straightens his back. Yes. Alien instantly switches to a bright smile. We want to talk privately. So, what do you want to say, Alien? Alien puts her hands on her hips, her gaze sharp. Do you have some kind of grievance against me? Lydia stands frozen, her pupils trembling slightly. Are you throwing a tantrum here because I made you prepare the contract alone? Alien, She presses forward, her tone forceful. Didn't we agree? That's your job. You're responsible for the thinking, and I'm responsible for the negotiations. She leans close to Lydia's ear, a smile on her lips. We're friends, aren't we? So you should support me from behind and cheer for me. Lydia's fingertips tremble slightly. Memories surge like a tide. Alien was always like this, using sweet words and gaslighting to toy with the innocent Lydia to get everything she wanted. Lydia's eyes turn cold. But things are different now. Alien. She grabs Alien's wrist back. Of course I'll help you. Lydia. That shows a bright smile. Just as you said, we're friends. It's a pity that I'm not the real Lydia. I don't plan to seek revenge for her, but I certainly won't sit idly by and wait for death. Though right now, just adapting to this place is exhausting. Lydia lets out a long breath, her brow showing fatigue. Anyway, let's just get through today safely. I'll worry about the rest later. She turns around abruptly, only to crash into a hard chest. Ow! A hand steadily steadies her shoulder. Sorry, I didn't mean to block your way. Are you all right? Lydia looks up and meets a pair of deep red eyes. Lydia's pupils suddenly contract, her breath hitching. It's the Crown Prince. Wait, if the Crown Prince is here. Lydia's body freezes. Your Imperial Highness. Alien clasps her hands to her chin, her eyes shining and her cheeks flushing as she lets out a gasp of admiration. Lydia holds her head, tears pricking the corners of her eyes. Spare me, let me live. No. Alien leans toward the Crown Prince and whispers softly, Your Highness. The Crown Prince stands there, looking confused. Lydia looks up, her round red eyes trembling slightly. A chill runs through her entire body. His looks are actually at this level. Your Highness, it's time to go. The Crown Prince nods slightly. Understood. The Crown Prince straightens his back and bows to Lydia. Then, please excuse me. Lydia stands frozen on the spot. She subconsciously responds, okay. She watches the Crown Prince's receding back, his red cloak fluttering in the wind. What was that? Lydia suddenly covers her cheeks, her face turning bright red. He's so handsome, it's abnormal. His real-life appearance is even more impactful. I have no right to talk about Alien anymore. I'm also a complete sucker for a pretty face. Lydia. Yes, that's right. She clenches her fingertips, her palms sweating. I think I'm in love. Alien cups her face with her hands. Her expression is feverish. This is crazy. Did you see that? The way he was staring at me just now? Alien looks up, her eyes sparkling. What a passionate gaze. What if he proposes to me? Alien closes her eyes. Don't worry, Lydia. Even if I become a member of the Imperial family, we'll still be friends. Lydia's face is expressionless, her gaze cold. That won't happen. Alien clenches her fist. I'll talk to His Imperial Highness. No, my future husband. I swear I'll find you a perfect husband. Lydia turns her head, her brow furrowed. Alien. Wait, listen to me first, Lydia. Alien grips Lydia's wrist. You'll help me get His Highness, right? Lydia's face is pale, her fingertips trembling. She's crazy. She's beyond help. What should I do now? That dress. Dot is really over the top. I can't tell if you're here to sign a contract or attend a ball. Miss Alien. The middle-aged official taps the desk, his tone cold. Alien puffs out her chest, her mouth twitching. Lydia hides behind her, lowering her eyes. I forgot. We're here to sign a contract. I was so busy looking at the Crown Prince that I completely forgot about business. Lydia grits her teeth, cold sweat beads on her forehead. How did this part of the story go? Alien suddenly turns around, her skirt swaying violently. You dare criticize my outfit? She lifts her chin, her gaze arrogant. In that case, this deal is off. Alien messed up the meeting. It's no wonder the contract fell through. This is how the original story was supposed to go. Lydia's throat moves slightly as she swallows. But only we can provide this quality of, or. Alien clenches her fists, her knuckles turning white from the force. You dare criticize my dress? In that case, I'm canceling this. I apologize. Lydia suddenly steps forward and interrupts her. My friend is attending an acquaintance's engagement party tonight. Lydia spreads her arms, shielding Alien behind her. Please understand that we by no means look down on. That this transaction, we came here today to provide high-quality minerals to the Night Order. Lydia presses her hand to her chest, her gaze firm. The Empire has enjoyed a long peace, but it is precisely at such times that we must strengthen our military power. Using top-tier raw materials to manufacture weapons directly relates to the safety of the Knights. The middle-aged official crosses his hands, lost in thought. To be honest, no one can provide this kind of quality like we can. Lydia looks him straight in the eye. So, I hope you will reconsider. Please, you must consider working with us. Lydia suddenly bends over and bows deeply. It's over. I'm dead. Lydia's eye twitches. Nobles never bow easily. Why did I bow before remembering that? What are you doing? Raise your head. You're making me look like the bad guy. The middle-aged official unclasps his fingers. Lydia slowly straightens her body, her gaze dazed. What did you say? What is your name? The middle-aged official leans back in his chair, his gaze scrutinizing. I am Lydia of the Mertens family. I'm currently active in our local territory and have not yet entered social circles. Lydia lowers her eyes. Dot answering softly. I see. The middle-aged official nods slightly, his gaze softening. Please sit. He stands up and pulls out a heavy wooden chair. We've already discussed the terms of the contract. The middle-aged official walks toward the desk. His leather boots make a dull thud on the floor. Now, only your signature remains. The middle-aged official pulls out the chair, a smile on his lips. I hope to establish a more stable connection with your company. Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Roman Bernhard, the commander of the Imperial Royal Knight Order. Marquis Bernhard. Lydia turns her head, her round red eyes instantly widening. Royal dukes and marquises. Those ranks are second only to the imperial family and the founding fathers. There are no more than 10 in the entire empire. He's no ordinary noble. Lydia holds her breath, her face flushing. I was actually talking business with such a high-ranking figure. Will our merchant group be under the protection of the Royal Knight Order from now on? Lydia turns to look at her side. Alien is remaining silent. Was she quiet all this time because of this? Miss Lydia? Marquis Roman watches her frozen fingers. Why have you stopped? I sincerely hope this transaction will be the start of a long-term partnership. Marquis Roman. Dot narrows his eyes with a gentle smile. Lydia stands frozen, her round red eyes trembling slightly. Did I just accomplish something incredible? The evening sun spills into the carriage. Lydia collapses onto the cushions with a long sigh. I am exhausted. Too much happened today. Alien slipped away halfway through. If it weren't for Lydia's memories, this would never have succeeded. She looks out the window, her gaze deep. The reason I worked so hard to close this deal was all for Lydia. The real Lydia always did all the hard work for Alien, yet she lived forever in the other shadow, never receiving any attention. I just wanted her to have a bit of the spotlight too, even if it's just a little bit. This was just my humble wish. Lydia closes her eyes, letting the setting sun envelop her entire body. The carriage wheels grind against the stone bricks with a harsh friction. Lydia steps down, her pace slightly heavy. You did a great job, Lydia. I'm just making up for things. Making up for what the real Lydia never did, but what I am about to do. I'm back, Lydia murmurs softly. Her gaze sweeps over the familiar estate. Mother, father. Marquis Roman picks up his teacup. That young lady was truly impressive. Much better than those bureaucrats who only know how to pass the buck. Marquis Roman lets out a hearty laugh. Commander, calling them idiots is a bit, the aide says with a troubled face, reminding him in a low voice. Marquis Roman sets down his teacup, his gaze sharp. I plan to give her more support. I might even introduce her to other knight orders. The teacup clinks against the saucer. It's been a long time since you've praised someone like this, Commander. The Crown Prince taps his thigh with his finger. Miss Lydia, was it? The Crown Prince turns his head, a hint of interest in his almond-shaped red eyes. I'm curious to see what kind of person she really is. Starlight envelopes the estate. Lydia pushes open her door and dives onto the soft bed. Finally, I'm alone. Her parents were very kind to her, and the maid Rosie was attentive to a fault. She lies on the edge of the bed, her round red eyes dazed. It seems I won't be going back for a while. Since I possess this body suddenly, perhaps I'll leave just as suddenly. Until then, I must find a way to survive. It's not completely hopeless. Lydia sits up. This transaction was very successful. Maybe Alien can change too. She blinks, a glint of light in her eyes. That's what I thought, at least. The door is suddenly slammed open. Alien rushes into the room, calling out Lydia's name. If I become the crown princess, I'll eventually become the empress, right? Alien leans toward the mirror, her round blue eyes, dots shining with light. When that happens, I'll make you my side consort. She grabs Lydia's hand, her expression excited. A so-called side consort, though the highest rank among concubines, is still just a concubine. No matter how you sugarcoat it, a concubine is a concubine. She want me to be her husband's concubine? Lydia stands frozen on the spot, her round red eyes shaking violently. Her face instantly turns pale. Is this girl crazy? She looks down at her tightly held hand. Think about it, Lydia. Once I'm empress, I'll be very busy, right? Alien leans toward the bed, a smile on her lips. I don't understand politics, so, as my side consort, you can handle all of that. I'll just manage the subordinates. That'll be perfect. That way you won't be bored, and it'll be a huge benefit for me too. Alien's eyes are bright, her cheeks flushed. What do you think? It's a great idea, isn't it? Lydia sits on the edge of the bed, her eyes filled with ice. Environments may change, but human nature doesn't. Is she messing with me? Lydia's temple twitches slightly, her round red eyes full of anger. She abruptly waves her hand to push away Alien's pestering. Go find someone else for that. I'm not interested. Alien freezes in place, her round blue eyes wide with shock. Lydia looks away, her expression returning to calm. However, one thing has already become very clear. Her fingertips brush over an envelope, the red wax seal catching her eye. Just stopping Alien isn't enough. Lydia picks up the letter, her round red eyes cold. She stares at the invitation in her hand. Alien, did you also receive an invitation to the engagement party at Marquis Ashland's estate? Alien tilts her head, her round blue eyes full of confusion. Of course. I've already replied, saying I'll attend. I heard His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince will be there too. I'm definitely going. She clasps her hands to her chest, looking excited. Are you going too? I thought that you hated these kinds of gatherings most. The corners of Lydia's mouth turn up into a slight curve. That's right. I do hate them, but I've changed my mind. She lightly strokes the edge of the envelope, a glint in her eyes. The Crown Prince's engagement party at the Marquis' estate will last for 2 days. The first day is the engagement ceremony for the Marquis' eldest son, followed by a masquerade ball. The chances of the Crown Prince appearing are high. Lydia looks around. Since everyone is wearing masks, he might already be here. The Crown Prince and the host are from the same school. She crosses her arms, her round red eyes flashing behind her mask. Their relationship is extraordinary. Announcements echo one after another. Alien stands in the center of the crowd, her round blue eyes sparkling with excitement as she chats with the surrounding socialites. I really want to cut ties with her right now. Lydia looks away. Unfortunately, their family's business dealings are closely intertwined, making it impossible to pull away easily. I must have a thorough plan. Lydia picks up a wine glass and takes a sip of red wine, her eyes cold. By the way, where exactly is the Crown Prince? She scans the hall again, searching for that figure. Everyone is wearing a mask. Perhaps he has already blended in. Lydia sets down her wine glass and suddenly remembers something. I've never drunk alcohol before. She holds her forehead, her round red eyes dazed. Her vision begins to sway. The Crown Prince doesn't seem to have arrived yet. Lydia stumbles toward the balcony. I'll go get some air. Demio, wearing a white mask with a smile on his lips, that raises his glass in the crowd. Lydia stands alone on the balcony. The night breeze brushes through her long silver hair. The air is much fresher. She lightly pats her chest and lets out a long breath. This wine is stronger than I thought. Footsteps approach, steady and powerful. Lydia starts, her round red eyes full of wariness. Pardon me, did I startle you? Black hair? Could be the Crown Prince? Lydia holds her breath, watching the man before her. I am Demio, the second son of Count Brincis. Demio raises his glass. Please forgive my rudeness. I am Lydia, the only daughter of Viscount Mertens. Lydia raises her glass. He's not the Crown Prince. The eye color is completely wrong. Demio, that lets out a gasp of admiration. So you're the famous head of the Asteria Merchant Group. I've always been curious. A legend in the business world, yet a mystery in social circles. He sits on the bench, his tone inquisitive. You flatter me. Lydia sits on the other end of the bench, her body slightly tense. I didn't want to drink anymore, but out of politeness, I'll take a small sip. She raises the glass. The reddish-purple liquid flows into her mouth. Demio watches her, the smile on his lips deepening. A strange look flashes in his almond-shaped brown eyes. I can't believe there are still people playing these kinds of tricks. Steady footsteps shatter the silence. 2 years ago, I confiscated and destroyed all such drugs. It seems the rumors that nobles are still using them privately are true. He stops walking, his almond-shaped red eyes full of chill. Demio, Dot stands up in a panic, the wine glass shaking in his hand. Your Imperial Highness. The Crown Prince? Lydia stands frozen, her round red eyes shaking violently. I was just looking for her. Lydia's mind goes blank, her vision beginning to blur. The Crown Prince reaches out to steady her shoulder. The warmth from his palm radiates through her clothes. It really is him. Lydia turns her head, her round red eyes trembling behind her mask as she gazes at the face so close to hers. Those ruby-like eyes. It really is the Crown Prince. In the original story, Alien was always by the Crown Prince's side, just to make a scene. He would show extreme malice toward any woman who showed him kindness, even causing disasters. I must warn him. Lydia clenches her fingertips, her heart pounding wildly. Is this the lady? The Crown Prince lowers his eyelids, watching the weak woman in his arms. The person his master mentioned. Miss Lydia, Your Highness. Lydia grabs his lapel, her fingertips turning white from the force. May I ask one thing of you? She lifts her face, her round red eyes. Dot losing focus under the mask. Her breathing becomes rapid. A request? The Crown Prince looks down at her, his almond-shaped red pupils contracting slightly, his expression hesitant. Tonight, Lydia leans close to his ear, her long silver hair falling onto his shoulder. Please prepare yourself mentally. Her breath is like orchids, her voice as faint as a mosquito's. Lydia's body goes limp, and she falls into his arms. She's completely out of it. The Crown Prince stands frozen. What did that sentence mean? Prepare yourself mentally tonight. His face under the mask instantly flushes red. His red pupils tremble violently. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves. Lydia opens her eyes, her round red eyes overflowing with physiological tears. A dull groan escapes her throat. What on earth happened? She props herself up. Her long, wavy silver hair spills over her shoulders. She looks around the unfamiliar room. What did I fall asleep? A sudden sharp pain comes from her abdomen. She curls her body up, her hands pressing hard against her stomach. Cold sweat drenches her back. My stomach hurts so much. Why does it hurt like this? She grits her teeth, her face turning pale. Lydia looks down at her body, her breath instantly hitching. Her clothes have been changed. This isn't last night's. That ball gown. This isn't my room. It's a magnificent bedroom. Fear spreads in her eyes. What exactly is going on? Lydia suddenly looks up, her round red eyes shaking violently. Cold sweat slides down her cheek. The door is pushed open with a dull sound. Lydia looks toward the sound. You're awake. Cobbies walks slowly into the room. I'm glad to see you've regained consciousness. He stops by the bed, his expression gentle. Who are you? Lydia. Dot shrinks into the corner of the bed, her gaze full of wariness. Wait, this face. I seem to have seen it somewhere. I remember now. He just got engaged to Miss Shavinia yesterday. Cobbies Ashlyn. In my original memories, Cobbies Ashlyn is the eldest son of the Marquis, the vice commander of the Imperial Army, and one of the Crown Prince's few close friends. Someone of his status should absolutely not be here, and he certainly shouldn't know my name. You seem to be trying hard to remember. Cobbies walks to the bedside, a gentle smile on his lips. The drug you ingested last night paralyzes the nervous system and usually causes partial memory loss. Drug? Lydia grips the edge of the quilt. I don't remember taking any drugs. To be precise, it was wine laced with drugs, Cobbies says in a steady tone. Laced wine? Lydia's pupils contract, her round red eyes filled with shock. Demio walked in with a wine glass. I am the second son of Count Brincis, he said with a smile on his lips. I didn't want to drink, but I had to at least take a polite sip. Lydia took the glass. The red liquid that's sloshed in the cup. Do you remember anything? Cobbies sits on the edge of the bed, watching her expression. A little, Lydia responds in a low voice. But where is this? This is the Ashlyn Marquis, our territory. His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince entrusted us to take care of you. Cobbies' expression is gentle. We have already notified your family, so don't worry. He lets out a light chuckle. Thank you. Lydia lowers her eyes, not knowing what to say. At least I didn't make a fool of myself while drunk. She lets out a long breath, her tense shoulders relaxing. Regarding last night, His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince will handle it personally. He plans to track down the supplier and resolve this once and for all. I owe you an apology. Cobbies bows his head, his brow showing guilt. It was my engagement party. I should have been more cautious. I am very sorry. Please raise your head, Lord Ashland. Lydia reaches out her arm, that's signaling him that there's no need for that. One cannot monitor every corner. The one who should apologize is the person who drugged me. A smile hangs on her lips, her round red eyes curving into crescents. You are very different from the rumors. Cabis looks up, his gaze showing surprise. Rumors? Lydia tilts her head, her expression puzzled. Yes, in social circles, they call you a coward. Coward? Lydia's round red eyes widen, her expression one of dismay. You always skip banquets, and even when you attend, you just sit quietly beside Alien. Cabis explains the origin of the nickname, so that's how it is. Lydia hangs her head. Although she can understand, she still doesn't quite like that title. Well then, I won't disturb your rest. Kabi stands up, preparing to leave. Thank you for everything you've done, Lydia says softly in gratitude. Before you go, may I ask a question? What exactly did you say to His Highness yesterday that made him so flustered? The Crown Prince was flustered? Lydia stands frozen, her round red eyes full of confusion. In fact, I only remember the part where he helped me. I see. Kabi's responds in a low voice, a hint of deep meaning in his gaze. You are even more interesting than my teacher said. Kabi's cheeks flush red, his almond-shaped gray eyes sparkling. Teacher? Lydia tilts her head, her round red eyes full of confusion. If you don't mind, may I call you by your name? Kabi's leans in close, a bright smile on his face. Please call me Kabi's as well. That, if it's only in private, Lydia says, looking away, her voice as faint as a mosquito's. Thank you, Lydia. Please rest well. Kabi's closes the door, his footsteps gradually fading away. Lydia lies back down, her long silver hair spreading across the bed. She is completely unable to think. I haven't even been in this body for long, and everything is already a mess. She grits her teeth. What kind of sins did I commit in my past life? Right now, she just wants to rest completely. She closes her eyes, and her consciousness gradually blurs. Lodia, when are you coming back? Lodia sat in the carriage, chin resting on one hand as she gazed out the window, letting out a sigh. Better just go home. Cabbies walked alone, his leather shoes clicking against the ground with a dull thud. Miss Lydia, the door was suddenly pushed open. Don't mind if I borrow your bed. She leaned close against the man's chest, her silver-white, wavy long hair cascading down. Her breathing was steady and heavy. Has this finally turned into a criminal act? Cabbies froze in place, shock evident in his eyes. Whatever you're thinking, it's absolutely not like that. The Crown Prince defended himself loudly. And strictly speaking, she was the one who came to me first. Lydia let out a soft moan, shifting her body in the Crown Prince's arms to find a more comfortable position. Her eyes were closed, her lashes thick and long, and a satisfied curve lingered on her lips. The Crown Prince's cheeks flushed red, his almond-shaped red eyes trembling. Please don't say any more. Just let me collapse here. I just want her to rest well, the Crown Prince pleaded. Cabby stood there dumbfounded. At that moment, Cabbies felt the corners of his mouth curl up into a meaningful smile. Spring was arriving for his dear friend. As night fell, the Assayan Marquis mansion was brightly lit, its architectural silhouette looking solemn in the twilight. Lydia stood before the mansion, her silver-white wavy hair fluttering slightly in the wind. She wore a deep blue mask. I can't believe I'm back here again. I clearly just wanted to lie in bed and rest today. She raised a hand to her temple, exhaustion etched between her brows. Lydia, come out. Let's go, Arian urged, standing outside the door. If it weren't for that child, she would have refused. But when she returned home, there was a note from Arian on the table, an appointment to attend the banquet together tonight. Cabbies had explained to the family that he had accidentally given her strong liquor. Lydia stared at the note and let out a sigh. This is my fate. She held the edge of her mask. You've been acting very strange lately. Lydia's fingertips froze, her movements coming to a sudden halt. Why are you being so cold to me? Arian's tone was low, her gaze icy. Her sharp eyes behind her mask were fixed intently on Lydia. You've been acting very strange lately. Why are you being so cold to me? You used to always be obedient, even taking the initiative to help me handle troubles. But now you don't do that anymore. I've said it the whole way here. I'm not feeling very well, Lydia replied, looking down. But you never showed it before. Arian raised her voice. You're really dampening my spirits. Don't you know? Also, Arian turned her face, her blue pupils suddenly contracting as she locked her gaze on her companion. Your attitude and preferences have changed too. You're clearly not the person you used to be. Was she just sizing me up? This feeling of being scrutinized was unpleasant. There was a reason why Arian was so selfish. Lydia was born into the Mertens family, which used to be a fallen border noble family, barely surviving on the meager income from their territory. That was until 3 years ago, when Lydia threw herself into the world of commerce, causing the Astoria Merchant Group's status to soar. Arian's family, the Filiatons, was a prestigious traditional noble house with deep roots in regional power. Other nobles yearned to cling to the Filiatons, and the Mertens family was no exception. This dependency was deeply ingrained. Arian sat at a magnificent round table, covering her mouth as she laughed, enjoying the crowd surrounding her. Arian, rather than this conversation, shouldn't we go and greet the people inside? You brought me here because you said it was difficult to face the powerful alone. She looked directly at Arian, her tone calm. If we stay outside the whole time, people will find it strange. Carriages moved back and forth at the porch, guests arriving in a constant stream as the noise grew louder. Arian fell silent, looking down. Her hands tightly gripped her purple skirt, her fingertips turning white from the force. You're right. It's more important to greet the people inside now. She released her skirt. Straightening her back again, she said, "Let's go in." A smile played on Arian's lips, a bright grin visible beneath her white mask. We're quite late. Arian stepped onto the red-carpeted stairs, her tone light. It is an honor to meet you all again, young lords. Arian covered her mouth with a light laugh, her round blue eyes curving under the white mask. I'm also very happy to see you. Ever since we spoke yesterday, I've been looking forward to talking with Miss Arian again. He was clearly infatuated. Lydia stood to the side, observing. This is my good friend, the representative of the Astoria Merchant Group, Arian introduced, stepping aside. I am Lydia of the Mertens family. Lydia bowed slightly, her tone calm. I never expected to see Miss Mertens here. The man's eyes widened, his pupils sparkling with surprise. The Astoria Merchant Group has gained quite a reputation lately. I heard you recently secured the mineral supply contract for the Imperial Guard. He stepped forward, asking with focused attention. That is a truly remarkable achievement. Yes, I was just lucky, Lydia responded softly. Luck? I heard the captain of the guard isn't someone who would be moved by petty tricks. You both must be very capable. You flatter us. We only succeeded with everyone's support. Lydia is right, Arian suddenly chimed in, because we have a clear division of labor. The preparation work was simply exhausting. She rested her chin on her hand with a hint of helplessness. So I sometimes worry. Lydia loves her work too much. Even in a social setting like today, she ends up talking about work in the end. I wish she could be interested in various things. The man looked surprised. I was too careless, managing a merchant group on behalf of a family. I didn't even realize it. At times like this, I'm glad Arian isn't that perceptive. Lydia took a wine glass from a tray, the red liquid swirling inside. She belittles while pretending to care, guiding others' perceptions for her own benefit. Lydia stared at Arian's reflection in the glass. She's a natural queen bee. Isn't that the crown prince you like over there? Lydia suddenly turned her head to look into the distance. What? Where? Arian snapped her head around, her round blue eyes behind the mask trembling violently. Arian's methods are toxic, especially to those who truly like her. If she were smart enough, she wouldn't rely on such means. I'll go look around. Lydia swirled her glass. Attention easily gained will also easily vanish. You guys keep chatting. Lydia held up her blue skirt, her silver-white, long hair swaying with her movements. Perhaps it was just an impulse, but the result shouldn't be bad. Lydia stopped walking, her round red eyes staring ahead. From now on, she would never look down on Lydia again. As time passed, memories and emotions flooded back like a tide. Originally, she just wanted to escape Arian. All documents had to be organized within today. She sat alone by the window, her silver-white wavy hair draped over her shoulders, the quill in her hand moving rapidly across the paper with a scratching sound. If she had to handle things for Arian too, there simply wasn't enough time. Red liquid dripped, blooming into a glaring stain on the official document. The burden of the family weighed on her shoulders. She raised a hand to cover her nose and mouth as blood seeped through her fingers. Her round red eyes trembled with pain. This is fine. Compared to everything Arian avoids, this price is nothing at all. Miss Lydia, A call came from behind. Your Highness is Cyan. Lydia. Dot looked at the person. My, you came today too. Perfect timing. I was looking for you. Cabbies turned his face, his almond-shaped red eyes locking onto his target. Looking for me? Lydia's round red eyes filled with confusion. My fiancé wants to meet Miss Lydia. Cabbies introduced, stepping aside. I'm very pleased to meet you, Miss Lydia. I am Liana, the second daughter of the Savinia family. She placed a hand on her chest. Actually, I am Van's cousin. Fawn, who is Van? Lydia's body stiffened, her round red eyes behind the mask contracting violently. Wait, the Savinia family. That is one of the 3 great ducal families associated with the imperial family. Why would such a prominent figure be interested in me? Is it because of what happened this morning? Lydia felt uneasy. Regarding this morning, I must apologize to you. Lydia bowed deeply. I indeed drank too much last night. Cabbies has already told me everything. I am very sorry that you had to go through that because of us. Please accept my sincerest apologies. Liana raised her white-gloved fingertips to lightly touch her chin. Even though these two are also nobles, they are completely different from a certain someone. Lydia closed her eyes, the corners of her mouth curling up under the blue mask as she let out a soft laugh. Actually, I wanted to see you for another reason. Another reason? Lydia gripped her wine glass, her round red eyes showing her lack of understanding. 3 years ago, not many people knew about the Astoria Merchant Group. Liana's tone became serious. But after you personally entered the business world, the group quickly achieved massive success and fame. Not to mention last year's famine. It was thanks to you that losses were minimized. Such foresight into the future and precise value judgment. Although most people attribute these credits to Miss Arian, that's only because they don't know the truth behind the scenes. Don't you agree? Liana leaned closer to Lydia, her emerald eyes flashing with a sharp light. Lydia remained silent. Van just arrived. Liana turned toward the entrance, her expression becoming excited. Lydia followed her gaze. So he is Van. Lydia's eyes snapped open, her round red eyes trembling violently behind her mask as she locked her gaze ahead. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince walked slowly, his almond-shaped red eyes cold and aloof. When did he get there? Have mercy on me. Lydia held her head in her hands, her face contorted in extreme confusion. Liana leaned in close to Lydia again. Please, you must talk to Van. He's shy and never takes the initiative to approach others. Using theft as an excuse is a good idea. Liana blinked her emerald eyes, a bright smile appearing under her white deerhorn mask. What did you say? Lydia froze in place, her round red eyes filled with shock. Hold your sword. He'll freeze up if he's left alone. Liana waved goodbye, took Cabbies' arm, and turned to leave. Wait, seriously. Lydia stood frozen, cold sweat dripping under her blue butterfly mask. Why? Lydia held her head and let out a silent scream. Why is everyone doing this to me? The banquet hall was bustling with noise. Guests were gathered in clusters. This is too difficult. Lydia grit her teeth. I have no idea what tricks Arian will pull, yet I just rushed him like this. Lydia looked toward the center of the crowd. The distance was too far. Can I really succeed? The Crown Prince stood in the middle of the crowd, nodding in response to the compliments around him. I shouldn't have worn the same mask as yesterday. It doesn't matter. If someone is determined to find out, they always will. Cabbies' mouth curled up slightly, his short gray hair shimmering beside his mask. The Crown Prince suddenly turned his head, his eyes locking onto Miss Lydia in the distance. Lydia stumbled, losing her balance and falling backward. Danger! The Crown Prince rushed forward. He reached out, his gaze fixed on the swaying figure. The Crown Prince stabilized himself, his eyes fixed on the person in his arms. Lydia looked up. Her hands were pressed against his chest. The Crown Prince's face instantly flushed. His gaze shifted behind his mask, and his breathing quickened. This was exactly like yesterday. Thank you for catching me, young Duke. Lydia's smile had just appeared when her words came to a sudden halt. See, Crown Prince? Her round red eyes widened as she froze in the Crown Prince's arms. This is already the second time. The Crown Prince leaned down close. I've caught you twice now, miss. You should be more careful. The Crown Prince released his grip, his fingertips brushing against hers. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Lydia lowered her eyes, her expression hidden by the purple mask. That smile was too dazzling, almost unreal. Lydia clutched her heart, her round red eyes sparkling under the blue mask. No wonder Arian is obsessed with him. A hand reached out from behind, fingers sliding through her silver-white long hair. Lydia let out a small shriek. I saw everything, Lydia. Arian suddenly grabbed her wrist. You were just in the crown prince's arms. How did it feel? Did you like it? I was almost jealous. Arian, it hurts. Lydia's brows furrowed. Pain welled in her round red eyes. His Highness would never proactively help you. Arian lowered her voice, her lips curving into a cold arc. He doesn't even know you. What makes you think he doesn't know me? Lydia suddenly swung her hand, shaking off the fingers that pinned her down. Would you spend a pleasant evening with someone you don't know? A mocking smile played on Lydia's lips, her round red eyes shimmering under the blue mask. Arian froze, her round blue eyes filled with shock. Are you saying you really spent last night with the crown prince? Impossible. Her eyes widened, her pupils contracting under the white mask. Her breathing became erratic. So that's why you suddenly disappeared last night. Lies. This is all a lie. Arian's mouth twisted in mockery. If that were true, why is His Highness looking at me now? He probably isn't looking at you at all. There is nothing between you and the crown prince. Lydia straightened her back, her round red eyes calm. Arian gasped. Wake up, Arian. His Highness treats everyone equally. Lydia raised a hand to adjust her purple mask. Do you think a man like that would give his heart to you? He's never even spoken to you. It's impossible. This might just be your delusion, but I'm warning you now. Don't even think about approaching His Highness. Arian gripped her purple skirt, her fingertips pressing so hard her knuckles turned white. For your own safety, Arian grit her teeth, her jawline tensing. And also for mine, she gripped her lace skirt, her fingertips trembling violently from the force. Then go ahead. Say it out loud. Let everyone hear. Lydia stood opposite her, her round red eyes filled with shock. What? I don't believe you. Arian's mouth curled in mockery. Go to the crown prince right now and tell him exactly what happened last night. Lydia clenched her fists, her round red eyes shimmering under the blue mask. To be honest, I can't say I wasn't affected by her provocation. After all, it was the truth. Lydia turned and walked toward the center of the hall. Arian watched her. She grit her teeth, her profile showing her anger as her round red eyes overflowed with anxiety. Her steps were heavy, each one feeling like stepping on the edge of a blade. What if I walk over and His Highness pretends not to know me? Everyone will be staring at me, even in this uncertainty. That I still have a firm belief. He definitely won't ignore me. Lydia walked through the whispering crowd. Even amidst the chaos, His Highness was always watching me. Surrounded by the crowd, the crown prince turned his head, his almond-shaped red eyes without widening slightly. Lydia stopped, her hands folded in front of her blue dress, a gentle curve on her lips. I am sorry for the sudden interruption, Your Highness. She bowed slightly. Actually, I came to thank you for your help yesterday. I hope I didn't cause you too much trouble last night. The crown prince's Adam's apple moved. He remained silent under the white mask, his jawline tight. Oh, was I being that obvious? He suddenly spoke, turning his body toward Lydia. Lydia froze. What did you say? Because I was scolded for staring at you too long. So I've been trying my best to restrain myself. A smile appeared on the crown prince's lips, his almond-shaped red eyes filled with mirth. Please forgive my boldness, my lady. He really was watching me the whole time. Now I feel so embarrassed. Lydia's round red eyes widened, her heartbeat thumping in her ears. No, it's all right. She lowered her gaze. I think we should move somewhere else. What? Lydia looked up, her round red eyes full of bewilderment. As long as I stay here, the ball will remain at a standstill. Four masked noblewomen were raising their folding fans, their gazes shooting over like swords. A chill ran down her spine. Cabbies clapped his hands. His Highness is right. This is a banquet to celebrate an engagement, not for His Highness alone. So, could you also give me a bit of attention? He pressed a hand to his chest, a bright smile on his face. Go now while you can. Liana suddenly grabbed Lydia's wrist. Please wait. Lydia's body leaned forward, her round red eyes widening in shock. Tomorrow's newspapers will definitely sell like crazy, but nothing major will happen. Liana dragged Lydia quickly through the corridor. What do you mean by that? Lydia stumbled after her. Why is she so strong? Lydia suddenly looked back. Arian stood at the top of the stairs, lifting her pink lace skirt, a mocking smile on her face. The crown prince stood beside Lydia, his almond-shaped red eyes deep. The lady said some things to me yesterday. I just want to tease Aunt Arian. Lydia looked down, gripping her skirt, her round red eyes full of regret. Be prepared tonight. The crown prince leaned down and whispered in Lydia's ear, a smile on his lips. What exactly is going on? Lydia froze, her round red eyes full of shock. Come Coming all the way here felt somewhat surreal. Miss Lydia, Liana, Dot called out softly, "Is there tea you like?" She took off her white deer horn mask, revealing bright, round blue eyes. "I'm not picky." Lydia folded her hands in front of her, her round red eyes sparkling under the purple mask. "That's great." Liana turned her head with a soft laugh. "Princess Liana, why did she bring me here? What do you think of me?" I think you're quite qualified. Most people think it's Liana's credit, but those in the know don't think so. For a moment just now, I felt like she was looking down on me. Now she's become overly friendly. What is this for? "Miss Lydia, please sit here." Liana pointed to a yellow sofa. "Thank you. I think I should bring cabbies over to talk. Then I'll take my leave." "Sorry." Lydia snapped her head up, her round red eyes full of shock. Metasiren also showed a look of surprise. Didn't you want to talk to cabbies at first? So I thought Miss Lydia was looking for you." Liana tilted her head, her round blue eyes full of innocence. "Anyway, you two chat first. Vin has something to say too." "Why mention this now?" Metasiren's brows furrowed, his eyes showing his discomfort. "Miss Lydia, is there any reason that you can't talk to Van alone?" "Oh no, don't tell me you already have a date." "And no, it's not like that." Lydia waved her hands frantically, her round red eyes widening in panic. "In that case, there's no problem. Have a good chat." Liana put her deer horn mask back on, a bright smile on her face. She waved her hand and turned to leave. The door closed with a click. Lydia sat frozen on the sofa. "Oh my God." Metasiren stood to the side, his silver-white short hair casting a shadow under the light. He rested one hand on the back of the sofa, his expression awkward. The atmosphere had become very strange. Metasiren bowed in apology. "I apologize on behalf of my sister. She always does unexpected things." Metasiren rubbed his forehead helplessly. "No, it's all right," Lydia responded softly. "So it's not just me who feels this way. So, what did you want to talk about?" "Actually, my teacher often mentions your name." Metasiren looked up, his eyes sparkling. "I was curious what kind of person you are, so I've always wanted to talk to you like this. You and Lord Asian are alumni, right? How would your teacher know me?" Lydia tilted her head, her round red eyes full of confusion. "You don't know? The commander of the Imperial Knights is my teacher, Marquis Bernhard. He is even more remarkable than I imagined. There's one more thing I want to ask." Metasiren raised a hand to his chin. His almond-shaped red eyes sparkled, and a flush rose to his cheeks. "Regarding what you said to me yesterday, what exactly did you mean? What did I say?" "Sorry, maybe it was the atmosphere at the time. I don't remember." Lydia twisted her hands together, her expression showing her discomfort. "Is that so?" Metasiren lowered his head, the light fading from his almond-shaped red eyes. "He looks very disappointed." "What on earth did I say?" Lydia's heart pounded, her round red eyes full of panic. "I'm sorry if I said anything rude." Lydia leaned forward, her right hand tightly clutching the fabric over her chest. "There's no need for such formality." Metasiren responded in a low voice. "Please just call me Van. I'll call you Lydia too." Lydia held her breath, her round red eyes trembling with shock, abandoning etiquette and using a nickname. The Crown Prince of the Empire, Metasiren D. van Badenburg. He has sat securely as the heir for 10 years, the most outstanding among 5 siblings. He is the most favored successor to the throne. He is the male lead of this story. Such a person, and I'm just a background character, not even a supporting role. Can I really talk to him so casually? Lydia looked down, clutching her skirt, her eyes full of turmoil. "You don't like it?" Metasiren leaned forward slightly, his almond-shaped red eyes watching her with a cautious expression. "No, it's not like that. I was just wondering if I am worthy." "Worthy? It's just a name. Is that so?" Lydia looked up. Her round red eyes reflected his figure. "That's right." Metasiren nodded slightly, his brown short hair, dots swaying with the movement. His eyes were full of tenderness. Then Lydia pressed a fingertip to her lower lip, her cheeks flushing. She hesitated before speaking. "Fun. I'm here, Lydia." Metasiren's mouth curled up. Lydia froze on the spot, her round red eyes widening as her cheeks burned like fire. What was that smile just now? Why did he smile like that? Lydia suddenly turned her head away, her heartbeat roaring in her ears. She didn't dare look at that face again. Metasiren gazed ahead, a flush appearing on his cheeks. His leather boots clicked on the floor, his steps steady as he approached step by step. "Yesterday you said to me." Metasiren stopped, his almond-shaped red eyes looking down as he gazed at Lydia. "Be prepared tonight." "That's what you said." Metasiren leaned down, a smile on his lips. "You're saying I told you." Lydia froze, her round red eyes contracting in shock. "Got to be prepared tonight?" Please forgive my rudeness. Lydia suddenly covered her mouth and nose, her round red eyes full of horror as her entire face turned beet red. What? Metasiren stood there, stunned. I should. But just die right here. Lydia messied her silver-white long hair as she bowed repeatedly. I'm truly sorry for showing you such a pathetic sight. If you don't remember it, please don't take it to heart. Metasiren turned away. I was just being over-sentimental. This is so embarrassing. You just said, over-sentimental? Lydia stopped her movements, her round red eyes staring straight at him. Metasiren suddenly froze, his almond-shaped red eyes shaking violently as his cheeks instantly turned deep red. He stuttered for a long time, unable to speak. The air fell into a dead silence. This topic is too embarrassing. Shall we talk about something else? Lydia forced a smile. Oh, okay. Metasiren responded in a low voice, his gaze drifting. What should I say? Our eye colors are the exact same shade of red. Mine are just reddish, but Van, yours are very deep. They look like pure gemstones. Lydia's mouth curled up, her round red eyes full of admiration. This is a characteristic of the Battenberg family. Black hair and red eyes. Metasiren lowered his eyes, his almond-shaped red eyes hidden under his bangs. Did you know? Before becoming the imperial family, the Battenberg family were leaders of assassins. Black hair made it easy to slip into the shadows. Red eyes meant sensing death. People call it the Reaper's gaze. What do you think? Don't you think it's a terrifying color? No, I think they look like deep crimson rubies. Like ripe rubies, a red that takes one's breath away. Lydia blossomed into a smile. So, to me, they're very beautiful. Metasiren's eyes widened, his almond-shaped red eyes trembling violently as his cheeks instantly flushed. His heartbeat was deafening. He suddenly turned away to avoid her gaze. Wait. Metasiren raised a white-gloved hand, tightly covering the lower half of his face. His almond-shaped red eyes were full of panic. He walked quickly toward the door. Where's he going? Lydia stood there, stunned, her round red eyes full of confusion. What's going on? Is this? Am I being hated? Lydia hunched her shoulders, the light fading from her round red eyes. Van, say that again. Liana gazed at the man before her, her round blue eyes filled with disbelief. So, let me get this straight. You ran away because you were too shy after being complimented? That is the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever heard. Liana held her forehead, her round blue eyes full of helplessness. Nonsense? That's too much. Metasiren clutched his chest with an aggrieved expression. Still, it really is surprising. Liana lowered her eyes. Although Van's current status in the Imperial Army is stable, he had a difficult time in the past as the youngest. It wasn't until he became a disciple of Marquis Berhac that the pro-royalist factions began to rally around him. Only then did he gain enough power to stand his ground and directly oppose the ever-expanding noble factions. He possesses both talent and beauty. Metasiren turned his head, his red almond-shaped eyes calm and rippleless. The group of socialites behind him let out screams. He was well aware of his charm for a man so level-headed. I can't go back with this face. Sister, what should I do? Metasiren covered his burning cheeks, his red almond-shaped eyes full of panic. Though he knew his charms perfectly well, he was hopeless when it came to romance. Liana gazed at her younger brother, her blue eyes reflecting her helplessness. I thought I was raising a wolf, but it turns out to be a lost puppy. So, did you at least thank her for the compliment? Metasiren froze on the spot, his red almond-shaped eyes blank. Don't tell me you ran away without explaining anything. You just left that lady alone in such a massive room? Liana covered her mouth, her blue eyes wide with shock. Metasiren stood rooted to the spot, his face instantly turning pale as his red almond-shaped eyes trembled violently. You really are too naive. Liana watched his retreating back as he fled in haste. But thinking about it, Van's reaction was quite reasonable. Anyone who knew Van's background understood that he had never heard such warm words before. She looked me straight in the eye and said they were very beautiful. Metasiren suddenly pushed open the large doors. Most people would shrink back, saying these eyes were unsettling. But Lydia said they were beautiful. The corners of Metasiren's mouth curled up, and his red almond-shaped eyes sparkled with light. All he had ever faced were political attacks. No one had ever been so gentle with him. In truth, he was quite bad at social interactions. Was he still suffering from assassination threats? His Highness is dense beyond measure. Cabby's picked up his teacup. You should learn to be a bit more perceptive, too. Liana stared at Cabby's. if you don't want him to get divorced the day after his wedding. Liana wore a smile, her blue eyes narrowing slightly as an oppressive aura radiated from her. Cabby suddenly choked, letting out a sharp gasp. Liana had raised 2 younger brothers on her own. She was a resilient woman. Sorry, I was being too flippant. Cabbies leaned in and apologized to Liana. Night fell. A crescent moon hung in the sky, and the blue night was deep and infinite. Today was truly hectic. Lydia lay flat on her bed, her silver-white wavy hair spreading across the pillow. But it didn't feel bad. At first, I thought he was playing a prank, intentionally leaving me alone. Lydia recalled the scene. It wasn't like that. Metasiren had suddenly pushed the door open. I didn't mean to leave you. Something just came up. Metasiren waved his hands in explanation, his brown almond-shaped eyes full of anxiety. Seeing him try so hard to explain, I knew it wasn't intentional. After that, we chatted for over an hour and even dropped formal speech. Is this really okay? Lydia rolled over in her blankets. Even someone as dense as me can tell he's interested in me. But that doesn't mean I want to become some kind of Cinderella. Though life has become a bit complicated because of Elian, I'm actually quite satisfied with Lydia's life. A prominent family background, beauty far exceeding my past self, a family full of love, and countless wealth. This life isn't just not bad. It's like hitting the jackpot. This is the first prize in the transmigration lottery. Furthermore, over these past few years, I've already earned enough money as Lydia to squander for a lifetime. Plus, the Mertens family is already a stable local noble house, with absolutely no risk of getting caught in political struggles. The timing is just right. Lydia's lips curled up with a hint of mischief. Someone with such high self-esteem like Elian will definitely not sit idly by after what happened today. Goodbye, Elian. Lydia rolled around on her bed and burst into a fit of wild laughter. That was simply hell. I hope we never meet again. The next day, at the Istria Merchant Guild President's office, Lydia pushed open the heavy doors. You're here, Lydia. Elian turned around, her straight golden hair shining in the sunlight. She held a book in her hand. You're a bit late today. Elian tilted her head, a brilliant smile on her face. Is it because you were too tired from yesterday's party? What on earth is going on? Lydia froze in place, her red eyes filled with shock. Why are you here? Oh my, what a strange thing to say. Elian's fingertips brushed over the book. Haven't we always worked together in this office? Since the party is over, it's time to make up for the rest. I can't let my work pile up into a mountain. She's going to work? Lydia stared at her back, a drop of cold sweat forming on her temple. In my memory, Elian was always wearing a wide-brimmed hat, waving goodbye, and saying, I'm going shopping, Lydia. Thanks for handling this for me. You've never worked a serious day in your life. What exactly are you plotting? Plotting? What do you mean by that? Elian stopped her movements, her blue eyes widening slightly. In my memory, you never work. You just dump everything on me, and now you say, you can't let work pile up? Don't joke with me. Lydia gritted her teeth, her red eyes glaring fixedly at the other woman. What exactly do you want from me? What I want? Elian lowered her gaze, her blue eyes cast in shadow. Elian took a step forward, her high heels clicking against the wooden floor. I don't want anything. If I had to say, I just don't understand why you're being like this. Elian suddenly grabbed Lydia's wrist. We're friends, aren't we? Elian leaned close to Lydia's face, a twisted smile on her lips. Isn't that right? Lydia froze, her red eyes trembling slightly. Is this the game you're playing? Fine, before I take action, I want to see exactly what you're trying to do. Don't worry, I'll work harder than before. Elian let go of her hand and revealed an innocent smile. Sunlight hit the fountain outside the guild, splashing water and reflecting a piercing light. I can't believe Elian would play this card. She's more cunning than I imagined. Lydia slumped onto a bench, her red eyes full of exhaustion. I definitely can't underestimate her. She's surely plotting something. Who knows when she'll try to get rid of me? What lottery jackpot? I just want to go back to my old life. Lydia leaned her head back against the bench and let out a long sigh. Lydia suddenly straightened her back. A figure draped in a gray cloak blocked her view. Wait, this is a fantasy world, right? Taxi? No, I need to hire a carriage. Lydia raised her right hand. This carriage is already reserved, the driver said with a troubled look. I'll pay double. Lydia suddenly pulled the door open. No problem, madam. Please get in. As long as I play this move right, I can find a way out of this predicament. Lydia clenched her fists, her red eyes sparkling with light and a confident curve appearing on her lips. "We're here, Mississippi. This is the place." Lydia stepped off the carriage and surveyed her surroundings. Although it was a famous landmark in the capital, it was by no means a place ordinary people could enter at will. The Sage's Tower, the Tower of Seers. This building was constructed by the continent's most respected archmage. Lydia looked up at the towering spire. "The Tower of the Blind. I'm here for a consultation." Lydia stood at the counter. "Very well. May I have your name? And what would you like to consult about?" "My name is Lydia Ariel. Mertens." "Mertens?" The man suddenly straightened up. "Is it that Mertens from the Astrea Merchant Guild?" "That's right. I am Lydia, the president of the guild." Lydia lightly touched her chest, her red eyes firm. "As for the consultation, thought it's about extra-dimensional transfer." The interior looked much like a mansion, with bookshelves everywhere. The man led the way. "There is someone who specializes in dimensional movement. Her name is Tefri Aquila." The man stopped and spread his hands, indicating she was the person in charge here. "She's already over 200 years old." 200 years old? How is that possible? Lydia stopped in her tracks, her red eyes full of shock. "Is there something impossible about that?" the man asked back calmly. Lydia fell into silence. "There's someone in an interview right now. You'll need to wait a moment." "Ah, okay. Is this a magic-driven lift?" "I meant about that person." "What?" Lydia tilted her head, her red eyes showing confusion. "Her personality is a bit unpleasant. Are you sure you'll be okay?" The man looked serious, his eyes showing concern. Lydia stood stunned. "I think it'll be fine. I'm used to dealing with people like that." Lydia pressed her finger to her lower lip as the image of Elian laughing wildly flashed through her mind. "Are you serious?" "I'm serious. Very serious." "Understood. We're going up. Hold on tight." The man pressed the control panel, and a purple light instantly bloomed. Lydia reached out to grab the handrail. Eek! Lydia's eyes flew open as the lift ascended rapidly. This is crazy. We're actually descending. I swear I'm never coming back to this hellhole." Lydia leaned against the wall, her fingertips trembling violently. "Good luck." The man waved goodbye. "He definitely did that on purpose. He said we were going up, but he brought me to the basement." Lydia gritted her teeth, her cheeks flushed with anger. Lydia heard a deep voice. "Why are you here?" Metasiren looked surprised. "I'm here for a consultation." "Oh, an interview with whom?" "I can't remember the name. I just know the title is Master." "I see." Metasiren stopped and fell into thought. "You seem to know who I'm talking about. What kind of person is she?" Lydia tilted her head, her red eyes full of curiosity. "Let me think." Metasiren propped up his chin, a smile on his lips. "The Master. Calling herself Master. That's a twisted hobby." Lydia narrowed her red eyes, a hint of disdain on her lips. "You don't need to think too much. That person is the owner of this tower." Lydia stood stunned. "A piece of advice. She extremely dislikes troublesome things, but it's best to get straight to the point. If you beat around the bush, you definitely won't hear anything good. Sometimes, you might even get cursed out." Metasiren raised his index finger and let out a light laugh. Daring to curse out the crown prince? This old woman really is something else. "So, Lydia," Metasiren reached out and placed his hand over the back of hers. "Do you have any plans after the consultation?" Metasiren lowered his head slightly, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks. Not for now." "Why? Are you asking me out?" Lydia asked teasingly. "Yes." "What? How did you know?" Metasiren suddenly stiffened. "I felt bad about not being able to send you home yesterday, so I wanted to treat you to a meal." Lydia waved her hands. "I was just joking." "No, wait, this is actually an opportunity." She almost forgot the main business. Lydia lowered her eyes. "I must warn him to be wary of Elian. In that case, can you wait for me for a moment?" Lydia pushed open the heavy door. "Excuse me, I'm here for a consultation." Lydia stopped, her pupils trembling with shock. A red-haired figure was floating high up, reaching for the top of a bookshelf. A white robe fluttered in the air. Getting scared just by seeing an old woman. What a disgraceful youngster. The red-haired woman slowly descended. So there were stairs here. You just stood there dazed, without even moving a finger. The world's morals are truly declining. The red-haired girl held a thick book. Her red eyes showed dissatisfaction. Lydia stared at her cheeks. "I really want to pinch those chubby cheeks." "A child?" Lydia murmured softly. "I am the master, the legitimate owner of this mage tower." The red-haired girl. waved her arms angrily. My name is Teferi, one of the last survivors of the Aquila bloodline. Teferi tossed her long red hair arrogantly. So what trouble brings you here? Outsider? Teferi's lips curled up, a hint of mischief in her eyes. What do you mean by that? Lydia's expression stiffened. What do I mean? You should know best yourself. Teferi reached out her right hand. Our bloodline is famous for its extraordinary empathy, so that I can feel it. Teferi opened her fingers, and a ball of colorful light-like energy floated in her palm. It flows within you. What a marvelous feeling. Your soul doesn't belong to this world, does it? Every soul has a unique wavelength. Teferi held up the large orb of light, the glow reflecting on her face. And your color is undoubtedly this one. It's hard to believe. Rumor has it you're over 200 years old, yet you look like a 10-year-old child. In fact, this body has only lived for 8 years. Interesting, isn't it? A 200-year-old soul now residing in the body of an 8-year-old. Teferi smiled. Did you steal this child's body? Lydia suddenly stepped back, her red eyes contracting sharply. Steal? Of course not. Teferi sat back on a high stool. I performed a soul reorganization. It's a unique ability of the Aquila bloodline. To explain it clearly would involve myths and legends from 1,000 years ago. Teferi pressed down on the thick book cover, her fingertips applying pressure. It's a complicated story. Let's skip it. The reason you came to me is to ask about the connection between souls and dimensions. Why, yes, I want to know. Lydia clenched the front of her clothes, her red eyes full of hope. Can I still return to my original world? A way to return to your original world. That simply does not exist. Teferi's red eyes held a cruel calm. Lydia froze, as if struck by lightning. As expected, this was the answer I least wanted to hear. Lydia's shoulders slumped, her red eyes losing their luster. Disappointed? Settling down here isn't such a bad thing. Teferi spread her hands. As you can see, it's not that bad here, is it? True, I adapted faster than I imagined. But even so, I still have family there. Lydia clasped her hands to her chest. If that's the reason. Teferi propped up her chin, her fingertips tapping the tabletop. No one on this continent knows this field better than I do. But in other disciplines, things might be different. Specifically, theology. Teferi raised her index finger. That is the study of deities, exploring those invisible, absolute existences. Magic, even if invisible, can still be measured and understood. Theology is completely different. In the fields they study and oversee, they might have a different answer for you. Also in the Western Forest. The Western Forest? Lydia looked up slightly, her red eyes filled with confusion. What's there? Teferi's lips curled into a meaningful arc. My father. The door locked, clicked softly. Metasiren went to meet her. Lydia, sorry to keep you waiting. Metasiren walked up to her. It's okay. I don't mind waiting a bit longer. Then Metasiren extended his arm, his brow, showing tenderness. Shall we go? So, I can't return to my original world. Lydia cut into the pancake on her plate, the metal fork clinking against the ceramic. I had a premonition, but hearing it confirmed with my own ears is still shocking. Perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope. Before you came here, do you remember anything? For example, did you experience anything special? No, I just fell asleep while reading a book. Lydia stood inside the tower, her red eyes full of confusion. Is that so? That's a pity. I really wanted to know the details. However, I can help you look for a way back. My father has lived for over 2,000 years and is a witness to the Aquila family's history. If you could help me look into it, I will be most grateful. Lydia smiled, her red eyes full of anticipation. But I guess this won't be free. Teferi's smile gradually widened. A piece of paper. Teferi pressed her index finger to her lips. Just one letter of guarantee, promising that you will pay any price we desire. That will be enough. All right, but in exchange, let me pinch your face. Lydia reached out, her red eyes full of desire. Teferi froze, her smile instantly hardening. I can't even imagine what kind of outrageous price she will demand. Since she agreed to your request, the cost must be staggering. Lydia stared at her dinner plate, her red eyes full of worry. Are you okay? You've barely eaten anything, Metasiren asked softly. Lydia suddenly snapped back to reality. Does my disguised appearance still make you feel awkward? Metasiren toyed with the long hair by his ear. His fingertip brushed over that magic ring. Should I just cut it off? Metasiren picked up a table knife and motioned toward his hanging hair. What? Definitely don't cut it. Lydia hurriedly waved her hands to stop him. Long hair suits you very well, too. But to avoid drawing attention, I purposely disguised myself like this, Metasiren explained in a low voice. Heavens, he's so handsome. Which family is he from? The female guests at the neighboring table were all stealing glances, their eyes full of admiration. As it turned out, it only drew more attention. This place was practically a gathering spot for socialites. I don't dare to look back. Lydia stiffened her back. You're already handsome enough as you are. I want to see more of how you look now. Lydia lightly touched her cheek. So, please don't cut it, okay? Metasiren held his breath, his heart pounding wildly. He subconsciously clenched the front of his shirt. I understand. Metasiren lowered his head and let out a long sigh. Why did he suddenly sigh? Lydia tilted her head, her red eyes full of confusion. If you cut it, will the hair grow back? Lydia asked curiously. This is magically treated. As long as I take off the ring and put it back on, it will become long again, Metasiren explained. Oh, magic is truly amazing. Excuse me. A waitress approached the table, the tray in her hand, making a clinking sound as she set down an exquisite dessert. This is the toast I made for the first time today. The maid held the golden toasted bread with a bright smile. Would you like to try some? This kind of scene is practically flirting. With looks like that, it's not surprising. Anyway, it looks delicious. Give me a portion too. Lydia stared at the piece of toast, a flash of desire in her eyes. We didn't order this, Metasiren said coldly. This is a gift from a shop. No, Metasiren refused coldly. Please take it away. Metasiren looked straight ahead. I don't like this kind of special treatment directed only at me. The maid's shoulders suddenly shrank. She picked up the tray and fled in haste, her back showing her fluster. It looked so delicious. What a pity. Lydia sat at the table, her red eyes, staring at the direction the maid left. I did well, didn't I? Metasiren's red almond-shaped eyes held a gentle smile. Lydia's heart suddenly skipped a beat, her red eyes widening in surprise. She instinctively covered her chest. What's with that expression? It's making me self-conscious. It's a candy. This is my favorite grape flavor. Want some grape juice? I bought it just now. It might not be cold anymore. I want some juice too. What you eat isn't important. What's important is who you eat it with. Don't you think so? Where did he learn to say these things? Is there a school that specifically teaches these lines? Lydia's cheeks flushed red. Lydia, are you free today? The elite trading company must be very busy. I just happen to have things to handle today, so I came out. What about you? Isn't that position very complicated and busy? In a way, it's very simple, so it's not complicated or busy. Metasiren lowered his eyes, a dark glint passing through his red almond-shaped eyes. In this position, but I can see more clearly. Those who harbor hostility toward me, those who try to use me, those who want to take from me. The intentions of these people are clear as day, making them easier to deal with. Thinking about it that way, Lydia seems a bit different. Metasiren turned his head, his red almond-shaped eyes gentle. At least you treat me like an ordinary person. Lydia stopped her steps, her red eyes trembling with surprise. Last year, my sister took me to the south. At that time, the imperial family was in chaos because of the festival personnel disappearances. But none of that mattered. Anyway, there are many people who can replace my position. I even told them to replace me if they could. But unfortunately, I've sat in this position for 10 years and have never stepped down. It's ironic, isn't it? Although he spoke casually, Lydia lowered her eyes, her red eyes tracing his lonely silhouette. Those days must have been very difficult. He wasn't the eldest son, nor the child of the empress or a high-ranking consort. He was just the son of a concubine. Are you showing off right now? Like, look how capable I am. Metasiren suddenly turned his head, his red almond-shaped eyes full of surprise. Lydia gave a brilliant smile. You're right. I am showing off. Metasiren's lips curled up. It's okay to show off a little, right? Metasiren let out a hearty laugh. Of course. I like how frank you are. Lydia walked side by side with him, their laughter echoing on the street. By the way, what is Lydia's ideal type? Me? I'm someone handsome. Someone handsome. I have plenty of money, so the man just needs to bring himself. Personalities can be worked on as long as he's not too crude. As for ability, I'm excellent enough that he doesn't need any. So, as long as he's handsome. Lydia's gaze shifted, her red eyes freezing on the person ahead. Here is a handsome guy. What am I thinking? Lydia suddenly shook her head, her red eyes full of fluster. But Van really is very handsome. They say no matter how good the looks, one gets tired of them after 3 years. But I feel like I'll never get tired of them in this lifetime. Van's looks. I see, Metasiren responded in a low voice. Lydia, I've been thinking about one thing. Metasiren turned his head, an unnoticeable blush appearing on his cheeks. It seems my ideal type overlaps with yours. Really? Lydia looked up, her red eyes widening in surprise. A force suddenly struck. Lydia lost her balance, and her body involuntarily leaned backward. Water splashed everywhere as the cool liquid instantly enveloped her entire body. Lydia fell into the pool, creating a huge splash. It hurts. Lydia poked her head out of the water, droplets sliding down her cheeks. Fun, are you okay? I also think my ideal type is someone beautiful. Metasiren was also in the water. He reached out and held Lydia's fingertips. What do you think? Don't we look like a good match? People often say the crown prince's life must be exhausting and full of responsibility. In truth, life is just a simple repetition. He wakes up at dawn. He practices swordsmanship at the training grounds, then meets with those requesting an audience. In the afternoon, Cabbies enters the office. He carries documents to the desk to report on work to Metasiren. Thanks to Cabbies' ability, even if the reports pile up like a mountain, Metasiren only needs to flip through a few pages. Surrounded by capable talents, the world operates without need for commands. But today was different. On this morning, when he should have been handling official business, Metasiren was not sitting at his desk. He was meeting with someone. Liana picked up her teacup. What happened with Miss Lydia yesterday to turn you into this? Metasiren let out a long sigh, his palm propping up his face. Stop sighing. Liana put down her teacup. You're making everyone around you uneasy. Even the attendants are trembling. Tell me what happened. Following your advice, I acted very respectfully and was not stingy with my compliments. Metasiren clasped his hands under his chin, his cheeks flushing red. Thanks to those words, the atmosphere at the time was very harmonious. Lydia didn't seem to hate it either. And then, Liana pressed on, her blue eyes fixed on Metasiren. Didn't you tell me to ask about Lydia's ideal type and then act according to that type? Metasiren lowered his head, his voice getting smaller and smaller. I gave a similar answer. And then, I confessed to her. Lydia suddenly covered her cheeks, her red eyes trembling from the shock. He let out a short exclamation. Lydia! He turned and jumped out of the pool. He ran into the distance without looking back, leaving only a silhouette behind. He just walked away like that. Liana stood up abruptly, her blue eyes filled with shock. This is impossible, brother. I've always trusted your advice, but this result is a mess. Your method, perhaps, Liana. Metasilen's blue eyes showed displeasure. Metasilen hunched his shoulders, his gaze flickering. There's a small problem. It's strange, Liana. She sat back down in her chair. Why did he leave without saying anything? Usually people that at least give a response. When I saw Lydia a while ago, she didn't seem like that. She didn't seem uninterested in you. Liana leaned in closer to Metasilen, her blue eyes scrutinizing him. Be honest. What exactly did you do to Miss Lydia? Metasilen flinched, his cheeks flushing red. He avoided her gaze, his fingers restlessly clutching his collar. You guy. Liana pressed further, anger flaring in her blue eyes. What on earth did you do? I didn't do anything strange, Metasilen said, backing away repeatedly. My eyes wandered a bit. Your eyes wandered? Liana grabbed his ear. Right after I confessed. Metasilen's voice trembled. She closed her eyes, the scene from then flashing in her mind. Metasilen reached out to hold the young girl. He planted a kiss on Lydia's forehead. Lydia stood frozen, her red eyes not lost in shock. I kissed her forehead. Alforidkish. Liana walked along the corridor. That doesn't seem too bad. Even priests do that during the coming-of-age ceremony. No, from Miss Lydia's perspective, it might have been quite a shock. She just turned 18 and finished her ceremony. Being kissed by a man she barely knows would indeed scare her. That man, who used to treat women like stones, actually went on a full-scale offensive against Miss Lydia. Liana bit her fingernail, her blue eyes full of doubt. This is too abnormal. Even so, for someone as straightforward as Miss Lydia to leave without saying a word. Could there be another reason? Hey! A hand suddenly reached out, fingers lightly tapping Liana's cheek. What are you doing? Liana snapped back to reality. She stared at Kabiz's forehead and fell silent. Kabiz tilted his head. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to try kissing my forehead? Liana looked straight at him. Kabiz jumped back, waving his hands in a panic. Right here. Come on. Hurry up and do it. Why the sudden kiss? Does our princess want a forehead kiss? Kabiz closed his eyes, pressing his hands together in front of his chest. He puckered his lips and leaned in. Fine, I'll satisfy you. Kabiz cupped Liana's face. He gently closed his eyes and planted a kiss amidst her golden hair. Liana stood frozen, her blue eyes widening slightly. Kabiz slowly opened his eyes, a gentle smile on his lips. Heartbeats echoed in her chest. Liana raised her hand, fingers brushing the spot that was kissed. She was silent for a long time. It's nothing special. Liana turned around abruptly. I'll go ask her myself. Kabiz stood frozen, letting out a short sound of confusion. No approaching. Keep a distance of more than 5 steps for 1 day. Why? Kabiz chased after her. This is so sudden. 2 days. Liana stopped and turned her face. But why? Kabiz wailed. 3 days later. Sorry for the sudden visit. You seem to be washing up. Did I disturb you? It's fine. Lydia touched her cheek. I didn't sleep well last night, so I've been slacking off. Didn't sleep well? Liana's gaze sharpened. Is it because of Van? Why would he come here? Lydia's fingers gripped her sleeve. Did he hear something from Vanna? It's bothering me. Miss Lydia. Actually, Liana hesitated. Before that, can I call you Lydia? Of course. Lydia nodded. Thank you, Lydia. I prefer being direct. How about you? Liana picked up her teacup, her blue eyes looking straight at her. I don't want to waste time either, Lydia replied softly. I like that personality. Liana put down her teacup. Then I'll be blunt. What happened with Van yesterday? Actually, I already knew you two met yesterday. My connections are wider than they look. I often hear news about you. He's terrifyingly sharp. A flicker of panic crossed Lydia's eyes, a stiff smile on her lips. But can you believe it? Liana propped up her face, her blue eyes full of helplessness. He's been sighing all day today. I asked him if something happened yesterday, but he refused to tell me anything. I know it's rude to barge in like this. Liana looked straight at Lydia, her blue eyes serious. But I'm really concerned. As his cousin, I'm truly worried. By the time I realized it, my feet had brought me here. Please, Lydia, did Van do something rude yesterday? Lydia fell silent. Nothing special happened yesterday. Van didn't do anything wrong either. It's just, Lydia hesitated, the scene replaying in her mind. It's just because I was too shy. Lydia let out a cry. She covered her face tightly with her hands. What? Liana froze, her blue eyes wide. Van did do something to me. Lydia bit her finger, her red eyes flickering. But it definitely wasn't anything strange. I was just so flustered that I ran away impulsively. Later I realized that was very rude. I wanted to apologize to him. But he is the crown prince, after all. I can't just go see him anytime. It's so embarrassing. Liana covered her mouth, her blue eyes shrinking slightly. So that's how it is, Lydia. Have you ever thought? Liana leaned forward, her blue eyes locked on her. Thought about becoming empress? 1 hour ago. Lydia pressed her hand to her forehead, her red eyes dazed. Her forehead was burning hot, as if it had been scorched. I was so flustered then that I completely forgot to warn him about Elian. Does Van really want our relationship? But to go further, Elian once chased the crown prince. I thought she was pitiful, even foolish. Now that I'm caught in this strange relationship, I'm in no position to judge others. But on the other hand, I can't deny that deep down, I'm relieved. At least this way, I won't be involved in Elian's crimes, let alone be wrongly executed. Lydia curled up in a bath, her silver-white wavy hair soaked. This is the extent of my interest in Van. It's not that I dislike him. I just never expected anything to come of us. If such a perfect man became my lover. Oh my, how embarrassing. Lydia suddenly buried her face in the water. Let me repeat, I have no desire to be Cinderella. I just want to escape the death ending as soon as possible, move to the quiet countryside, spend money like water, and live a peaceful, healing life. Miss Lydia, have you never thought of becoming empress? And now I'm in a difficult situation. Sweat broke out on Lydia's forehead, her lips twitching stiffly. Does she really think I'll answer this kind of question? This is practically another form of a death signal. Duchess, that question is very dangerous. I don't know why you're asking, but Lydia, Liana lowered her voice. Do you remember Duke Demio? The one who drugged you at my engagement party? Although it's a private matter, Liana continued. Van has an extreme hatred for any crime involving drugs. This is because of his past. Because of that, 3 years ago, Van initiated a thorough cleanup, cracking down severely on all drug crimes. 2 years ago, we thought it was all over. Or rather, that's what we thought. Until recently, this problem surfaced again. Van is now investigating this matter with incredible zeal. He does hate such crimes, but his level of involvement has reached a point where one wonders if it's necessary. Lydia sat at the table, her red eyes full of shock. You mean, it's because of me? Liana chuckled softly. Exactly as you suspect. It's because of you, Lydia. Liana chuckled, covering her mouth. Lydia froze, her cheeks flushing. There are too many relatives in the imperial family. The long history of the empire has given rise to countless in-laws. In the process, imperial power has been severely diluted. They tried to restore imperial authority, but it was too late. A massive force is growing in the shadows, already beyond anyone's control. My family is struggling just to hold on to power. That says everything. Liana spread her hands, her blue eyes helpless. The other two ducal houses are the same, not to mention the vassal families. Because of this, His Majesty the Emperor wants Van to be the heir, because he doesn't have any powerful maternal relatives. But if Van is to inherit the throne, he needs a partner. Liana's expression turned serious, her blue eyes not staring at Lydia. He doesn't need someone with power or influence. He just needs someone who won't deceive him, someone who will cheer for him and support him with love. Someone like you, Lydia. If you promise to help Van, in return, I will help you. I will help you become Empress. A few days later, sunlight filtered through the shade, casting spots of light on the ground. My head is a mess right now. Lydia gripped the letter in her hand, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. The paper trembled slightly in her palm. To Miss Lydia Ariel Mertens, chairperson of the Astria Chamber of Commerce, you are cordially invited to attend the charity auction hosted by the imperial family. Hakret von Kfont. Why would I receive an invitation to this kind of event? Imperial charity auction. If it weren't for that imperial seal, I would never come to a place like this. Lydia pressed her hand to her forehead, her red eyes full of anxiety, her lips twisted in anger. Who exactly is this Hakerd Van person? This is amazing. I can't believe I'm really here. Elian clasped her hands to her heart. She stared at the grand venue building, and she actually followed me. Lydia looked sideways, her brow showing helplessness. Just a few days ago, Elian had a huge fight with me. Lydia, I'm here for work. Elian suddenly lunged forward, hugging Lydia's waist tightly. As a result, the next day, she was sticking to me again. Lydia, the invitation to the charity auction arrived. You're going too, right? What do you mean you're going too? That letter. That was sent to me, the chairperson of the Chamber of Commerce. Exactly. That's why we have to go together. It's better to keep her by my side and watch her than to let her out of my sight. I wanted to go along with her, but Lydia stood frozen, her red eyes losing their luster, an aura of gloom surrounding her. Elian was pressed to her side, her blue eyes full of excitement. I think I made a terrible mistake. Is this really okay? If you promise to help Van, in return, I will help you. I will help you become Empress. Lydia remained silent, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Elian. Elian stopped, her blue eyes full of confusion. Let me ask you one thing. What do you think the duties of an empress are? Of course, it's the highest position. It's the only place that allows you to stand above everyone else. Elian raised a white-gloved finger to her chin. Isn't that a position every woman craves? Having the right to stand alongside the emperor and never having to bow to any soul. On the contrary, it's the position where everyone must bow to you. Elian opened her eyes, her lips curling into a twisted arc. Lydia turned her head, her red eyes staring at her. But why are you suddenly asking this? Just curious. Lydia lowered her eyelids and turned to walk deeper into the hall. Lydia, wait. Elian lifted her skirt and hurried to catch up with her. Elian, do you know a person named Hakerd Van? The one who sent us the invitation. Of course I do. He's very famous. Famous? Lydia, don't tell me you don't even know who he is. Goodness, Lydia, you really have no clue about these things. Elian raised a finger, a smug smile on her lips. Listen carefully. I'll tell you everything about him. Hakerd Van, the eldest son of the Van family. He was the heir to a marquis title. However, when he was very young, he was scouted by the crown prince and became his personal, Attendant. But the interesting part is that Hakard Van's family is one of the leaders of the aristocratic faction. So you're saying the crown prince appointed a core member of the aristocratic faction as his confidant? Exactly. But that's not all. Hakard Van is absolutely loyal to the crown prince. That's why there are so many rumors. What kind of rumors? Arguments about who is deceiving whom. Elian raised a finger, her blue eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course, no one knows the truth. I see. So that person is using Van to get information, while Van is using him to keep the aristocratic faction in check. Elian propped up her chin, her blue eyes looking to the side. That's why I thought that invitation was strange. He has nothing to do with our guild, so why did he invite us? A scream tore through the silence. Lydia spun around. Two women collapsed against the wall, their faces flushed, their eyes turned into hearts. They clutched their chests, letting out waves of fanatical screams. Heavens, what is that sound? Lydia stopped, her red eyes full of shock. That's so tacky. Elian frowned. It seems to be because of that auction catalog. Lydia turned her face, her red eyes staring at the list on the display stand. Elian stepped forward. What exactly is in the catalog? But to make them react like that, honestly, it's a disgrace to the nobility. Elian leaned over the display stand, her blue eyes full of disdain. Her pupils suddenly contracted, the faint light of the catalog reflecting in her blue eyes. Elian froze, her breath stopping instantly. Elian leaned back and fell heavily to the ground. She covered her face, letting out an intoxicated moan. Elian, Lydia rushed forward. What on earth is going on? Empire auction catalog. A semi-nude portrait of His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince. This is insane. She stared intently at that line of text. Her breathing quickened. I don't know whose genius is behind this, but they deserve an award. 2 days ago, a scream erupted among the bookshelves. This is impossible. Medicillin stood up abruptly. Why do I have to take off my shirt? Liana bowed her head slightly, spreading her hands. So what? It's not like the whole world is going to see it. Medicillin slumped back into his chair. But a semi-nude portrait is a bit fun. Liana looked straight into his eyes. Don't you want to marry Lydia? Medicillin's face instantly turned bright red. And marry? What are you talking about? It's too early to discuss marriage. Medicillin lowered his head, avoiding her gaze. We don't have time, Liana said decisively. Medicillin fell silent, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. The Emperor's health is deteriorating. A power shift is imminent. As the heir, the crown prince must have a spouse. He is not yet engaged. A spouse with too much or too little power would be of no benefit to him. The Mertens family, though minor nobility, controls the Astria Chamber of Commerce. The imperial faction is struggling with military funds. If Lydia could reach a trade agreement with the entire military rather than just the knights, that she would gain immense influence over military affairs. Imagine the connections she would build in the army. When that power gathers around Lydia, even imperial authority, that could be unified. Medicillin leaned back against the chair, worry in his eyes. I know, but does Lydia really want that position? Liana lowered her eyelids. Probably not, yet. Perhaps being suddenly asked to become empress has left her overwhelmed. Liana lowered her gaze, worry between her brows. That's why we need to act boldly. Liana suddenly looked up at Medicillin. Go seduce her. You want me to seduce Lydia? Medicillin cried out, his cheeks instantly flushing. Of course. Liana spread her hands. That's how I seduce cobbies. As long as the method is right, no woman can resist you, except me. Men and women alike love a sense of mystery. What do you mean by that? Medicillin crossed his arms, his eyes full of wariness. Lydia is human too. Liana pressed a finger to her lower lip, a sly smile on her face. She'll definitely like the way you look with your clothes off. Correct. A semi-nude portrait of the crown prince. I want one. The bidding will definitely be intense. I must not lose. Lydia. Elian suddenly rushed to the mirror. Whoa, what? Lydia flinched, her red eyes full of panic. By that, Elian said firmly. What? Does she mean that? Elian pressed her hands together under her chin, her blue eyes curving into crescents. A nude portrait, that's a bit. Buying a piece of imperial art at the highest price signifies support for that imperial member. I can't imagine how expensive Van's portrait will be. I just said I have no interest in being empress. Elian grabbed Lydia's arm, her blue eyes sparkling with excitement. Buy it. Quickly, Lydia. Goodness. A woman in a long red dress walked in. Miss Mertens. The woman in red pressed her hand to her chest, a gentle smile on her lips. Lydia stopped, her red eyes full of confusion. Who are you? Verbonia Rotpelt, Elian whispered in shock. Lydia's eyes widened. All right, Verbonia Rotpelt, the eldest daughter of the Rotpelt family, descendants of the founding contributors, and the craziest woman in this story. The Rotpelt family belongs to the aristocratic faction. They try to swallow the imperial faction to expand their power. The only way was through marriage. Their target was locked onto the unengaged crown prince, Van. Verbonia was chosen as part of this grand plan. The problem was that Verbonia actually fell in love with Van. She cupped her face, her eyes full of hearts, falling into a fanatical obsession. She did everything she could to seduce the crown prince. Could your highness attend the ball I'm hosting? Metacillin nodded slightly. Apologies. Your highness, there's a very popular song recently. No, I've already seen it. Your highness, perhaps next time we could. I'm sorry. Metacillin turned and left. After being rejected repeatedly, Verbonia completely broke down. Her obsession with Van turned into an equal amount of hatred. The heroine then entered the story. Her relationship with the crown prince deepened day by day. They embraced on the dance floor, their smiles stinging the eyes of onlookers. Verbonia gripped her wine glass, her fingertips trembling from force. The red liquid shook violently in the glass. She began to directly threaten the crown prince and the heroine. She raised her wine glass and splashed the red liquid forward. Lydia crossed her arms, her red eyes full of wariness. Simply put, she is a more radical existence than Elian. Even after committing a crime, Verbonia was not executed, relying on her family's power. But she was only sentenced to exile. Nice to meet you, Miss Mertens. Verbonia bowed slightly. Ah, yes. Lydia replied stiffly. I don't want to get involved with her. Must stay calm. Lately, everyone has been talking about the Astria Chamber of Commerce. I heard you're quite capable, practically a business genius. Verbonia chuckled. I thought you were already keeping to yourself. Ha, thank you, Lydia replied politely. I'd love to make friends with you. Verbonia tilted her head. Can I call you more casually? After all, we're the same age, Lydia. That. Lydia looked troubled. Verbonia, long time no see. Elian stepped forward. I didn't expect you to show up at this auction, too. Long time no see, Elian. I was wondering where you disappeared to from social circles. Ah, I've just been busy lately. Elian propped up her chin, a mocking smile on her lips. I thought you were married already. To that old count who said he liked you. Elian closed her eyes, her smile growing brighter. What did you say? Verbonia's lip twitched. Did they have a bad relationship in the original? I remember they never appeared in the same scene. Elian, maybe you should find a place to stay. Verbonia's gaze was cold. Don't go meddling everywhere. Please, I'm not like you, Verbonia. I'm still young and beautiful. Elian crossed her arms, her blue eyes full of arrogance. This is bad. Lydia hunched her shoulders. People around them were avoiding them. I have to slip away before I get dragged in. She bent down and started to back away, quietly. You just called Lydia by her name, didn't you? Who gave you permission to do that? That's so tacky. Does a Rotpelt family's upbringing teach you to be so disrespectful to others? Wait, Lydia's heart was screaming. Elian, why are you dragging me into this? How ridiculous. Someone from the family of Count Filiatin is going to lecture the Duke of Rotpelt on education. Verbonia turned sideways, a cold smile on her lips. Elian raised her chin slightly. Speaking of impressive education, though weren't you caught sneaking into the Imperial Guard's dormitory? I never. Verbonia gripped her folding fan. But Verbonia suddenly turned her head, her fan covering half her face. She sneaked into the guard's dormitory? Lydia froze. That are exactly the same. That's why they don't get along. I thought it was just a rumor. I didn't expect it to be true. Elian spun around, a mischievous smile on her lips. She really doesn't know. That one to stop. Then how do you explain what happened last time? Elian. Lydia reached out and grabbed Elian's arm. You're too excited. Calm down first. Elian froze. Miss Verbonia, please calm down as well. This doesn't suit your noble status. Elian puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Verbonia fanned herself vigorously. I did lose my composure. How could she talk to me like that? I want to leave now, but if I leave them, they'll definitely start fighting again. At a time like this, the only option is to change the subject. Miss Verbonia, what do you plan to buy at this charity event? As for me, of course. Verbonia turned her face, a glint in her orange eyes. I want to buy the Crown Prince's half-body nude portrait. As expected, Lydia gave an awkward smile. The competition will be fierce. It sounds. Not like a tough battle, but I'm still going to try. Verbonia lightly stroked her fan. Compared to the painting, I'm more interested in the reward. Reward? The reward is a date with His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince. If I want to become Empress, this level of investment is a matter of course, right? Verbonia straightened her back, a confident smile on her lips. You won't win that easily, Verbonia. Elian stepped forward. Oh, what makes you so sure? Elian, their gazes met again, as if lightning were striking in the air. Because I'll be participating in the bidding too. Elian puffed out her chest. Elian, Lydia gasped. No wonder she was so quiet earlier. She was planning this again. Don't worry, this is my decision alone. Elian gave a brilliant smile. That's the biggest problem. Lydia clenched her fists, a vein throbbing in her temple. So this is a challenge? Then let's face off. Lydia slumped to the ground, panting heavily. Phew, I finally escaped. Good afternoon, Miss Lydia. An attendant bowed. Yes, a lady wishes to see you. Which lady? Lydia tilted her head, looking blank. I didn't make myself clear. The attendant gave an apologetic smile. It is Lady Liana. Lydia clutched the front of her dress, her red eyes trembling slightly. It's her. Lydia walked toward the magnificent carriage. The attendant opened the door. The door opened. Lydia, Liana opened her arms in welcome, her blue eyes full of joy. Come in and sit for a while. Liana took her hand with a bright smile. I want to talk to you. Do you have time? Of course. Please, speak your mind. You saw that announcement, right? Yes. The Crown Prince's upper body nude portrait. Quite shocking, isn't it? Liana spread her hands, her smile radiant. Yes, but isn't that a bit too much? Selling a painting like that won't be easy. That's why we plan to hold a secret auction. Liana raised her index finger, her smile deepening. Don't worry too much. Only buyers are allowed to see the painting. Can a secret auction really solve everything? Lydia clasped her hands, her red eyes filled with unease. It felt as if something was still not quite right. The official auction is tomorrow, so for now, just enjoy the party. Liana threw her head back and laughed, her blue eyes curving into crescents. The Imperial family has put a lot of effort into this. The atmosphere will surely be great. Did she specifically call me over just to say this? I think you must have another reason for seeking me out. Liana restrained her laughter. It's simple. This auction might be dangerous, Lydia. Lydia straightened her back. What do you mean by that? You saw the reward for the auction, didn't you? Lydia nodded slightly. People will be more interested in the reward than the painting itself. But beneath that, there is a much heavier purpose. The reward is merely bait. Lydia held her breath, her red eyes trembling slightly. A large amount of poison was recently discovered in the Crown Prince's palace, but the culprit is already dead. Liana closed her eyes and let out a heavy sigh. If we stop here, worse things might happen next. Liana opened her eyes, her blue gaze filled with determination. So Van decided to act as bait himself, for the sake of this auction's reward. Are you saying the people who want to kill Van will participate in the party? Liana nodded solemnly, especially the noble faction and Van's other siblings. We will be monitoring them closely. Lydia held the handrail as she walked down the long hall, her red eyes scanning the ballroom. It looks so peaceful here. But even if he is the Crown Prince, isn't a half-naked portrait going a bit too far? They chose controversy to mask their true objective. To keep that throne, Van and I have done far worse things over the last 10 years. Shame and pride are fleeting, but death is eternal. You don't need to worry too much. Liana clapped her hands, the smile returning to her face. I just thought Lydia would be curious, so I explained it. How could I not worry after hearing such a thing? Lydia froze in place, her red eyes filled with alarm. She could only let out a dry laugh. Wait a minute. Lydia's pupils suddenly contracted. Did she tell me all this just to make me worry? Lydia suddenly clutched her head, her red eyes almost sparking with fire. Oh boy, I clearly said I didn't want to be the Empress. Lydia, what are you doing? Arian appeared, holding a wine glass. I've been looking everywhere for you. Arian held up 2 glasses of an orange drink, smiling brightly. Arian, do you want some? Arian handed over a glass. Is this strong? Lydia took the glass, her red eyes staring at the swirling liquid. No, it's orange schnapps. It's not strong at all. Arian leaned against the terrace railing, her blue eyes looking down at the dance floor. Everyone looks so happy. Don't you think they look like elegant butterflies? I'm not sure. They look more like moths to me. What? Haha, you're so funny. Arian burst into a fit of laughter, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. She said the drink wasn't strong. Could it be that she's already drunk? Lydia took another sip, her red eyes shimmering. It really does taste good, doesn't it? It's my favorite. I'm glad you like it. Arian gestured animatedly. Yes, I thought so too. Wait, Lydia's pupils suddenly contracted and her movement stiffened. Why am I? Lydia watched Arian before her, chatting so casually with her now. Spending time with Arian lately hadn't been awkward. Maybe it was because she had been nicer to me. No, I must never let my guard down. Lydia threw her head back and downed the strong liquor. Lydia, give me a glass of wine. This was the woman who used to treat me like a maid. Lydia, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Arian stepped forward quickly, her blue eyes full of concern. I'm fine, don't worry. Lydia turned her head away, her red eyes distant. But that was alcohol. I'll go get you some water. Wait here for a moment. Arian lifted her skirts and ran off. I don't understand at all why she's become like a completely different person. Pull yourself together. Lydia suddenly raised her hands and slapped her cheeks hard. This must be her scheme. Definitely. I will never fall into Arian's trap again. Here, drink this. Lydia took the water glass. Hey, I've always had a question. What is it? Arian tilted her head, her blue eyes curious. How do you know, Miss Verbernia? Arian's expression changed instantly, her eyelids drooping as a coldness entered her blue eyes. Why ask about her? Arian suddenly turned her head. You two look like old friends, but I've never seen you together before. She's a rival. Arian clenched her teeth, her gaze icy. Arrival? Lydia stood frozen. That woman. She always steals the men I like. Arian crossed her arms, her blue eyes filled with loathing. So that's the relationship. Lydia let out a dry laugh. And it's not just men. Arian suddenly leaned in, anger burning in her blue eyes. People, things, attention. Whatever I want, she has to steal it. Arian gripped the fabric at her chest, her teeth clenched. Now, I think her target is you. Arian turned her head, her blue eyes staring intently at Lydia. She was the one who approached you first, remember? I'm not a man, though. Why would she come for me? Lydia, here you are. Miss Verbernia. Please don't. Just call me Verbernia. What exactly do you want from Lydia? Arian stepped in front of Lydia, her blue eyes wide. I just want to get to know Lydia a bit better. Verbernia stroked her cheek, her eyes bright. You're the one who should step back, Arian. Verbernia leaned toward Lydia. She looks very uncomfortable because of you. Both of you are making me doubly uncomfortable. Lydia, that is my friend. She would never feel uncomfortable. Arian gripped Lydia's arm. You'll never know unless you ask her. Be honest, Lydia. Verbernia took a step closer. Arian, is she putting a lot of pressure on you? Lydia, Arian and Verbernia reached out at the same time, tightly grabbing both of Lydia's arms. I'm right, aren't I, Lydia? Why do they have to drag me into this? Lydia lowered her head, the veins on her forehead bulging. Enough. Lydia violently shook off their arms. Lydia, what's wrong? It seems you two have a good relationship, so I won't disturb you. A cold smile hung on Lydia's lips. I'm leaving first. Lydia turned and walked away, leaving the two of them frozen. Her heels clicked against the floor as Lydia walked quickly through the corridor, her skirt fluttering in the wind. Let's have dinner together next time. All right, goodbye. Oh, if you need help tonight, come find me at the Westlake. Lydia walked alone through the dense forest, her skirt sweeping through the grass with a rustling sound. This surely isn't the help she meant, but at least I got rid of those two. Lydia stopped and looked around. There was no one here. Lydia walked toward a bench by the lake. I thought I could. I'll find help here, but help doesn't always come from humans. Just being in this place is relaxing. Lydia sat quietly, her expression gradually calming. A hand fell on her shoulder. Lydia turned back in surprise, her red eyes wide. Lydia, Metasilon's eyes were filled with a smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. Did Miss Leanna tell you I was here? Yes. May I sit here for a moment? Of course. The two sat side by side. Is there something you need my help with? Lydia turned her head, his profile reflected in her red eyes. Or was he just using an excuse to meet? Whatever the reason, he clearly wants me to become the Empress. Becoming the Empress doesn't seem so bad. If I could live here forever. But if I really become the Empress, everything will change, won't it? If I suddenly return to my original world, it would be a disaster. I'd also feel guilty toward the original female lead. Lydia, Metasilon called softly. What are you thinking about so deeply? A slight smile played on Metasilon's lips, his expression gentle. Oh, it's nothing special. Lydia suddenly turned her head, her red eyes avoiding his gaze. Meeting you like this is truly incredible. Fun. Lydia gripped her dress at her chest. You probably didn't expect to see me here, did you? Actually, I came here for a reason. A reason? Metasilence slowly leaned in, his red almond-shaped eyes deep. Lydia froze, her red eyes trembling. The next day, inside the grand hall, the lights were bright. A red carpet led to the end, and the low whispers of the crowd echoed through the vaulted ceiling. Lydia's eyes were sunken, her red irises bloodshot. "My goodness, Lydia, what happened to you?" Arian exclaimed as she approached. "I hardly slept last night." Lydia lowered her head, her voice raspy. "You were really strange yesterday, saying you were going for a walk in the middle of the night." Arian put her hands on her hips, her blue eyes suspicious. "So, where did you actually go?" "The West Lake," Lydia answered quietly. "In your gown?" "Going to the lake late at night." Arian's voice suddenly rose. "No wonder you're so tired. Your nagging makes me even more tired, Arian. If Anne hadn't said those things, it wouldn't have taken so long." Lydia's cheeks flushed. "Lydia to you, but what am I?" She couldn't believe the other person would say such a thing. "Lydia." Arian walked quickly, her blue eyes showing anxiety. "The auction seems to be starting. If Verbernia gets the crown prince's portrait, now what should we do? They seem to get along well yesterday." "What? Don't say such disgusting things." Arian clenched her teeth, her face turning pale. "Verbernia and I are enemies. Words like getting along." Arian grabbed Lydia's arm. "That only apply to you and me. Anyway, I still feel a bit sorry about yesterday." Arian turned her head, a blush on her cheeks. "I feel like I made things difficult for you for no reason." "What's wrong with her?" "This abnormal behavior is really hard to get used to." "All right," Lydia responded softly, a stiff smile on her lips. The two stood side by side, and the air fell silent. "Everyone, the auction is about to begin." The auctioneer stood in the center of the hall. "Participants, please take your seats as soon as possible." A white cloth covered a massive exhibit. "It's finally starting. Next is the auction for the half-naked portrait. The statue of the first prince has been sold for 3,000 platinum coins." The auctioneer's voice echoed through the vault, breaking the brief silence. "Duke Morian has set today's highest record." The crowd erupted in amazement, and eyes turned toward the second-floor balcony. The first prince, Polint, turned his head, his red almond-shaped eyes filled with arrogance. "It seems I'm still number one this year, don't you think?" Metasilence stood to the side, his expression gentle yet distant. "I'm not so sure. It's too early to draw conclusions." Two attendants stepped onto the stage and together pulled away the white cloth. The outline of a new exhibit was revealed. Polint suddenly turned his head, clenching his teeth and letting out a sneer. "TCH, that filthy half-blood." As everyone knows, the final auction item is indoor attire, a shocking portrait of the crown prince. Given its precious value, only the final winner can view it. Now the bidding begins. 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. Bidding paddles were raised one after another as the calls rang out. 2,200. What's going on? Pollin's red almond eyes widened, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. 3,500, 3,500. Any more bids? 3,500. The auctioneer surveyed the room, his voice echoing in the deathly, silent hall. "Are you going to bid?" 4,000. Verbernia raised paddle number 55, a provocative smile on her lips. 4,000 platinum coins. The auctioneer let out a cry of surprise, and the room was in an uproar. 4,000? Are they crazy? Arian clenched her knuckles, her blue eyes wide and her face flushed with anger. 5,000. Arian suddenly held up paddle number 78. 5,500, 5,600, 600, 6,200, 6,820. She raised her paddle again, a smile spreading across her face. "A single painting for 6,800 platinum coins?" The crowd erupted in a commotion. Guests in the front row whispered to each other. This price would likely never be broken in their lifetimes. Then, after 3 calls, we will conclude the bidding. The auctioneer's voice rang out. Arian gripped paddle number 78 tightly, her teeth clenched. 6,820. The auctioneer raised his right hand. "Any more bids?" "Final call. 6,800, 10,000. Lydia slightly parted her lips, a composed smile on her face. "What? Did you just say 10,000? Polint suddenly turned his head, his red almond eyes full of shock. Lydia raised paddle number 62 with a calm expression. 10,000 platinum coins. "I will pay the full amount at once." Lydia walked alone toward the back of the exhibition hall, her back straight and solitary. Her shoes clicked sharply against the floor. "So what do you think? What do you think of this painting? Leanna leaned toward the mirror, a radiant smile on her face. Lydia turned her head. This is a scam. This isn't a portrait with the Crown Prince as the model at all. It's a portrait painted by the Crown Prince's own hand, isn't it? From the start, there was no Crown Prince's portrait to speak of. Who knows? I'll leave that to Lydia to judge. Leanna clasped her hands to her cheek, a playful smile on her lips. What did you plan to do if someone else bought this painting? Lydia asked, tilting her head. It would have been lost on the way anyway. We just have to issue a refund. Leanna lightly covered her mouth. When you present an irresistible temptation, naturally nothing else will catch the eye. Lydia, that just made the right choice. Did she consider the possibility that I wouldn't go to the Westlake? Or was she certain I would go? Lydia lowered her eyes, a hint of helplessness on her lips. I've been completely played by Miss Leanna. By buying this painting, I've inevitably taken the Crown Prince's side. Lydia raised her hand, her fingertips lightly touching the edge of the frame. Of course, I brought this all on myself. Actually, I came here for a reason. A reason? May I paint a portrait of you, miss? Paint a portrait of you. Lydia held her breath, her face flushing. That day, everything was a first for me. Becoming the model in a painting. Feeling that gaze that seemed like it was going to take me apart. Perhaps it was that look that captured me. I couldn't take my eyes off Van. Lydia's face turned red, her red eyes trembling slightly. Because Van himself looked like a masterpiece. By buying that painting, can I assume Lydia is also interested in Van? If Lydia lowered her hand slightly, the corners of her mouth curving up. If I become a crown princess, what will happen? What do you mean by that? Leanna tilted her head, resting her face on one hand. If I become the crown princess, will I be able to control Leanna? Do you hate me? Leanna leaned closer to Lydia, a pained look on her face. No, it's not that I hate you. I just want revenge. You deliberately took me to the lake and arranged for me to meet Van just so I could never escape again. I'm glad my plan is progressing so smoothly. Leanna clasped her hands under her chin, her cheeks flushing. Aren't you even going to deny it? Lydia looked exasperated. If you need a villain, you can let me play that role as much as you like. Leanna's lips curled up. I've spent over 20 years protecting that child. If I'm the only one who has to take the blame, that's fine. From now on, I might even do worse things. Someday, when you two stand at the peak of the empire. Leanna wrapped her arms around her neck. Not at that time. You might want my head on a platter, but definitely not now. Leanna suddenly opened her arms, her expression instantly becoming lighthearted again. So, push your revenge plan back for a bit. For something like that, I just want you to pay the price for what you've done. Lydia closed her eyes and let out a light laugh. Then I'm relieved. By the way, don't you plan to go see him? Could it be? Exactly. Since I won the auction, it's time to enjoy the extra prize. Lydia walked across the grass, watching the figure ahead. Metasilon was standing by the water. He slowly turned around, his red almond-shaped eyes locking onto the newcomer, a gentle smile on his lips. Metasilon gazed at Lydia, her reflection in his red almond eyes. Her face was slightly red, her fingers tightly clutching the painting. His eyes were full of focus. Lydia turned her head, her red eyes curving into a smile. He didn't know if Lydia knew that every time she smiled at him, his heart would race out of control. He had lived in a world of hypocrisy, surrounded by people wearing masks. Those people hid their true intentions, only seeking to oppose or use him. But Lydia was not like that. From the first time he heard her name, Miss Lydia, I really wanted to know what kind of person she was. She always managed to capture my gaze. Tonight, now be prepared. So-called calmness, so-called rational judgment in this moment at all. That lost its meaning, even at this very moment. Metasilon gripped the paintbrush. His fingertips slid across the canvas. It's finished. A brilliant smile hung on Lydia's lips as she reached up to brush a lock of hair behind her ear. It's my first time being a model, so it felt a bit awkward. Metasilon froze in place, his red almond eyes widening slightly. He held his breath, unable to look away from that smiling face. I want to have her. I want to possess her completely. I want to be honest with myself. Lydia, I want to stay by your side from now on. Metasilon gazed at Lydia, his eyes full of deep affection. I understand what staying by your side means, but I have already begun to crave it. Lydia's red eyes widened. When I open my eyes, I will look for you. When I see you, I want to walk toward you. Even though we only learned each other's names a few days ago. Metasilon clenched his fist. Just what kind of existence is Lydia to me? I have already found the answer. A smile played on Metasilon's lips. Lydia, to me, what kind of person are you? Lydia pressed her hands to her chest, her red eyes. Trembling slightly. Lydia lowered her gaze. It's okay. Our story won't end here. I only hope that to you, I will always be an eternal presence. Do I like him? Lydia started walking, her heart filled with confusion. Do I love him? This is a world based on a story. I never seriously thought about this. But one thing I'm sure of. Lydia's red eyes widened, her cheeks flushing. The man before me has completely unsettled my heart. I put a lot into this painting. Do you know what that means? I know. I also know that if the return is less than the investment, it's a loss. I know that. Then, Metasylen's cheeks flushed. He let Lydia cup his face in her hands. You should understand that this is a losing deal for me, right? Lydia broke into a smile, her red eyes curving into crescents. I'm not good enough for you. Metasylen raised his hands and gently placed them over Lydia's. I'm cruel. I know. I'll accept that. I might even pester you for money. As you wish. If my life is threatened, I might abandon you. Whatever happens, that I will protect you. So, Metasylen lowered his head, a smile on his lips. Metasylen leaned down and kissed Lydia's forehead. He pulled her into a tight embrace. Since you won me at the auction, you could take me home today. The two walked side by side along the forest path. I heard military spending is causing quite a bit of trouble. Who did you hear that from? Princess Leanna, who is also my sister. You don't need to worry too much about that part. Demio raised a hand to his forehead and let out a helpless sigh. No, military spending is something I can handle. If the Istria Merchant Guild signs an exclusive agreement to supply iron or to the military, costs could be cut by nearly half. If we build large-scale housing and provide it to the knights at low prices, we can also solve the housing shortage problem. That would be too much of a burden on the guild, wouldn't it? Metasylen stopped, his eyes showing concern. Not really. As long as the Empire exists, the contract with the military will continue. This is a long-term benefit for the company. It's equivalent to making the military the guild's backer. Metasylen nodded slightly. I never make a losing deal. Even so, don't push yourself. If we want to expand the scale of the trade, we eventually have to talk to Marquis Bernhard about the contract terms. But if the news of my involvement leaks, it will look like pressure. Let's keep our relationship a secret for now. Metasylen stopped, his red almond-shaped eyes widening slightly. His expression was stiff. I don't like secret relationships. Anyway, we can't go public immediately. I had planned to announce it as soon as possible. Metasylen frowned. I'm desperately holding back right now. I want to carry you onto the carriage and take you straight back to the Imperial Palace. Being carried back to the palace? Lydia froze in place. You can't do that. Everyone will see. Lydia waved her arms, her expression frantic. That would be better. Metasylen tilted his head slightly, his red almond eyes earnest. What do you mean better? Lydia felt like crying. A terrifying image appeared in her mind. If rumors spread, Arian and Verbernia will kill me. It's still too early, so don't do anything strange. Wait a bit longer. Understood. In that case, our engagement ceremony will also be delayed. Metasylen started walking again and let out a sigh. You've already thought that far? When do you plan to hold it? I want to hold the engagement ceremony during the founding festival in 3 months. 3 months? Lydia cupped her face in her hands, her red eyes wide with shock. That seems too rushed. We'll discuss the schedule in detail later. Right now, there's something more important. What is it? Metasylen took Lydia's hand and leaned down to kiss the back of it. Who knows when we'll meet again after today? So, I want to look at you more now. What? Lydia suddenly leaned back, her face instantly turning bright red. Can a person change this much just because they're dating? Wait, come to think of it. Did he actually say we're dating? He never said we were dating. Can this really be considered a relationship? First, there's one thing we need to clarify. Secret relationships, engagement ceremonies. We've said so much, but we've never actually defined our relationship. So tell me, what exactly is our relationship? Metasylen's eyes widened. This relationship, not as obvious. His cheeks flushed, and he fell into silence. You said all those cheesy things just now, but now you can't even say what our relationship is. Lydia covered her mouth and laughed. You're right. I forgot to explain it to you formally. Lydia, would you like to? Metasylen's face was beet red. Go out? She watched the flustered man before her, her expression full of amusement. Go out? Go out, Metasylen repeated softly. Lydia, will you? Will you go out with me? Fun. Lydia interrupted softly. I was supposed to be the one to say it first. Metasylen froze, his face flushing, a look of regret in his eyes. But I grew impatient. Lydia leaned closer to his face. Since I confessed first, you must be the one to propose later. Understood? Metacylin's lips curled up, his red almond eyes. The next morning, with a hint of a smile, Elian pushed open the door. Good morning. Lydia was sitting in an armchair. Beneath her red eyes were faint shadows of fatigue. She looked listless. She flipped through the pages. So how is it going? Elian leaned in close, her hands resting on the wooden tabletop. What do you mean? Who knows when we'll meet again after today? I need to look at you more now. Metacylin's words echoed in her mind, and Lydia's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. What do you mean by that? What else do you think I could mean? I'm talking about the crown prince's joke. Elian cupped her cheeks, a blush spreading across her face as she let out a squeal. Ah, that. Lydia lowered her eyes. So, how is the crown prince's physique? Elian leaned against the table. Can't you just give me one look? No. To protect his highness's dignity. Only the winning bidder can see that painting. That kind of painting shouldn't even exist. You're such a gatekeeper. Elian slammed her hand on the table. Just once, please? No means no. Lydia let out a sigh. That's too much. Elian slumped onto the table, her blue eyes full of grievance. We're supposed to be friends. Just let me see it once. Would a so-called friend dump all the work on me and show up late for work herself? Lydia gripped her quill, staring intently at Elian. That's because. Elian shrugged her shoulders, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Go get to work. Lydia suddenly stood up, bracing her hands on the table. Where are you going? To see a client. A white carriage sped along the cobblestone road, the wheels making a rhythmic sound. Lydia sat inside the carriage, watching the street scenery flow by outside the window. Since I'm already dating Metacylin, I shouldn't be dragged into Elian's troubles anymore. I don't have to worry about my life either. I just need to maintain the status quo. Elian seems easier to deal with than before, too. We've arrived. Lydia pushed open the carriage door. This is the place. Lydia looked up. Before her was the capital's largest jewelry store. Welcome. The doorbell chimed as Lydia walked inside. I am Booble, the deputy manager of Sagarate Jewelry. A middle-aged man bowed. He placed one hand over his chest, a professional smile on his lips. How can I help you today? I'm here to buy a ruby. I plan to have it specially processed to give as a gift. In that case, I should show you the raw, unset stones. Booble stepped aside to lead the way, pointing toward the stairs. Please follow me. I'll take you to the second floor. Go and bring out all the ruby samples we have in the shop. Booble sat at the table and gave instructions to the clerk beside him. Yes, deputy manager, you've truly come to the right place. Booble spread his hands and gave a light chuckle. Our shop only deals in the highest quality gems in the empire. I noticed when I walked in that there are indeed many high-quality raw stones here. You seem to know your trade. Booble bowed slightly, looking at Lydia with an appreciative expression. Yes, I run a trading company myself. I am Lydia Ariel Mertens, the head of the Astria Trading Company. Booble's eyes suddenly widened. Here are the ruby samples you requested. A female clerk walked in carrying a tray. All the gems in our shop are top grade, but these rubies are from our premier collection. The box was slowly opened. 3 rubies shimmered with light. Booble gave a light chuckle. These gems will surely suit the head of the Astria Company. Lydia leaned down, her red eyes scrutinizing the gems from a close distance. She rested her finger against her chin, looking hesitant. I want a deeper color. Do you have anything like that? I want a red as deep as Metasiren's eyes. A red that deep. Booble took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. If you need a color deeper than this, we would need to use magic for special enhancement processing. However, the person in charge of processing has a peculiar personality. It might be difficult to introduce you. Who is it? It's Teferi Aquila. Booble whispered the name, his eyes darting away with a helpless expression. That bratty shop owner. The towering magic tower pierced the clouds, its stone walls glinting coldly under the blazing sun. You want to process a gem? Yes. I heard gems can be processed with magic. Of course they can. Give it here. Teferi reached out his right hand. Lydia grabbed his hand. Teferi jerked his hand away. Bah, I meant the gem. Oh, please wait. Here. Lydia handed over a red jewelry box with both hands. How do you want it processed? Teferi took the box and slowly opened it. I want a deeper red. Like this? Teferi snapped his fingers. The ruby burst with a bright light, its hue instantly becoming rich and deep. The facets sparkled with a dazzling brilliance. It changed so easily, Lydia's red eyes widened. No, that's only a temporary change. To make it permanent, it takes time, and I want a color even deeper than this. If you want it deeper, it will require more mana. In other words, that costs extra. Teferi rubbed his fingers together in a gesture for money. To reach the depth you're asking for, Teferi held up 3 fingers. You'll need to pay 3 times the original price of the gem. Lydia stood frozen, her face instantly turning pale. I've spent a lot of money at auctions lately. Lydia hung her head, cold sweat on her brow. Spending this much more would be, considering you gave me a blank check last time. Teferi closed his eyes and tilted his chin up slightly. This time, I'll do it for you for free. Really? Of course. But why are you processing this gem? It looks perfect to me already. I plan to give it as a gift. A gift? For your parents? It's from Metasiren. Lydia lowered her gaze, a blush rising to her cheeks. I want to give him a gem that's the same color as his eyes. You're giving this to him? Teferi's expression shifted abruptly, his gaze turning cold. I take it back. I'm not doing it. Huh? Hey, why? No reason. Get out of here right now. Teferi crossed his arms and suddenly turned his head away. Why the sudden change of heart? Could it be? Lydia's mouth dropped open. Does Teferi like Metasiren too? I've actually fallen for such a sinful man. Lydia pressed a hand to her forehead and let out a long sigh. If you really want it, it's not like I can't do it. Really? You absolutely can't go back on it this time. Lydia looked up, her red eyes sparkling. I keep my word. Honestly, what's so good about that emotionless guy? Emotionless? Are you talking about Van? Lydia tilted her head, her red eyes filled with confusion. Exactly. To be honest, sometimes his emotions are so rich, it's almost unbearable. Asian's smiling face appeared in Lydia's mind. Teferi. He touched his finger to his chin, his red eyes full of bewilderment. Right? Is it because of the strange aura I feel coming from you? What do you mean? As I thought, staying by your side seems like it will make things more interesting. Teferi's lips curled up. I'm not some kind of comedian. Lydia's shoulders slumped, her expression helpless. I'll have the gem processed and delivered by the end of this weekend. Hang in there. Life might seem meaningless for a while, but good things always happen. Don't be too depressed. Teferi patted her shoulder, his red eyes showing pity. Lydia turned her head, dot filled with confusion. If you're willing, you could try relying on me. Teferi folded his arms across his chest. Rely on you? And can I touch your face? Again? Teferi's brow furrowed slightly. Lydia reached out her finger and touched his cheek. It felt soft. Why is Teferi's face so nice to touch? Go away. Stop bothering me. Teferi suddenly waved his hand to push her back. Lydia was pushed away, but her red eyes were still full of mischief. Let me touch it one more time. Get out. Teferi snapped his fingers. Lydia was instantly teleported outside. How mean. I only touched his cheek. Lydia walked down the long corridor dejectedly. I should head back and deal with the pile of work. At the end of the hallway, a commotion could be heard. Lydia stopped in her tracks. What do you plan to do? I'm asking you how you plan to handle this. Lydia. Elian's blue eyes were brimming with tears. She gripped her skirt with both hands, her expression terrified. What's going on here? Are you the person in charge of this guild? The man suddenly pointed at Lydia, the veins on his forehead bulging with anger. Strictly speaking, I am a co-director. May I ask who you are? This is my business card. An accompanying secretary handed over a card. Sevener Begintu. Lydia took the card and read it softly. It is Count Begintu, the secretary added. I see. I am Lydia Ariel Mertens, the only daughter of Viscount Mertens. Lydia nodded slightly. Am I asking you for your name right now? Count Begin had turned abruptly, pointing his finger forcefully. I'm asking how you plan to compensate me. He suddenly threw down a stack of documents. According to the geological report, because you've been mining in that area, the foundation of the Beginda territory has become unstable. It could collapse at any time. The situation is that dire. Close the mine immediately, or I will demand that you compensate for all losses to the territory. Where was this report? Conducted? At the Imperial University, of course. 2 years ago, we only started mining after obtaining approval from the Imperial University. Until last year, there weren't any complaints. But now it's suddenly a problem? Furthermore, this document is missing the signature of the person in charge of the investigation. Lydia's finger ran along the edge of the paper, her red eyes staring straight at him. You say an anomaly was found in the Beginda territory. Then who exactly authorized this investigation? What do you want to know that for? Are you doubting my words right now? Until you provide the name of the person who authorized the investigation, we cannot take any action regarding this matter. Lydia straightened her back, her expression composed. Guards burst into the office. It's so noisy in here, what's happening? Ugh. Count Beginta stood frozen. I'll withdraw for today. Count Beginta turned abruptly, grabbed the documents, and stuffed them into his coat. You'd better watch out next time. Where are you going? Lydia stepped forward. If our mind truly endangers the territory, you can't just walk away like this. Then the compensation, no. Lydia interrupted him. We will apply for a reinvestigation of the mine through the guild's patron, Marquis Roman Bellhart. Depending on the results, we will either close the mine and provide compensation, or we will hold you responsible for threatening the guild with false accusations. Count Begintus stood frozen, his pupils trembling violently. Cold sweat slid down his cheek. Lydia, you were so cool just now. You were like a prince on a white horse. Elian suddenly pounced forward, gripping Lydia's arm tightly. Be quiet. Lydia's brow furrowed slightly. Since you're a co-director of the guild, you should be able to handle something of this level. But that guy is so tall and scary. Elian shrunk her shoulders, her blue eyes looking aggrieved. Look at this. Lydia spread a map on the table. This is the Beginta territory. Our mine is located beneath this mountain. Unless the entire mountain collapses the tunnel, that is almost impossible to cave in. Oh, so that's how it is. And you've always put safety first. Why would the geological report that suddenly change after 2 years? That's not long ago, a cave-in occurred on the opposite side of the mine. I believe the accident happened in Count Beginto's new mining area. Although it's not fully certain, he might be attacking us out of shame and anger because his own mining area was damaged. But can that make our mine become his? It's possible. Lydia nodded in confirmation. What? Elian suddenly stood up, her expression shocked. If Count Beginto's claim is accepted, the mine will temporarily fall under his jurisdiction. Because he is the investigation applicant and report submitter. During the investigation, we will be forced to stop profiting from mine. The longer it's delayed, the greater our losses. He probably wants to delay the investigation until we're forced to give up ownership of the mine. That's the worst-case scenario. Elian cried out. Since Count Beginta left quietly, maybe things won't get worse. I don't know. Lydia lowered her head in thought. If the report isn't a forgery, then someone really did authorize the investigation. Do you know anyone at the Imperial University? Elian leaned in to ask. I do know someone. Lydia's lips curled up slightly, her red eyes holding a deep meaning. You came back after only an hour. I was wondering what happened. You dragged me out just for this? I could only think of Teferi. After all, you've lived for over 200 years. You must know a person or two at the Imperial University. That is true. Since it's about a geological survey, there is indeed one person who might be able to help. Who is it? Rosalind Sackman. That name sounded very familiar. Could it be? Lydia's pupils suddenly contracted. The carriage stopped before a magnificent stone staircase. Towering spires pierced the sky. Sunlight spilled over the intricate reliefs, carrying a solemn atmosphere. The president of the Imperial University. Is it really okay to just barge in like this? He said it's fine. Rosalind. Teferi suddenly pushed open the doors. Teferi? Rosalind put down the letter in her hand and turned toward the door. Everyone else out. I need to talk to Rosalind. Teferi waved his arms to shoo everyone away. The staff in the office got up one after another. That's too aggressive. Lydia leaned into Teferi's ear. And whispered softly. It's been a long time. Teferi, we just met last month, and this is... Rosalind's gaze locked onto Lydia. I am Lydia Ariel Mertens, head of the Astria Guild. That celebrity. In any case, please sit down, both of you. Rosalind gestured toward the sofa. Lydia said, she has something she wants your help with. Miss Lydia, do you also need a bomb? Rosalind leaned forward, a flash of fanaticism in her eyes. A bomb? Lydia's pupils suddenly contracted. My specialty is explosives and gunpowder. Rosalind lowered her voice, the smile on her lips deepening. I was looking for a geology expert. Why did it turn into bombs? To detonate a bomb correctly, one must thoroughly study the terrain. Teferi leaned in to explain. She's indeed an expert in that area. Oh my, you finally admit I'm an expert. Rosalind chuckled behind her hand. You used to always say I was a half-baked rookie, only regarding explosives. Teferi crossed his arms, looking haughty. With your 50 years of experience, you can't possibly compare to my amount of knowledge. Teferi rested his chin on one hand, a mocking smile on his lips. Living for hundreds or thousands of years doesn't necessarily mean you'll become smart or wise. Rosalind narrowed her eyes, her gaze, full of mockery. What? Was she just talking about me? Teferi suddenly slammed the table and stood up, his brow twitching. Of course I wasn't talking about you, Teferi. Rosalind laughed. Calm down, Teferi. Don't make a scene here. You're quite an interesting person, Miss Lydia. Rosalind stopped laughing. So, what exactly did you come to see me for? Rosalind leaned forward. Ah, yes. I wanted to consult a geology expert. I'd like to request an investigation into the safety and mining suitability of a mine under our guild's name. Was an investigation done before mining? Rosalind's brow furrowed slightly. One was done 2 years ago, but recently someone suddenly raised doubts about its safety. Lydia handed over the document. It seems Count Begin did this. So you reinvestigated, and the results showed the foundation suddenly became unstable? Rosalind flipped through the report. Yes. Rosalind stopped moving, her pupils contracting slightly. The person responsible for this reinvestigation is no longer employed at the university. What? Does the report say who authorized the investigation? No. But I recognize this investigation technique. Rosalind pressed her finger against the page. That person made a mistake during the research phase last year that led to an accident with multiple fatalities. Rosalind lowered her eyes, her gaze turning cold. So, that he was expelled from the academic community. That means this report is complete nonsense. But how did it pass approval? And how did it get the university's seal? I was wondering that too. Rosalind leaned back against her chair and exhaled. Who exactly approved this? Teferi suddenly looked up. It's someone Teferi is very familiar with. Jack Setolin. Teferi's lips curled into an arc, but there was no mirth in his eyes. Lydia, you're even more unfortunate than I imagined. Teferi turned his head with a look of pity. Teferi raised his index finger, and a point of light expanded in the air, turning into a transparent sphere. Once I find that guy's whereabouts, I'll notify you immediately. Rosalind, can I ask you to investigate how the university seal ended up on this report? Of course. We can never allow the university's reputation not to be damaged. I'll handle this as quickly as possible. Please don't worry. Thank you. Oh, by the way, tomorrow, there's a thesis presentation and an award ceremony at the Imperial University. Could you come? Rosalind looked at Lydia with a sincere expression. Me? Yes. Tomorrow I will introduce several geology experts to you. Perhaps someone is better suited than me to handle the reinvestigation. Then I'll come over after I finish my work tomorrow. Things are progressing smoother than expected. Lydia let out a long breath, her lips curling up slightly. The issue with the mine should be resolved smoothly. Moonlight passed through the high-pointed windows, casting cold blue shadows. The end of the hallway was silent. Sebener knelt on the ground, cold sweat sliding down his cheek. Who? A dark shadow loomed over the seat. You can't even handle something like this? Countess O'Connell looked down, her blue eyes cold. I'm sorry, but... Sebener lowered his head and trembled as he tried to explain. The privilege of the incompetent. Countess O'Connell interrupted him. How am I supposed to report such a result? This puts me in a very awkward position. Please give me another chance. Next time, I'll definitely do better. Sebener shuffled forward with a humble expression. If you can't even handle a small thing like this, what can I entrust you with? Countess O'Connell propped up her chin. Sebener, Count Begin too. Yes, madam. Sebener bowed his head deeply. The emperor won't live much longer. When that day comes, the one to inherit the throne will be Metasiren. Even if he is of lowly birth, he has already secured his position as crown prince. We cannot just sit by and watch Metasiren become emperor. Countess O'Connell stepped on his hand. NGH. Sebener's body jerked, his expression pained. Lydia of the Mertens family. That she is also a woman, Lady Liana, is watching. And that woman has been supporting the crown prince from behind. This means Lydia. That is also our target. I understand. If you understand, then how could you miss this opportunity? We don't have much time left. You were the one who came to me to pledge your loyalty. Now, prove your value. As long as my son ascends the throne, your family can see the light of day again, right? Delpo. Yes, mother. Delpo stepped out from the shadows. How is the preparation for the National Foundation Day progressing? Countess O'Connell took her son's arm. I will do my best to meet your expectations. Delpo lowered his head in response, his expression submissive. My expectations? Delpo's shoulders gave a sudden jolt. I believe I told you not to show such a weak appearance in front of me. Countess O'Connell suddenly gripped her son's collar. I'm sorry, mother. Delpo grit his teeth. Cold sweat dripped from his chin. I still have business to attend to. I'll take my leave first. This is a life and death duel after all, isn't it, Count? You are right, madam. Then bet your life on dragging Lydia Ariel Mertens down. That is your only duty. After Count Begant visited the Astria Guild, he went to see Countess O'Connell. The timing of this visit is very suspicious. Liana rested her finger against her chin. Does Countess O'Connell want a medal in the guild now? Should we report this to the Crown Prince? Liana shook her head gently. Telling him now won't do any good. Pass the information to Carbis. Let him find out naturally. No matter how hard Count Begana tries, he won't be able to crush the Astria Guild immediately. Liana folded her hands. Also, send more people to watch the First Prince. He's been making some moves militarily lately. He is the kind of person who must be watched at all times. We'll have to do it sooner or later anyway. Understood. A few days later, Lydia stood before a mirror. She held up a pink gown. How about this one? The maid shook her head. That doesn't look like an outfit for a university thesis. An award ceremony. Lydia put down the dress. It's such a tough choice. The maid held up a purple pattern gown. How about this? Would it be too plain? The maid fastened a string of pearls to the collar. If you wear it like this, wouldn't it be very elegant? I've never been to an award ceremony, but this one feels just right. Not too flashy, but not dull either. You're right. And this color really suits your silver hair, Mississippi. The maid held the gown against Lydia. Do you really think so? A knock came from the door. Miss, it's time to leave. Lydia turned abruptly. Is it time already? Lydia hurriedly grabbed the dress. Am I going to be late? I absolutely can't miss this. The maid followed closely behind. Miss, please let me help you. The hall was brightly lit, and guests spoke in low voices. Shadows moved between the round tables. The air was filled with a noisy murmur. Thank goodness I made it in time. Wow. Lydia looked around, her eyes full of surprise. All the big names are here. The finance minister, the legion commander, and guild representatives. They can't be here just for a thesis presentation. Is it for networking? Lydia, a call came from the distance. Lydia turned abruptly. I'm glad you made it on time. Rosalind walked over quickly. Rosalind looked Lydia up and down and let out a hum. Is something wrong? Is there an issue with my clothes? Lydia clutched her collar, looking nervous. No. Rosalind lowered her eyes. I finally understand why Teferi took an interest in you. Rosalind turned her head with a playful expression. Lydia blinked, her red eyes filled with confusion. I mean, you're very beautiful. Teferi places a lot of importance on appearance. Rosalind turned and started walking. Follow me. Sit here. Rosalind pulled out a wooden chair. Relax first. Rosalind pressed down on Lydia's shoulders. Thank you. I have to go host the ceremony. I can't stay with you the whole time. Rosalind picked up a wine bottle and poured a red liquid. Into a goblet. I'll be back soon. Wait for me a bit. Okay, no problem. But Lydia looked around, her expression becoming a bit awkward. No one is paying attention to me at all. With a guest list of this caliber, I thought there'd be a chance to build some connections. Lydia lowered her eyes and let out a soft sigh. Is this Miss Lydia? A voice came from the side. Lydia turned abruptly, looking surprised. I'm Sagarate, the representative of the Sagarate Guild. The noblewoman nodded slightly, a smile on her lips. It's this person. Lydia's pupils trembled slightly. She was the one who participated in the auction for Van's portrait. Hello. Representative Sagarate. Just call me Sagarate. I'm so glad to see you again. At that auction, you spent 10,000 platinum coins, remember? Ha. Lydia gave a forced laugh, sweat on her brow. I was indeed a bit excessive then. What do you think of that painting? Sagarate propped up her chin, a glint flashing in her eyes. So that was her goal. It's about that missing painting. Haven't you heard? Sagarate leaned in. Of course I have, but I truly haven't seen it. Sagarate stared intently at Lydia's face. I really haven't seen it. Lydia shook her head. That's a shame. I paid a fortune for it. Sagarate leaned back. He leaned against his chair and closed his eyes, finally feeling at ease. Since she had attended the auction, he had been worried she might be as obsessed with it as Elian. The imperial family had indeed offered a refund, but he told them, it's fine. Is that true? You truly are a bold person. In the end, the painting itself isn't what's important. What matters is using it to win the favor of the imperial family. Ha. Lydia gave a dry laugh. The only reason I paid so much was because Van once painted a portrait for me. Sagarate Tanyon. Very few people know my full name. I only tell it to those I acknowledge. Sagarate reached out his white-gloved hand and firmly shook Lydia's. Miss Lydia, you have already earned that right. You flatter me. I look forward to seeing your growth. If you need anything, feel free to ask. As long as it's within my power, I will help. All right. He had completely misunderstood the situation, but explaining now, that would only make things weirder. Lydia maintained a stiff smile. She could only go along with the current situation. The ceremony is officially beginning. The master of ceremonies announced from behind the long table. Lydia turned her body. She joined the crowd in applauding. Thank you all for attending the Imperial Academy's thesis presentation and award ceremony. Rosalind stood at the podium. Countless research data points scrolled across the screen behind her, with dense text flashing alternately, showcasing academic achievements. After the awards ceremony, we have prepared a banquet. We hope you will grace us with your presence. Dense applause erupted from below the stage. How was it? Did I look cool on stage just now? Yes, you seemed like a completely different person. Lydia looked up. Is that a compliment? Rosalind straightened up, one hand on her hip, looking pleased. Dean, an aide walked in and whispered. Rosalind's smile vanished as she turned her head, her gaze returning to its usual coldness. The aide leaned into her ear, and she covered her lips with her hand. She spoke in a low voice. Sorry, something urgent has come up. Rosalind looked at Lydia. Please, go ahead. Lydia nodded slightly. It seemed like something big had happened. Lydia withdrew her gaze. Two middle-aged nobles sat opposite her, staring intently at Lydia. Lydia looked up, her expression somewhat uneasy. My goodness, you've actually tamed Dean Rosalind Sakeman. Sagaret covered his mouth, shock visible in his eyes. Rumor has it she's as brutal as a fire dragon. I can't believe she would show such a gentle side. Brutal? Tamed? Lydia froze as cold sweat broke out on her forehead. I never imagined Dean Rosalind that had that kind of reputation. After all, her nickname is the Fire Dragon. The guests whispered among themselves. I heard she's extremely cold to people. Everyone calls her the cold-blooded witch. But seeing her so kind to Miss Lydia is truly surprising. She has never been cold to me, not even once. Lydia clenched her fingertips, a ripple of emotion in her eyes. They were deliberately slandering Rosalind. It was quite unpleasant. I don't pay attention to rumors. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Lydia straightened her back, her expression becoming firm. Rumors are always exaggerated. I don't want to hear any more bad things about Rosalind. After all, no one truly knows what kind of person she is. The surrounding chatter gradually died down. Those who run merchant groups must have the ability to discern the truth. Lydia tilted her head, a smile on her lips. Right? Of course. Sagaret looked away, a drop of cold sweat on his brow. Sagaret abruptly turned his head, no longer looking at Lydia, his expression full of annoyance. Laughter rose and fell along the long table. Guests clinked glasses, but Lydia sat alone at one end, looking out of place. Have I become the boring one now? A hand pressed against the edge of the table. Miss Lydia. Lydia looked up in surprise. I am Yilad Bodlas. The man leaned down, a bright smile on his face. The second son of the Marquis Bodlas family. You know me? Of course. There have been many rumors lately about the Asteria Merchant Group and its owner. My family even once tried to arrange a marriage alliance with the Mertens family. He leaned closer to Lydia, his tone light. What did you say? Lydia froze, her expression shocked. Sorry, that was too sudden, wasn't it? Yilad scratched the back of his head and laughed with narrowed eyes. Yes, I suppose so. Lydia turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. He didn't seem like a bad person, but he felt a bit difficult to handle. Lydia pursed her lips, her eyes showing a hint of helplessness. Maybe he knows a geology expert. Forget it. I'll go ask someone else. Lydia turned away, no longer paying attention to his smiling face. Actually, I don't have anyone else to ask. Should I have just endured that awkwardness earlier? She bit her lower lip, looking annoyed. What is Rosalind busy with right now? Miss Mertens, Yilad spoke again. Is something bothering you? Lydia snapped back to her senses. She pressed her hand to her forehead, feeling a bit flustered. I don't know if I'm in a position to be picky right now. She let out a sigh, looking exhausted. Actually, I'm looking for a geology expert, but I don't know anyone in that field. I happen to know someone in that field. Yilad arched an eyebrow, his lips curling up. What? Really? Lydia looked up sharply, her red eyes sparkling. Of course. Yilad held up an index finger, smiling brightly. My former tutor, Professor Romalia, specialized in geology. If you'd like, I can introduce you. Okay. Lydia lunged forward, pressing both hands onto the table. Where is Professor Romalia now? Lydia pushed back her chair and stood up abruptly. Please follow me. Yilad turned and gestured in a direction. To think I'd meet a geologist so easily. She closed her eyes slightly, unable to stop her lips from curling up. I hadn't expected much. Luckily, I asked. She's right there. Yilad stopped and pointed ahead. Please wait here a moment. He turned his head with a bright smile. Yilad walked toward a woman in the distance. Oh, is that so? Nice to meet you. I am Jenny Romalia. She placed a hand over her chest and smiled. Just call me Romalia. Lydia. Ariel Mertens. Lydia lifted her skirt and gave a slight curtsy. The eldest daughter of the Mertens family and the head of the Asteria merchant group. Please, just call me Lydia as well. Shall we begin? I heard you're looking for a geologist. Yes, I would like to make a formal request. A request? The merchant group received a report. One of our mines is threatening the stability of its foundation. Lydia opened her palms, her brow furrowed slightly. We want to conduct a re-examination. The last investigation 2 years ago showed everything was stable. Romelia rested her chin on her fingers, her gaze sharp. So the results changed recently? Were explosives used during mining? Lydia shook her head gently. No, even without explosives, the foundation weakened in just 2 years. Romelia adjusted her monocle and fell into thought. Who was responsible for the recent investigation? Lydia was slightly taken aback. That's the strange part. She lowered her eyes, her voice hesitant. According to the dean, his name is Jaxi Torin. He was exiled from the academic world a year ago. Romelia's movements suddenly froze. Jaxi Torin? You know him? Very well. Jaxi Tornax. He is an old man who has dedicated 50 years to geology and archaeology. If he personally assessed the site and judged the foundation to be unstable, then that conclusion is likely the truth. Moreover, he is a spirit medium who can directly perceive the Earth's energy. A spirit medium? Lydia leaned forward, her red eyes wide with surprise. The dean didn't tell you? Quite a few scholars are spirit mediums. In geology, they communicate with earth spirits. In climate or meteorology research, they connect with wind spirits. This fusion, that is very useful for research. Jaxi Torin is one of only 20 high-level spirit mediums in the Empire. I see. Spirits. So this world has those things too. Her lips curled up slightly, a light flashing in her eyes. Maybe that's why Teferi knows Jaxi. They're both mages and spirit mediums. Oh no, I don't have time to sit here and chat. If Jaxi Torin is a spirit medium, that report is very likely true. Lydia sat frozen, her face pale. Is the mine really going to be closed? I'll take the job. Really? I'll have a gap in my schedule in 2 weeks. Romelia chuckled behind her hand, looking relaxed. We'll discuss the details later. Everything seems about to begin. Thank you for waiting, everyone. Rosalind stepped onto the high platform and spread her arms. The mine is today's final topic. Please be patient for a moment longer. So, she went to prepare her speech just now. As everyone knows, I have been researching explosives. Over the past 30 years, I have developed many powerful and stable bombs. They are not only to gain an advantage in the arms race, but also to support industrial uses. Click! She reached out and unlatched a golden box. The lid slowly opened. A dazzling light emanated from inside. However, this latest bomb, that is different. This one was created purely for slaughter. Her lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. Its destructive power is 5 times that of all previous models. A commotion broke out below the stage. The guests looked at each other in fear. Isn't that too dangerous? A man wearing glasses suddenly stood up, raising his right hand as sweat broke out on his brow. How could you bring such a dangerous item here? Is the safety really guaranteed? A series of questions erupted from the crowd. Teferi walked over slowly. Do I look that incompetent? To doubt something I made with my own hands? Truly, live long enough and you'll see everything. I also had a part in this research. As the founder of the Imperial University, I integrated my knowledge into Rosalind's research. Remember this well, those of you who just questioned and mocked us. He stared straight ahead, his gaze sharp. Roman and I were just directly insulted. The person who placed the order is none other than Marquis Roman Bernhard. Lydia shuddered. The Knight Commander of the Empire himself. Teferi. Dot raised his right hand, and with a tap of his finger, a red sphere floated up. He suddenly swung his arm, pointing the sphere toward the center of the hall. Screams erupted as the guests scattered in terror. It's a bomb. Someone roared, their voice full of fear. Lydia tightly covered her ears and closed her eyes. Silence fell all around. The expected explosion didn't happen. Lydia opened her eyes, looking confused. The red sphere lay motionless on the stone tiles. No fire, no sound. See? It's safe. Teferi spread his hands, looking composed. Teferi, what are you doing here? I was just worried about how things were progressing. Teferi pulled out a chair and sat down. I participated in this project too. Being criticized doesn't feel very good. Teferi picked up a cookie and stuffed it into his mouth. Lydia stared straight ahead, her red eyes unmoving and focused. Why are you staring at me like that? Teferi asked, his mouth full of cookie crumbs. Oh, you have crumbs on your face. Lydia reached out her index finger and lightly touched his cheek. Teferi flinched. You could have just said so. He waved his arms wildly and shouted. Teferi is unexpectedly generous. Rosalind lightly stroked her face, her eyes showing surprise. Come on. Now try raising your hand. By the way, Lydia, did you find a geology expert? Rosalind lowered her hand and turned to ask. Sorry, I should have handled it. It's fine, Professor. I was introduced to someone. Really? Who is it? Oh, right over there. What a coincidence. Teferi watched them, his expression subtle. What's a coincidence? Oh, that. Lydia, Romalia, and Jaxitorin are actually father and daughter. Lydia froze, her red eyes widening slightly. Lydia flipped through her notebook. The schedule for the mine investigation was set. Jaxitorin was actually Professor Romalia's father. Why didn't she mention it at first? Was there some complicated family issue? Lydia's brow furrowed, her eyes filled with confusion. Elian, did you finish processing those documents I asked for? Elian handed over a thick stack of papers. Yes, they're all here. What's wrong with her today? Is she sick? Lydia wondered privately. Lydia, Elian spoke softly. Can I take some time off? Elian bit her lower lip, her blue eyes full of pleading. Time off? Why? My grandmother is sick. Elian lowered her head, her shoulders sagging slightly. Come to think of it, Elian was indeed very close to her grandmother. She used to be spoiled by her, which was why she used to be so willful and immature. Go ahead. Really? Elian looked up sharply, a smile uncontrollably spreading across her face. Does she think of me as some kind of evil boss? Lydia's eye twitched, her expression helpless. Why would I lie to you about this? By the way, is your grandmother very ill? Elian nodded vigorously. Yes, her health has always been poor, and it's recently taken a turn for the worse. She might not have much time left. Elian lowered her head, looking lonely. I used to think she was just annoying, but seeing her like this, I truly feel for her. Finish processing those documents, and then you can go. I'll handle the rest myself. I am sorry, Lydia. It's fine. If Elian takes leave, I'll have even less time to rest. I wonder how Van is doing. She looked up, her expression full of longing. Yes, I've already received it. Metasiren, that sat behind his office desk. I'm not sure if I should accept something like this. I just wanted to give it to you. Please don't feel burdened. So, this isn't to ask for anything. It's just a simple gift. Yes, exactly. I understand. They'll take my leave. Thank you for accepting it. Please be sure to let him know. Another bribe? Metasiren picked up the wooden box. His lips curled into a sneer. I'm curious how much this thing is actually worth. Metasiren opened the lid, and jewels reflected a piercing light. At least 1,000 platinum coins. 1,000? This is insane. What did you say? Nothing. Put away. You always accept these things instead of refusing them. It's to distinguish who are the flatterers and who is truly on my side. A crisp knock came from the door. Who's there? It's me. Liana pushed the door open and entered. Sister, why are you here? Metasiren stood up abruptly, hands bracing against the desk. Just passing by. I thought I'd stop in to see you. Liana walked toward the desk. How? Is the preparation for the National Foundation Day coming along? As you can see, Metasiren hid behind a mountain of documents, looking helpless. It seems you're as busy as ever. Liana looked around, a faint smile on her lips. So, when was the last time you saw Lydia? Metasiren's pupils suddenly constricted. A drop of cold sweat broke out on his brow. He froze, looking flustered. It's probably been over a week. That's not good. Liana raised a hand to her face and let out a sigh. Listen, Liana suddenly slapped the desk. You might be getting dumped very soon. Metasiren froze, his breathing stopping for a moment. What? Impossible. Metasiren shook his head repeatedly. Think about it. Liana turned her face, her blue eyes calm. Lydia is the eldest daughter of a noble family who has just come of age. Dot is also the leader of a merchant group. She has deep ties with the Count's daughter, and her network spans far and wide. Suitors, Dot, are lining up at the Viscount's mansion. Why do you think that is? Metasiren stammered. It's because you're too slow. Before Lydia is snatched away by another man. At least show your face. Liana slapped the desk again, her blue eyes, Dot burning with anger. But sister, you should know that I can't leave this office lately. Metasiren furrowed his brows, looking aggrieved. Even if you're busy, you should at least write a letter. If I help you, you should be able to find some time, right? Liana snatched the documents, her blue eyes decisive. Really? Metasiren's eyes sparkled. Only for today. I'll handle these as your proxy. Liana flipped through the papers with an efficient air. First, categorize the important documents, then sort them by urgency. It's best to have them all done before lunch. Understood. Thank you, sister. Don't mention it. Liana waved the letter in her hand, a smile on her lips. So, when do you want to start categorizing? I'll start right now. The work is piling up. I have to move fast. Meanwhile, Lydia sat at her desk. A knock came from the door. Lydia stopped her pen. Who is it? The door was pushed open a crack. Her mother peeked her head in, a smile at the corner of her eyes. Lydia, mother, why are you here? Lydia stood up abruptly. I have something I want to ask you. Her mother sat opposite Lydia, her expression gentle. Was it so suddenly? Lydia, are you seeing anyone lately? Tea suddenly spilled over the rim as Lydia's wrist jerked. Red liquid splashed across the table. W, what are you talking about? She hurriedly set down the teapot, her face flushing instantly. If you don't have a partner, why not meet a few candidates? Her mother chuckled behind her hand, her eyes full of anticipation. A blind date? That's too sudden. Lydia turned away quickly. Oh dear, it's not sudden at all. Her mother blinked. Lately, we've received many gifts and letters from other families. Lydia stood frozen, her red eyes trembling slightly. Come to think of it, the family had once had an engagement with the Mertens family. That was news from a long time ago. Well then, let's set a date. Her mother flipped through her bag, her fingers skimming over a stack of profiles. There are many candidates. How about Yulad from the Bodlas family? Her mother held up a portrait, looking excited. Just as I thought. Lydia's heart tightened, her brow. That's showing helplessness. Mom, I don't want to go on a blind date. Why not? Her mother sat in the armchair, looking confused. Well, Lydia hesitated. But Lydia, her mother spoke softly. He seems like a good choice. Well, I already have someone I'm seeing. Lydia stood up abruptly, her hands clenching the front of her clothes. Her mother waved through the window, a smile on her lips. See you at home later. Okay. Lydia lowered her head, her brow etched with exhaustion. Carriage wheels spun rapidly, kicking up dust. She stood by the roadside, watching the carriage recede. What did I just say? I actually blurted out that I'm dating someone, but I can't exactly say it's Van. What should I do? The sound of hooves approached rapidly. The wheels screeched against the ground, letting out a sharp, long sound. A magnificent carriage stopped in front of the mansion. Another guest? Lydia stopped, her red eyes full of doubt. The staff should handle it. She turned, intending to slip away quietly. Lydia, that voice. She whirled around toward the carriage. Fun. Long time no see, Lydia. Metasiren stepped down from the carriage. His almond-shaped red eyes crinkled as his lips curved into a brilliant smile. Why are you here? I missed you. It's been over 10 days since we last met. Metasiren stepped forward, leaning down slightly to bring his face close to hers. Lydia's face turned bright red, her fingers unconsciously clenching. You're right. She lowered her eyes, a slight smile forming. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you. Ask me? Metasiren stood up straight, his gaze gentle. Lydia stood on her tiptoes and whispered into his ear. Is it really okay? She stepped back half a pace, her expression nervous. Of course it's fine. Metasiren nodded, a reassuring smile on his lips. I'm happy to help you, Lydia. His gaze was gentle and his tone firm. A few days later, at the Mertens Viscount estate, sunlight bathed the magnificent outer walls of the mansion. Flowers bloomed on either side of the steps. Whatever you do, don't act too awkward. Lydia took a deep breath and swallowed. Her red eyes trembled with nervousness. Got it, Van? Lydia turned her head to ask. Understood. Metasiren reached up to adjust his collar. As long as he hid his original black hair and red eyes, no one would recognize him. The appearance of blonde hair and blue eyes was common everywhere in this world. To avoid the blind date, she had to prove she was already dating someone, but she could never let anyone discover he was the crown prince. Lydia lowered her eyes, her face flushing. Although she hated lying, she had no choice now. If rumors got out, it would be a disaster. She clenched her fists, her brow full of resolve. By the way, how should I introduce myself? Metasiren turned his face, doubt in his eyes. Lydia closed her eyes and fell into thought. Your biological mother, that concubine, which family was she from? Metasiren tilted his head slightly, a smile on his lips. The Battenberg family. They are remote nobles who have never entered the capital. Almost no one knows their background. Then say you're the fourth son of the Battenberg family. The fourth son? Why choose the fourth specifically? You look younger than a third son, but older than a fifth. Lydia stepped forward and took his hand. Metasiren looked down at their interlaced fingers, his face flushing. There's no need to think too hard about it. Well then, let's go. She took his arm and walked quickly toward the mansion. Lydia, wait a moment. The long table was set with a lavish feast. The roasted meat glistened with oil, and the side dishes were perfectly arranged. "Eat up, Van." Her mother's cheeks flushed as she gave a brilliant smile. "Thank you, madam. I will enjoy it." Metasiren sat at the table and leaned forward slightly. He seemed to be smiling exceptionally brightly today. "What do you think of Van?" Lydia leaned into her mother's ear and whispered, "He's very charming, isn't he?" Her mother chuckled behind her hand, her eyes full of tenderness. "What do you like most about him?" "Well, it's obvious. He's very handsome." "Van, you said you were from the Battenberg family?" Her mother set down her utensils and looked at Metasiren. "Yes, it's a small territory next to the town of Polonia in the south." Metasiren leaned forward slightly, his voice calm. "Polonia, I've been there a few times." Her mother rested her chin on her hands, a bright smile on her lips. "I'll have to find a chance to visit again." "Mom, why would you go there?" "Can't I ask?" Her mother arched an eyebrow, her expression teasing. "Since you two plan to get married, I'll need to meet the elders of your family too." Her mother cradled her cheeks, her face red, lost in a beautiful fantasy. Even if she really liked Van, Lydia froze, her red eyes instantly losing their luster. "She's already thinking about marriage." "Sorry, I've been rude." Metasiren lowered his hands, his expression awkward. "It's fine, I don't mind." The Viscountess waved her hand with a smile. Viscountess." Metasiren spoke tentatively, his eyes showing hesitation. "Just call me Mother." The Viscountess chuckled. "Very well, Mother." Metasiren bowed slightly, his tone warm. She really likes him. Lydia watched her cheering mother, her eyes full of fatigue. Saxon-Baitier is just a minor local noble, and she actually took a liking to the son of that house. Lydia lowered her eyelashes, her red eyes full of doubt. "Van is indeed handsome, but noble engagements aren't decided by looks alone. I thought she would prefer someone from a prestigious family like the Baudelaires." Her mother let out a hearty laugh. "By the way, today's food is truly delicious." "Is that so?" The Viscountess straightened her back, her expression becoming excited. "Actually, I cooked all of today's dishes myself." The Viscountess laughed loudly, her eyes full of pride. "Really?" Lydia leaned forward, her red eyes wide with shock. "I heard Lydia's partner was coming, so I went back into the kitchen for the first time in 20 years. How fortunate I am to be able to taste it, to receive such a precious dish. I once received a welcome like this as well." The Viscountess closed her eyes, a nostalgic curve gracing the corners of her mouth. "Back then, when I first went to meet my husband's family, Lydia's late grandmother personally cooked for me to let me taste her skill. She used the crops grown on this land to entertain me and told me I was welcome here. That day, I decided I would marry my husband." The Viscountess turned her head, a faint rose tint rising in her cheeks. "So, I wanted to do the same for you." "Welcome, Van." The Viscountess broke into a brilliant smile, her expression full of affection. "Thank you for such warm hospitality, Mother." Metasiren looked up slightly, his blue eyes bright and clear. Mother." Lydia put down her utensils and spoke softly. "What is it?" The Viscountess tilted her head, a smile lingering on her lips. "Is it really okay for me to bring him back directly while Father isn't home?" Lydia lowered her eyelashes, her expression betraying her unease. "You'll like Van, too." The Viscountess folded her hands, her tone certain. "Why?" "Because he is the person you chose. We trust your judgment." The Viscountess gazed at her daughter, her eyes filled with tenderness. Lydia froze in place, her red eyes trembling slightly. "It's not the man we trust, but you as always." Lydia bowed her head, her silver-white wavy hair obscuring her profile. "As always." Lydia sat alone at the table, her back stiff. "I'm not even their biological daughter." The carriage wheels turned, grinding over the stone-tiled ground. The Viscountess stood at the bottom of the steps, waving goodbye. "Thank you for the help today, Van. I'm happy I could be of help. And Viscountess, I'm so glad you took a liking to me. After all, she is my future mother-in-law." Metasiren's lips curled upward into a brilliant smile. "I can't believe I'm actually dating a man like this." Lydia stared at him from across the carriage, her heartbeat echoing in her chest. "In my original world, I never even had a proper relationship. Now, I'm calmly talking about marriage. Is it because I've adapted too quickly, or is it thanks to this body I've possessed? Is there something on my face?" No." Lydia snapped back to her senses, her gaze flitting frantically toward the window. "I was just thinking that it's a bit sad I won't see you for a while." For a while? Why? Metacillin frowned slightly, his expression showing confusion. There's a small problem at one of the mines under the Astria Merchant Group. We need to go for another inspection as soon as possible. Is there anything I can do to help? Metacillin leaned forward, his almond-shaped eyes full of concern. All the preparations are already complete. It's fine. I see. Metacillin lowered his eyes, a trace of loneliness hanging on the corner of his mouth. The merchant group is almost here. Lydia looked out the window, her silver-white wavy hair swaying with her movements. Thank you for bringing me here, Van. Lydia turned back, her cheeks flushed as she gave him a radiant smile. You're welcome. Metacillin closed his eyes, his lips curving up in a gentle expression. The carriage stopped in front of a magnificent building. The carriage door was pushed open. Take my hand. Metacillin reached out his right hand, his almond-shaped eyes fixed on her. Thank you. Lydia placed her hand in his palm. Lydia, if there's anything you need my help with, please tell me. He gazed at Lydia with a sincere expression. You can even come to the office to find me. Van's office means the Imperial Palace. Lydia turned her face away, a bead of cold sweat forming on her forehead. But I can't refuse him. Lydia closed her eyes and gave a dry laugh. Okay, go on, Van, you must be busy. Yes, I should go. Lydia stood before the door, watching the carriage depart. I should get to work too. With Arian away, the amount of work is insane. Lydia turned toward the merchant group, her brow showing signs of fatigue. Excuse me. Hello. A tall man blocked her path. Lydia stopped abruptly, her red eyes wide with alarm as her body instinctively recoiled. Could you please come with me? The guard's face was stern. Why should I go with you? Lydia steadied herself, her expression wary. Someone wants to see you. The guard pulled an object from his coat. I am from that side. The guard opened his palm to reveal an exquisite crest nameplate. Lydia stared at the nameplate, her breath hitching. That side. Auguste. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. She stared at the pattern on the nameplate, lost in thought. Could be Auguste? Lydia, you shouldn't say that name out loud. The guard put his index finger to his lips, his gaze sharp. Lydia's shoulders gave a sudden jolt. She lowered her head and nodded silently. Auguste. In the underworld, the sound of money is louder than power. And when the sound of a fist drowns out money, that man is the ruler. Auguste stood at the top, gender unknown, age unknown. No one had even seen his true face. They established an organization called Auguste. For 300 years, they had secretly ruled this city and its markets. In the original story, Lydia had bribed Auguste when she first started her trading company. Why does that person want to see me? I don't know the details. My orders were simply to bring Miss Lydia there. He lowered his head slightly, his tone brooking no argument. I'm afraid I cannot do that. Lydia took a step back. I will not go to a place where my safety cannot be guaranteed. They were called the rulers of the market, but wasn't this asking her to go meet a mob boss empty-handed? But the guard followed closely, his expression urgent. I can't even confirm if that nameplate is genuine or not. Lydia turned her head, her expression cold. I will consider it. We can talk later. The guard froze, his right hand hanging in midair. I said I wanted to see you. A cold female voice rang out. Lydia stopped abruptly. The sound of leather shoes approached, steady and slow. Miss Lydia Ariel Mertens. A woman walked up slowly. Her silver-white short hair was groomed meticulously. She placed one hand on her chest. She bowed slightly. Could you be? That's right. The woman looked up slightly, a smile on her lips. I am Auguste. Please have some tea. Auguste sat opposite her and pushed a teacup forward. Thank you. Lydia picked up the cup. This child is Auguste. She looks 15 at most. She wouldn't poison it, would she? Lydia held her breath, her throat moving slightly as she stared at the liquid swaying in the cup. She took a sip of the tea, her movements stiff, her fingertips tightly gripping the rim of the cup. This is tea imported from the East. Is it to your taste? Auguste asked softly. It tastes very good. Lydia spoke quietly, her red eyes sparkling. It tastes like brown rice tea. Let me reintroduce myself. Auguste's lips parted slightly. My name is Auguste. As you know, I'm a master of Auguste. I am the eldest daughter of the Mertens family and the representative of the Astria Trading Company. Lydia straightened her back. I know who you are, Miss Lydia Ariel Mertens. Auguste interrupted her, leaning forward. The growth of the Astria Trading Company is astonishing. In just a few years, it has seized the core of the empire's commercial power. It's almost as if you can see the future. I was just lucky. Lydia lowered her eyelashes, a hint of awkwardness flitting through her red eyes. Luck. Auguste repeated the word. She folded her hands and rested her chin on them, her smile deepening. Then perhaps Miss Lydia's luck was a gift from God. What did you say? Lydia looked up, her expression confused. Nothing. Auguste's smile vanished, her tone returning to flat. Tefferley. She spat out the name, her gaze like a blade. Stay away from Tefferley. I don't understand what you're talking about. Lydia set down the teacup, the base hitting the table with a dull thud. It's exactly what it sounds like. Stay away from Tefferley. Auguste turned her head, her gaze icy. You specifically called me here just to say something like this? Lydia looked directly at her. You could have just written a letter to tell me. Do you know how many eyes are watching you? To do something so dangerous. Auguste folded her hands, a smile on her lips. Do you have nothing else to say? They'll take my leave. I'll hear the details directly from Tefferley. What? Are you planning to ignore my suggestion? Auguste looked up, her eyes filled with coldness. It's not so much ignoring it. Lydia smiled, her red eyes curving into crescents. Since Tefferley never mentioned your relationship, I can only confirm it with him in person. Lydia Ariel Mertens. You are from the Aquila family, aren't you? The name of Auguste has lasted for centuries. The master shouldn't be a child. And you seem to know Tefferley. Was it Tefferley who told you about the family? Auguste looked up sharply, her breathing becoming rapid. That's right. I heard it from him. It was enough for me to see through the fact that your current appearance is not your true self. Auguste gritted her teeth, her breathing heavy. Are you worried? Worried that I will use Tefferley? Or use the Aquila family? Lydia looked directly at her with a calm expression. Huh, use us. With just you? Auguste let out a cold laugh. If that's the case, you can rest assured. Lydia spread her hands, a reassuring smile on her lips. I have no intention of spreading word about the Aquila family, nor do I plan to use Tefferley in business. If anything, we are just acquaintances. So you're saying you have no special interest in Tefferley? Auguste looked up, her eyes fixed on her. I am interested. Lydia's smile faded, her gaze becoming serious. He's so cute. He looks just like an exquisite doll. How could I not be interested in someone so cute? Lydia cupped her cheeks and let out a light laugh. Goo. Auguste froze, her expression blank. Yes, just like a younger sister. Lydia pressed her hands together. So, Auguste lowered her head, her finger against her lower lip, letting out a soft chuckle. You think of Tefferley as a sister? Yes. Is there a problem? Lydia tilted her head, her expression frank. No, nothing. A sister is indeed very good. If it's just that, then there's no problem. Auguste looked up, the corners of her mouth curling into an arc. As long as you keep that thought in the future, we should get along very pleasantly. She looked like she was going to swallow me whole just a moment ago. Now what is this? Lydia stood frozen, her eyes full of confusion. All right, today's conversation was very pleasant. Auguste snapped her fingers. Then, please take care on your way back. Lydia Ariel Mertens. Thank you. Then I shall take my leave. Lydia bowed. The door closed heavily with a thud. A sister. Auguste sat in her seat, letting out a low laugh. It seems I worried for nothing. To think she only sees him as a sister. If it were a sister in the familial sense, it would indeed be troublesome, but that look just now didn't seem like it at all. I didn't know you would spend time maintaining such a childish mindset. I thought the young Tefferley was my exclusive privilege. Auguste propped up her cheek, her fingers picking up a flower-shaped biscuit. But that's not Tefferley's true face anyway, so it's fine. Tefferley wouldn't show that side to others, would he? For Tefferley, the only special person is me, who has taken care of him since he was small. Auguste took a bite of the biscuit, her expression ecstatic. The rustle of turning pages echoed in the silent room. When exactly is Arian coming back? Lydia was slumped behind a mountain of official documents, her almond-shaped eyes full of exhaustion. Representative. The secretary walked slowly to the desk. Regarding the regional bank issue mentioned earlier, what have you decided? That. Lydia looked up suddenly. I don't understand banking operations, so I haven't been able to make a decision yet. You seem to be overworked lately. Why not take a break? The secretary leaned in, her eyes full of concern. With Arian gone, I can't rest at all right now. Lydia waved her hand, her expression anxious. Besides, resting won't make this mountain of problems disappear. She pointed at the high stack of documents on the desk and gave a bitter laugh. Knock, knock. A heavy knocking sound came from the door. I'll go see. The secretary bowed. Lydia turned her head, her red eyes showing confusion. Representative, there is a guest. A guest named. Hello, Miss Mertens. A crisp female voice rang out, accompanied by steady footsteps. I apologize for visiting so suddenly. A brown-haired girl walked into the room, her long hair swaying with her movements. This is... Lydia froze in her seat, her red eyes wide. Her breath caught. With elegant movements, the brown hair fell like silk. My name is Aldina. The brown-haired girl placed a hand on her chest and bowed slightly. I am the second daughter of the Menelodio family. This is the true heroine of this novel. Lydia stood frozen, her breath stopping. The true heroine of the original work, Aldina Menelodio. After Count Menelodio remarried, she became a marginalized outcast, yet she never gave up hope and lived tenaciously. It wasn't until a chance encounter at a royal banquet that Aldina met. That man, the crown prince. It was a classic Cinderella story. But why did she suddenly come to find me? Has a love rival appeared? My sudden visit must have startled you. Aldina stepped forward, her expression apologetic. I came because I saw this. Aldina held up a piece of paper, her hands gripping the edges. This is our merchant group's recruitment flyer. Lydia stared at the paper, her red eyes full of shock. Yes, I'm here to apply for a part-time job. Aldina laughed. Miss Menelodio, did you see the qualifications clearly? Lydia's expression was grave. It says that applicants must have a degree or possess equivalent relevant knowledge. Have you professionally studied these subjects? Not within the country. Aldina straightened her back, her expression composed. What? Lydia froze, her red eyes full of doubt. I didn't study within the borders of the empire. Aldina waved her hand, her tone light. Did she study abroad? There was no such detail in the original setting. But then again, the fact that I'm dating Van has already destroyed the original plot. If so, what is there to worry about? Please look at this. This is the production and sales report for Various Minds for the first half of this year. Lydia presented the document, her eyes fixed on the other girl. Can you analyze it? I'll try. Aldina took the report, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly. To be honest, if I didn't have the knowledge the original Lydia possessed, I wouldn't be able to do this job. But can Aldina really analyze all of this in such a short time? First, the profitability of the newly commissioned mines is good. But I'm a bit concerned that the proportion of barter and credit transactions exceeds that of cash transactions. It seems difficult to ensure liquid funds based on the flow of mineral trade. However, as long as the outstanding accounts receivable are recovered, the problem can be solved. Considering that mineral production is increasing year by year, the proportion of cash transactions may further increase in the future. If I ask you to write a report like this in the future, can you do it? Of course, it's not difficult. Aldina smiled, her demeanor natural. Someone without real talent couldn't give such an answer. Lydia gripped the report, her expression complex. Normally, I would welcome her with open arms, but in this situation, it's really suspicious. Is it not okay? Aldina pressed her hands together in front of her chest, her brown eyes sparkling. I really want to work here. Although this involves personal privacy, I really want to break away from my family and live independently. If you're willing to hire me, I promise I will never do anything to harm the merchant group's interests. Aldina lowered her head, her tone sincere. It's true that Aldina has a complicated family background. Although it feels a bit uneasy, what could go wrong? Lydia's lips curled up, her brow relaxing. All right, Miss Menelodio, can you start tomorrow? I can start right now, boss. Please just call me Aldina. I also look forward to working with you, Aldina. Did I really do the right thing? Lydia's smile was stiff, a trace of unease rising deep within her. Meanwhile, inside the stone tower, Tefferly stood alone by the window, watching the light passing through the lens. Tefferly stopped and turned his head, his gaze icy. What wind blew you here? You didn't even give a heads up. Metacillin smiled. I've come to thank you. Thank me? Tefferly turned around, his brow showing confusion. That's right. Didn't you help Lydia before? Metacillin stepped forward, following closely. Did I? Tefferly sat heavily on the sofa, looking impatient. I heard you introduced some manpower to assist with a mine inspection. I'm here to express my gratitude. Metacillin. Dot pushed a square box onto the table. Tefferly reached out and unlatched the lid with a crisp snap. This is Tefferly's pupil shrank, his breath hitching. Pure crystal stone? Tefferly, God exclaimed. His fingertips picked up the blue mineral, which contained immense magical power. This must be worth a fortune. But did I really do something worthy of this kind of reward? The imperial family receives a fixed quota every year. Metacillin turned his face, his eyes smiling. Please, take it without worry. I feel like something is wrong. He put the mineral back in a box with a dull sound. If that's the case, then I'll take the pure crystal stone back. Metacillin reached out to press down on the lid, acting as if you were going to take it back. No, Tefferly suddenly pressed down on the back of Metacillin's hand. So you're willing to accept it? Tefferly let out a cold laugh. I knew you wouldn't send such a heavy gift for no reason. What do you really want? Metacillin's smile faded. Just one request. Please protect Lydia. I know it is a forbidden taboo for the Aquila family to interfere in human affairs. I can only ask you now. O'Connell's faction has already begun to move. His target is very likely not me, but Lydia. Why? Tefferly turned his head, his expression grim. According to imperial law, one must have a spouse to inherit the throne. So the simplest way to stop my coronation is to eliminate Lydia. So, protecting her means I must stay by her side. You can understand it that way. You haven't forgotten my duties in the tower, have you? Tefferly watched him, his expression icy. How could I forget Tefferly's position? Metacillin replied in a low voice, his fingertips tightening involuntarily. Fine, I agree. Tefferly lowered his eyes, his tone flat. Really? Metacillin suddenly looked up, a light appearing in his eyes. I've told you repeatedly. Tefferly stared into his eyes, his expression serious. You must live your whole life, not in suspicion. Of course I remember. Metacillin sat on the sofa, his expression. Then you still dare to come here? Tefferly suddenly stood up, pointing his finger at him, his expression indignant. Tefferly, are you implying I should suspect you too? Metacillin tilted his head slightly. Exactly. Tefferly gritted his teeth, his gaze icy. Not only do I want you to suspect me, I want you to suspect yourself. Tefferly turned around abruptly and closed his eyes. Then why is Lydia the only one you haven't made me suspect? What? I haven't known Lydia for long, yet you never stopped me from trusting her. Why is that? He folded his arms across his chest, a mocking smile on his lips. Give me 10 pure crystal stones, and I promise to protect Lydia. What did you say? Metacillin froze, his eyes full of shock. If you don't agree, please leave immediately. Tefferly raised his right hand and pointed toward the door. I understand. I'll bring them. As long as you can protect Lydia. Forget 10. I'll give you 100. The quill scratched across the paper. Hiring the Aquila family actually costs so much of the budget. The workload is staggering. Should I make her a permanent employee? If that I fire Arian. Boss, what's wrong? Aren't you going to inspect the mine today? All right, I almost forgot. While I'm away, the merchant group's affairs. But I'll leave to you. That's natural, but Aldina looked up, her expression hesitating. Is there a problem? Lydia tilted her head slightly, her red eyes showing confusion. Aldina suddenly reached out and gripped Lydia's wrist tightly. Please be careful, boss. I'm really worried about you going to mine with such a weak body. Aldina leaned closer to Lydia, tears welling in her eyes. How did she suddenly become like this? Lydia stood frozen, her mouth twitching as a bead of cold sweat formed on her forehead. No way. Am I even seducing the heroine? No, that's absolutely impossible. She shook her head gently, a helpless smile on her lips. You are a very important person to me, so please return safely. Aldina raised her voice again, her hands tightly gripping the others. To be worried to this extent. She seems to be a loyal person. Or maybe she just craves independence. Lydia pulled her hand back, her red eyes regaining their calm. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I'm off then. All right, please don't worry about things here. Take care of yourself. Aldina stood in place, her hands folded in front of her as she watched the other depart. Lydia pushed open the heavy wooden door. To be honest, I really don't understand her. The carriage wheels turned, grinding over the gravel road. Lydia sat in the carriage, looking out the window with a thoughtful expression. The speed is a bit slow. Is the road blocked? I originally planned to meet at the Imperial University. At this rate, I won't be able to pick up Dean Rosalind and Professor Romalia on time. What? The road is really blocked? Lydia pushed open the carriage window and leaned out. Looking ahead, the street was crowded with guards. What's going on? She pushed open the carriage door and stepped out. The driver wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking hesitant. I heard the first prince is passing through here, so the whole road is blocked. Just because a prince is passing by, they block the whole road? Did he rent this place? Lydia's lips curled in mockery, her eyes full of the absurdity of it. This is a triumphal parade for Prince Delpo. He's on his way back after suppressing a rebellion in the south. Passers-by gathered together, whispering. I heard it was just a small-scale rebellion, but he still led the expedition personally. He's an amazing person. Praises rose and fell in the crowd, blocking the road for the common people over such a small thing. Lydia frowned, her red eyes showing disgust. The person who would give such an order is definitely only that one, the Empress. When do you think we can reach the meeting place? Lydia turned and asked the driver. Well, if the parade ends quickly, it shouldn't take long to get to the Imperial University. The driver gripped the reins, looking hesitant. If we speed up a bit, we should be able to reach the mine before sunset. Lydia nodded slightly, a trace of a smile appearing on her lips. Fortunately, it seems the schedule won't be delayed. His Highness the Prince arrives. The herald galloped past, shouting loudly, his voice echoing through the street. The sound of horns pierced the sky. The heavy sound of hooves approached. A troop of cavalry escorted a magnificent carriage, slowly driving into the center of view. It's a complete show. Lydia crossed her arms, her red eyes full of disdain as she let out a cold laugh. He wants to use this scene to stabilize his position. Unfortunately, the first prince can't win no matter what. Delpo was dressed in finery, waving to the crowd with a gentle smile on his lips. At least, that's how it was in the original story. Lydia suden giripet had him, her pupil shirinking. I changed the plot a long time ago. In the original work, Aldina was pursued by both Van and Delpo at the same time. In the end, Aldina chose Van. Delpo threatened Van in public. That was the moment Van completely gained the upper hand. But because of my intervention, Delpo never had a chance to clash with Van. Delpo turned his head with a playful smile, his gaze sweeping over the roadside. Was he looking at me just now? Lydia stood frozen, her red eyes wide. She pressed her fingertips to her chest. What was that expression? Delpo's smile vanished, his eyes becoming sharp, his expression showing displeasure. How truly unpleasant. Indeed it is methicillin. He walked up behind Lydia. Whoa, you scare me. Lydia spun around abruptly, her red circular eyes filled with terror. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. Methicillin leaned in slightly, his gaze gentle. It's okay. Lydia patted her chest, her red eyes still showing a hint of lingering fear. You don't need to pay him any mind. He's just a superficial, petty man who can't cause any real trouble. If I agreed with that, my head would probably be chopped off. Lydia gave a dry laugh, cold sweat beading on her forehead. By the way, what are you doing here? Methicillin lowered his eyes, his expression full of regret. I felt guilty about not being able to accompany you to inspect the mine, so I at least wanted to see you off. I wanted to go together, but as the crown prince, I cannot leave my post for too long. There's no need to feel sorry. This is my job. I'll handle it. Lydia flashed a bright smile. Besides, Van is working hard in his own way, too. Speaking of which, Your Highness seems to enjoy these kinds of scenes. To be precise, that is the Empress's preference. Methicillin turned his face away with a helpless look. On Foundation Day, she wanted to hold a massive celebration as well. I'm trying my best to stop her. Even though the budget is tight, she keeps submitting plans that exceed it. Methicillin pressed his hand to his forehead and let out a long sigh. Van must be having a hard time. Lydia reached out and patted his arm, her expression sympathetic. But this is my responsibility. I'll handle it. Methicillin gazed at her, a faint blush rising to his cheeks. His gaze became fervent. Lydia, he called out softly. His fingertips tightened as he gripped her hand firmly. Please promise me one thing. Never go to dangerous places. And never, ever let yourself be alone. Not going to dangerous places, I understand, but not being alone? Lydia stood frozen, her red eyes filled with confusion. I'm truly sorry that I cannot be by your side. Methicillin raised his hand to stroke Lydia's cheek. I have arranged for someone to protect you in my stead. They will ensure your safety. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Lydia held his hand with a smile on her lips. But Lydia, Methicillin lowered his eyes, his expression showing a struggle. I can't help but wonder if my greed will cause me to lose the person I want to protect most. I've been blaming myself. Oh, how I crave, how I long. Methicillin dropped to one knee, clutching her fingertips with both hands. Fawn. Lydia looked down at him, her red eyes wide with surprise. It is said that the founding hero, Jarrett, won all 33 of his battles for his wife. May his blessing descend upon you. He lowered his head and placed a kiss on the back of Lydia's hand. I pray that this foolish greed will never turn into regret. Lydia stood frozen in place, her red eyes trembling slightly as a blush crept onto her cheeks. The carriage door slowly closed, and the wheels made a dull thudding sound as they rolled over the stone pavement. I should head out. As I mentioned before, I've sent someone to protect you. You'll meet them soon. Please come back safely, Lydia. She stopped and looked back, gazing at methicillin in the distance. I should have at least thanked him. Aldina and Van. They're both so dramatic. It's only a 1-week trip. To make such a big fuss. Lydia thought of their faces, and the corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. It seems I'm truly cherished. Sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Lydia. There is so much to prepare that I'm a bit late. It's fine. I only just arrived myself. I'm sorry that I couldn't introduce you to more people when I invited you to the meeting last time. Rosalind stopped, looking apologetic. Once I focus on something, I tend to overlook other details. That was my rudeness. It's fine, not rude at all. Lydia waved her hand. Having the dean and the professor there actually made me feel more at ease. Focus is a remarkable talent, isn't it? That's true. Rosalind lowered her eyes and let out a soft sigh. But sometimes it makes me miss important things. Important things? Lydia blinked, her expression puzzled. Like what? Rosalind propped her face in her hands. Marriage. I wasn't like this before, but lately I've been thinking a lot about wanting a child who looks like me. She cupped her face, looking longing. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Lydia stood there, her red eyes full of confusion. Why else? Rosalind closed her eyes with a smile. Whenever I see Teferi, I can't help but think that way. What did you just say? Teferi suddenly rushed out with a roar. Why does seeing me make you think of that? Teferi clenched her fists, her face flushed with embarrassment. Teferi, Lydia cried out, staring at the girl who had suddenly appeared. Give me your hand. Teferi strode forward and grabbed Lydia's hand, her expression incredibly serious. My hand? Lydia extended her fingers, looking bewildered. Teferi gripped Lydia's wrist. Her tone brooked no argument. Never take this off, do you understand? Why? Lydia looked up, her red eyes filled with doubt. Because I put a bomb inside. I designed it myself. Teferi pressed her hand to her chest, her lips curving into a smirk as a fanatical light flickered in her eyes. What? Lydia's body stiffened, her red eyes trembling violently as cold sweat slid down her cheek. Why would you give me something like that? Are you trying to kill me? Lydia clutched her chest, her body frozen in fear. Don't worry, it won't explode without a command. Teferi stood with her hands on her hips, looking fervent. I added other functions to the bracelet. You'll understand when the time comes. Teferi raised a finger, her gaze deepening. Of course, it's best if that moment never comes. You only need to remember one thing. Use Royusta. Teferi whispered the incantation. Use Royusta. Lydia looked down at her wrist, softly repeating the strange words. The gem on the bracelet flickered and emitted a low hum as light flowed along the metallic patterns. As long as you say that spell, the light of Alsalas will protect you. A curtain of light enveloped the two of them. What is the light of Alsalas? Lydia touched her chest, her red eyes full of wonder. That is the name of a goddess. She once bestowed a blessing. The tears of Alsalas transform into a shield and a balm. And the goddess's gem. Lydia raised her wrist. You actually stuffed so much into such a small thing? It's all thanks to my superior skill. Teferi puffed out her chest with pride. All right, now repeat the spell to deactivate the shield. Lydia raised her right hand. Use Royusta. The light curtain instantly shrank and dissipated into fine points of light. Where did you go? Why did you suddenly disappear? Rosalind looked around, her eyes full of confusion. We were here the whole time. Others just couldn't see us. Teferi closed her eyes with a smug grin. Anyway, let's head out. Rosalind smiled. She pointed toward the distant carriage. Why is Teferi coming along too? She turned to Rosalind beside her. Didn't you hear? Teferi is joining us as well. Rosalind said with a relaxed smile. Lydia lowered her eyes, her red eyes reflecting complex emotions. How is this possible? I'm truly sorry I can't accompany you, but I've arranged for someone to protect you in my stead. They will ensure your safety. Is this the person Van mentioned? The carriage convoy moved through the forest, the wheels making a dull sound against the ground. Teferi, are you asleep? Lydia turned her head and asked softly. No, Lydia. Lydia touched her chest. That's good. It would be too boring if you didn't say a word the whole trip. Teferi let out a long breath. You'll be very busy once we arrive. Rest while you can. Teferi, did you come because Van asked you to? Lydia asked curiously. Is that what he told you? Teferi glanced at her. Yes. He said he found someone who could protect me. Lydia smiled. I was surprised at first, but I'm glad it's you, Teferi. Now I finally don't have to listen to all that nagging about danger. You must hear that kind of thing often. Teferi turned her head to look at Lydia. Recently, yes. Lydia's smile faded, replaced by a look of helplessness. I know they're worried I'll suffer, but I have to handle the trouble in front of me. Everyone tells me to ignore the mind's issues. But if the mind is truly unstable, people's lives will be at risk. Lydia lowered her eyes, looking worried. So, not unless you see it with your own eyes, you won't believe it, Teferi said with a teasing smile. Yeah, I guess that's just the kind of person I am. Lydia turned her face away, speaking frankly. Am I being too foolish? Maybe I should have just believed them. Did you know I was once Methuselah's teacher? Really? Back when he was still a prince. The thing I drilled into him most was this. Don't believe anything. Even if you see it with your eyes, hear it with your ears, or touch it with your hands. Always maintain doubt. Blind trust only brings destruction. You must keep everything under your control. Only then can you stabilize the situation. And did he listen to the teaching? Not all. He never listens. It's a real headache. Anyway, just as I told Van, your persistence isn't a flaw. In my whole life, I've never seen someone with that kind of persistence fail. Lydia gazed at Teferi, her eyes showing she was moved. Are you really Teferi? You sound so mature today. Lydia reached out and squeezed Teferi's cheeks hard. Hey, let go. Teferi struggled, her cheeks being pulled to the sides. My face isn't your toy. The angry protest echoed through the forest at dusk. 2 days later, silver tents were pitched at the foot of the mountain, and campfires rose in the forest. The mountains loomed in the mist. Lydia stepped out of her tent, stretching her arms high. Her silver-white hair swayed with the movement. Sleep well? Rosalind walked over. Ah, yes. Lydia lowered her arms and adjusted her sleeves. I have gathered everyone as you requested. Rosalind nodded slightly, a gentle smile on her lips. The data is all ready. Now all that's left is the discussion. She stepped aside and made an inviting gesture. Lydia lifted the tent flap, her red eyes scanning the interior. It seems everyone is here. Looking at the cross-section, the foundation here isn't as solid as we expected. Her finger traced the lines on the map. There's a huge lake behind the mine. Even a tiny crack could lead to the water flooding the entire area. But according to the blueprints, that section has already been reinforced. Romelia adjusted her monocle. Even so, there's still the possibility of imperfect construction. Romelia lowered her gaze. To understand why Jack Sadarin judged it unstable, we must ultimately go inside and check for ourselves. I agree. Lydia nodded slightly. That is the best way. Rosalind added. Then Professor Romelia, Lydia, and I will personally enter the shaft. Teferi suddenly turned her head, her eyes showing concern. We must go in. Lydia looked straight ahead, her tone unwavering. Don't you care how much others worry about you? Lydia paused. If you must go, then I'm going too. Teferi stood up abruptly. You, Teferi? Won't that be too dangerous? Lydia turned around, looking worried. Dangerous? Teferi smirked with a confident smile. On this land, the only thing that could possibly threaten me would be a dragon at most. The wind whistled deep in the mine. Wooden supports stretched upward against the rocky walls. It's darker here than I thought. We should light the lanterns. Teferi snapped her fingers, and a faint light burst from her fingertips. The points of light spread out, and the lanterns on the walls lit up one by one, the firelight dispelling the cold. Let's go. Romelia, why do you think Jack Sadarin judged this mine to be unstable? So far, I haven't found any abnormalities. Romelia looked around, her expression solemn. Was he lying out of greed? It's highly likely. He is indeed a greedy man. You said there was a lake above, right? It should be around here. Teferi stopped. She pointed toward the top of the wall. Leave this part to me. Romelia put down her leather case. You two go check that area. Romelia raised her magnifying glass, her eyes full of rigor. Go see if there's anything suspicious. The sun sank behind the ridge, the afterglow staining the rock layers red. Good work, everyone. Rosalind stood in the forest with a gentle smile. It's all thanks to Professor Romelia's hard work. I was just walking with Teferi, strolling in the mine. Shall we eat first? Rosalind asked softly. Romelia shook her head. I'll summarize the investigation results first. Romelia walked toward the tent. Professor, are you free now? Miss Lydia, Lydia stood in the play of light and shadow, her silver hair shimmering. Her lips curved into a gentle smile. You don't look well. I'm worried. Are the results bad? Lydia stopped, her red eyes watching the other woman. No, actually, they're much better than expected. Romelia adjusted her monocle. The risk of collapse is almost zero. The magic seals and support structures are very stable. She looked down through the records. I would give this mine a passing grade. If that's the case, then why? Lydia clenched her fingers, looking confused. Jack Sadarin. Romelia pressed her hands on the table, her knuckles turning white from the force. His decision to judge the mine as failing is what bothers me most. That man's talent is extraordinary. As an ordinary person, I cannot reach his level as a spirit master. Romelia lowered her eyes, her expression grave. Yet he judged this mine to be unstable. If he saw something others couldn't, then this place might truly be dangerous. If we ignore the warning because of his reputation and it leads to casualties, what then? Lydia, I cannot ignore that possibility. For Professor Romelia, this investigation held deep meaning. What was the professor truly feeling? Was it awe for her father? The anxiety of forever following in his footsteps? Or perhaps a longing for her missing father? Lydia closed her eyes and shook her head gently. This isn't something I should interfere with lightly. Professor, I trust your judgment. Rather than some anonymous report, I'd rather bet on your words. Lydia crossed her hands over her chest. I'll leave the rest of the investigation to you. Her lips curled up, her expression bright. Miss Lydia. Romelia lowered her gaze, her lips parted slightly. Thank you. For the remaining time, I will work even harder. She looked up again, her eyes filled with determination, to ensure no more problems arise. Thank you for saying that. Well, I'll take my leave now. Lydia bowed slightly, her hands folded in front of her. She turned toward the door, her fingertips lifting the heavy curtain as she disappeared into the light. Missing family. Lydia lowered her eyes, her red eyes tinged with loneliness. In a way, my family disappeared overnight too. In their place, I've gained some new family. After hearing the professor, something feels off. Why have I been thinking about my old family so much lately? A week later, porters pushed wooden carts past, the crowd noisy. The investigation was moving forward. The mine investigation ended smoothly. Lydia sat at the table, flipping through the thick report, the paper making a crisp sound. This one goes to the academy, this one to the Ministry of Industry. She scrutinized the documents, her red eyes focused. We're finally going home. Are you happy? Teferi sat opposite her. I'm just glad the work was completed successfully. Lydia turned her head with a faint smile. Isn't the one who wants to go home most Teferi? Hey! Teferi pressed a finger to her lip, her eyes shifting. So, what did you get out of this? Teferi stared at the documents on the table, looking curious. I didn't come for money in the first place. Lydia closed the book with a sigh. To be honest, I might have lost more than I gained. I didn't expect handling these trivial matters would take so much manpower and time. Lydia straightened her back, her red eyes showing fatigue. The more ordinary the task, the harder it is to handle. Teferi let out a light laugh and leaned back. So you two were both here. Rosalind pushed open the door, clutching an official document. What happened? Lydia rose from her seat. Nothing major. I just wanted you to take a look at this. Rosalind handed over the paper, her expression serious. Lydia took the paper, her gaze freezing on the lines. I want to try making bombs for mining. Rosalind held up an index finger, a smile on her face. I've reduced the firepower and increased the stability so the mine won't collapse. I did a brief test yesterday and confirmed there was no damage outside the blast zone. If used properly, it can improve efficiency and increase yield. Lydia stared at the blueprint, her brow furrowed. This blueprint? You didn't just draw this now, did you? She held up the paper, pointing at the other woman. Oh my. Rosalind raised a hand to cover her face. Don't play dumb. The date on this is clearly from 5 years ago. Lydia pressed her finger firmly on the paper. You caught me. Rosalind covered her mouth, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Actually, I presented it at the academy a long time ago, but it didn't get much attention then. I wanted to use this opportunity to get an investment from the Asteria Trading Company. Even so, blindly investing in something like this is too dangerous. Don't be like that. If you invest, Rosalind leaned in close, gesturing in the air. I'll create even safer and more sophisticated bombs for you. Rosalind Sackman People call me a once-in-a-century blasting genius. If you trust and invest in me, I can increase the mind's yield and speed by over 30%. She turned her face, her eyes full of fanaticism. If you're willing, I can even give you a 10-year exclusive supply. 30%. An exclusive contract? Lydia turned her head slightly, her red eyes flickering with wavering. Sign here quickly. Rosalind presented the contract with both hands, her smile almost reaching her ears. Oh, okay. Lydia gripped the quill, the tip touching the paper. Wait a minute. She stopped abruptly, the pen suspended in midair. We haven't discussed the details yet, have we? Lydia looked up, her red eyes full of bewilderment. We can talk about the details after we get back, right? Rosalind quickly pulled the contract back, a brilliant smile on her face. Then I'll leave it to you. She hummed a tune as she turned and walked away quickly, leaving Lydia, frozen in place. Wait, how did things turn out like this? Her face was pale, her mouth twitching. You got played by Rosalind. Teferi stood to the side, letting out a scornful laugh. Whatever. Nothing major should happen. Rosalind's bombs did bring about huge progress and profit, but that's all in the distant future. After returning from the mine, the Imperial Academy immediately released a report confirming the mine state was extremely stable. Not only that, they formally submitted a petition to the Ministry of Justice, accusing Jack Sadarin of attempting to seize the mine for himself. The instigator of the investigation, Count Jinto, must now provide an explanation. The situation had completely reversed. If he can't give a reasonable explanation, he'll have to pay compensation to the Asteria Chamber of Commerce. Teferi spread her palms, her expression serious. How much would the compensation be? Lydia asked. That, if you count the material and mental damages from start to finish, it'll be a massive sum. Heavens! Lydia's red eyes sparkled, and her lips curled up involuntarily. Though I don't expect to get rich off compensation, at least the Count will pay for his crimes. She closed her eyes, looking pleased. According to Imperial law, it was hard to sentence nobles to imprisonment or heavy punishment. In that case, it was better to squeeze a thick layer of profit out of them. The carriage wheels ground against the road, making a sharp friction sound. I'll head in first, Teferi. Lydia waved goodbye. All right, Teferi responded softly. Lydia pushed open the heavy doors. Finally back. I wonder how much work piled up while I was gone. Aldina must be overwhelmed. Lydia pushed open her office door, her fingers resting on the doorframe. You're back, boss. Aldina quickly stepped forward, her skirt swaying slightly. Yes, but why is the office so clean? Lydia froze at the door, her red eyes wide with shock. Didn't this place used to look like a landfill? Documents were piled higher than a person, and there wasn't even room to step. Did she throw everything away? Lydia stared at the tidy wooden desk, looking stunned. Boss, this way. Aldina handed over a file. I've organized all the work from the past week. This should make it easier for you to review. She folded her hands, thought over her chest with a smile. I might have taken some inappropriate measures, so please be sure to check them. Lydia took the papers, her eyes turning slightly red. Aldina, where did you learn to do all this? It's simply outstanding. Lydia quickly flipped through the reports, her tone full of surprise. It's all thanks to the boss's good guidance. Aldina bowed slightly, looking humble. No wonder in the original story, half of the men fell in love with Aldina. She had a beautiful face, a gentle personality, and kind manners. If I were a man, I'd fall for her too. Oh, right. Not long ago, a guest came to the office. A guest? Lydia lowered her hands, her red eyes showing confusion. Yes, it was a man with long golden hair. He carried the imperial seal with him. Long golden hair? Lydia tilted her head, her expression freezing. No way. She stood frozen, her eyes full of shock. That man was very handsome, right? Lydia suddenly stood up, her hands braced on the desk. Yes. How did you know? Aldina's eyes widened in surprise. He actually came looking for me. Maybe I really should have come back sooner. Lydia propped her chin on one hand, a blush rising to her cheeks. So, what is your relationship with him? Aldina leaned in, her eyes full of curiosity. Lydia stood frozen, her red eyes looking a bit slow. I've never seen anyone that good-looking in my life. Aldina touched the flower ornament on her chest, a blush on her cheeks. Wait, Lydia's smile froze, and cold sweat slid down her jaw. How was their first meeting described in the original story? Didn't it say they were instinctively attracted to each other the moment they met? What if Van was already deeply attracted to Aldina because of this meeting? Should I just say he's my boyfriend? No, the Crown Prince would never go along with such a lie. No, Am I overreacting just because they met once? Lydia bit her knuckle hard, her finger sinking into her lip. Boss. Aldina stood at the end of the long table, looking worried. Lydia suddenly snapped out of it. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Right, she should ask what they talked about first. Lydia looked up. Aldina, what do the two of you talk about? Aldina shook her head gently. Nothing. He heard the person in charge wasn't here and just left. Do you need me to leave a message for you? Thank goodness nothing happened. Lydia let out a long sigh, her tense shoulders relaxing. No, it's fine. Even without romantic entanglements, Van's looks alone were enough to make someone lose their mind. More than that, she felt like she was forgetting something important. She closed her eyes, resting her thumb against her lower lip. Right, Elaine. Lydia suddenly stood up, her red eyes trembling with shock. Elaine? Aldina touched her lip, looking puzzled. Ah, the partner you mentioned before. Elaine, that bastard. Lydia gritted her teeth, her red eyes burning with anger. I clearly gave her a vacation, but she hasn't come back yet. If you don't show up soon, I'll go and drag you back myself. Aldina, I'm going out for a bit. Lydia pushed open the door and headed for the courtyard without looking back. All right, have a safe trip. The Woolington Count's mansion. The white stone walls shimmered in the sunlight. It's been a while. Miss Mertens. The butler stopped in the corridor and bowed slightly. Lydia held up her skirt, walking hurriedly. Sorry for visiting so late. Did something happen to Elaine? She hasn't been at work for several days. The butler avoided her gaze, looking a bit hesitant. It's hard for me to say. You should hear it from her yourself. He turned and pointed toward a closed door. Miss Elaine. That is right inside. Lydia stood before the door and knocked on the wood. Elaine? The room was deathly silent. There was no response. The butler bowed slightly. You may go straight in. Since it's Miss Mertens, it should be fine. Since he said so, she would go in and see. Lydia pushed open the door, the wooden hinge making a slight sound. Who is it? Didn't I say no one is allowed in? Elaine was curled up in the middle of the bed, her arms tightly hugging her knees. It's me, Elaine. Lydia stood in the doorway. Her red eyes were full of worry. Lydia? Elaine slowly raised her head, her blue eyes bloodshot, staring blankly ahead. What's wrong with you? Arian, curled up by the bedside. Her voice was fragmented. Lydia? Stepping closer to Arian, she stopped before the bed. Her red eyes reflected the other's haggard face. What's wrong? What happened? Are you sick? Arian kept her head low and remained silent. Say something, Arian. Lydia leaned down, her voice laced with concern. What should I do? Arian murmured, her lips trembling. She suddenly gripped her arms tight, her fingertips sinking into her nightgown. She's gone. I said she's gone. Arian let out a scream, her hands pressing hard against her temples as her body shook violently. Lydia froze in place. What exactly is gone? My grandmother is missing. Arian suddenly looked up, her blue eyes filled with terror. The former Countess of Werlentrin, Rodamin Achilleo Werlentrin. That was Arian's grandmother. Her parents were always busy with official duties, so her grandmother raised the young Arian alone. During those long years, she was Arian's only support. Arian once said herself that she loved her grandmother more than her parents. Arian wept loudly, tears streaming down her face. She had even greatly influenced Arian's sense of aesthetics. Although I knew about this, I didn't expect her to be in this much pain. Lydia gazed at her. She had never seen Arian show such an expression. In the novel, she was just a simple villain, an absurd character who stalked the crown prince. But thinking back on it, Arian has been quite kind to me lately. Have I been thinking too poorly of Arian all this time? I thought she was just skipping work for a vacation, but I didn't realize she was truly suffering. Lydia looked at the girl before her, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes. Take this. Lydia handed her a handkerchief with a gentle motion. Thank you. Arian took the handkerchief, letting out a faint sob. Are you feeling a bit calmer? Lydia sat on the edge of the bed. Yes, Arian replied in a low voice. Then tell me the truth. Did your grandmother go missing suddenly? Should I say it was sudden? Arian turned her face away, her eyes vacant. Grandmother has been very ill since last year. Many times, she couldn't even recognize people. At night, she would suddenly get up and wander around alone, sleepwalking, and probably symptoms of cognitive impairment. Lydia watched her silently, her red eyes reflecting her thoughts. So your grandmother disappeared in the middle of the night? No. She went out and just never came back. Arian shook her head, curling up even tighter. My parents have already rushed back to the territory to look for her, but there's still no word. She's been missing for 10 days. Arian lowered her head, her voice growing fainter. The entire Werlentrin family is searching. If they still haven't found a trace. Lydia's brow furrowed slightly, her red eyes filled with gravity. Arian, could your grandmother have gotten involved in some trouble? I don't know. The people of the Whirlintron territory all loved and respected her. Arian shook her head, her eyes full of confusion. Then what if she crossed the territory border? That might be why the search isn't progressing. Lydia straightened up and looked at her. My parents consider that point too, so they're trying to get permission from other lords. But every one of them flatly refused. Arian clenched her teeth, tears falling again, her blue eyes filled with resentment. Grandmother, what if something bad happened to her? Arian's hands trembled violently. Or what if she had an accident and just hasn't been found yet? Calm down first, Arian. Lydia reached out and pressed her hand on Arian's shoulder. I had no reason to intervene in this matter. Considering Lydia's relationship with Arian, I should have remained wary of her until the end. But seeing someone suffering so much right in front of me, how could I coldly turn away? Lydia looked down at the girl slumped on the floor, her red eyes sharp with insight. I will help you. Lydia spoke softly but firmly. Really? Arian suddenly looked up. I'll think more about it when I get back. For now, go wash up and eat something. Recovering your strength is most important. If your grandmother saw you like this, would she be happy? No. Arian shook her head gently, her eyes gradually regaining focus. It will be all right. Lydia's lips curved slightly into a comforting smile. Then rest for now. I'll come see you again tomorrow. Lydia let go and stood up, walking toward the door. Arian sat alone on the edge of the bed, watching her retreating back, her lips moving slightly. I'll go tomorrow. Staying here will only make me more depressed. I'll go back to work tomorrow. Good, that's a wise decision. Lydia turned back with a gentle smile on her face. Bring me all the information. I don't need trivial details. Focus on investigating cases involving seniors over 55. Classify them by region, age, religion, and faction. Understood, Tesla. Yes, master. Tesla stopped what he was doing and responded respectfully. Contact the merchants in those regions. Lydia tapped her finger on the map. If it's a disappearance, the merchants are likely to have noticed. They have a unique intelligence network. Perhaps they've heard news from other areas. Understood. Tesla nodded, gripping the record files. You've already sent a request to the Information Guild, right? Lydia looked up and asked, her gaze sharp. Yes, I've asked them to send as many people as possible, regardless of the cost. We also sent requests for cooperation to the nobles associated with the Merchant Guild. Most of them have already agreed. Good. Lydia's lips curved into a satisfied expression. I will personally submit a request for cooperation to the Imperial family. This is a race against time. It's already been 10 days. Lydia suddenly slapped the table, her red eyes full of anxiety. If we delay any longer, no one can predict the consequences. We must use every means possible. Master. Aldina stood by the table and spoke softly. What is it? Lydia turned her head. Her gaze landed on the other's face. Aldina hesitated. A bit of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. If we find the former countess, but she's already dead, what should we do? Do you really need an answer? Of course, that's a situation we must consider. But she turned her face away, her expression becoming solemn. We can only pray that such a thing doesn't happen. Footsteps echoed as leather boots stepped across the stone tiles and stopped at the end of the long corridor. It's not my fault. He whispered, his body trembling slightly. Hey, a call came from above. Demio suddenly looked up. You are the second son of the Earl of Brinsis, Demio Brinsis, right? Demio trembled all over, his hands desperately propping himself up on the ground as his pupils constricted violently. Do you recognize who I am? Berhart Caslin, Duke Bell's confidant. Demio replied shakily, cold sweat dripping down his chin. Good. It seems your head is still clear. I know you have many questions, but we'll talk later. The iron door was slowly pushed open, the heavy grating sound piercing the silence. I will give you a choice. First, come with me and leave this place. Second, rot here for the rest of your life until you die. And if I go with you? Demio's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Do you remember Lydia Mertens? Berhart lowered his voice, observing the other's reaction. Demio's fingertips jerked, and veins bulged on the back of his hand as he gripped the rough ground. That woman became the crown prince's mistress. Berhart stared at his profile, the smile on his lips deepening. Even if you broke the law, the real reason you were locked in this tower power is actually because of her. The crown prince tightened the regulations on illegal drugs, and that woman named Lydia gained immense power through it. While you are here, wasting away your life. Don't you feel wronged? Demio shuddered violently, cold sweat sliding down his cheek. Are you asking me to hurt her? If that's the case, what can you give me? I can restore your status. Berhart spread his arms, a confident smile on his face. If you are willing, you could even inherit the prince's family. Forget about that. Demio interrupted him. If everything goes well, then give me what I want. What you want? Berhart chuckled. Let's hear it. I'll decide based on what it is. In Teferi's room in the magic tower, bookshelves were neatly arranged, appearing so suddenly. What are you doing here? Teferi sat in an armchair with her hands folded, her eyes distant. Didn't our relationship end 50 years ago? How cold? August raised a hand to cover his mouth and let out a low laugh. More importantly, I now understand why he said you look like sisters. I didn't expect you to look so cute. That girl, you didn't go to see Lydia, did you? She runs the Asteria Merchant Guild. I heard she made quite a bit of money without August's sanctions, so I was a bit curious. Don't lie. Teferi gripped the armrest, her brow cold. Since she's close to me, of course I would be concerned about her. Wasn't it the same 50 years ago? You've been quiet all this time. Why are you jumping out now? On the contrary, August held up 2 fingers and shook them gently. Precisely because I've been quiet for 50 years, I feel it's time to intervene a little. Teferi held her breath, her pupils trembling slightly. Don't look at me like that. I just wanted to give you a small warning. August lightly stroked the lace on his chest, a mocking smile on his lips. Who gave you permission to do this? Thunder roared outside. No matter what schemes you are cooking up in the dark, the Aquila family has turned a blind eye. But don't cross the line. Hearing you say that, people would think you really care about that girl. August turned his head and let out a sneer. Lydia, that is under the surveillance of the imperial family. Teferi stared intently at the other, her expression stern. If you dare to act recklessly, don't think you'll escape unscathed. Are you worried about me? Aimanut. August crossed his legs in the chair, his chin resting on his fingers, a mocking smile on his lips. August lingered. Don't tell me you've forgotten the strict family rules of the Aquila family. We are strictly forbidden from interfering in human affairs. Whether it's participating in wars or assassinating important figures, there's no difference. What? Are you worried I'll kill that girl? August tilted his head slightly, his eyes cold. So you really believe his words completely? August lowered his eyes, his lips moving in a murmur. Once again, you belittle me for the sake of a mere human. He suddenly released his pressure, making the air vibrate violently. Obey my orders, absolutely. August. August propped his hands on the table and let out a muffled groan, his body stiff under the heavy pressure. Even if you were once my caretaker, I will no longer tolerate such insolence. Teferi. Looking down, her eyes were cold. Understood. August knelt on the floor, hands supporting himself on the cold ground, his body shaking violently. If anything happens to Lydia, you will be the first person I suspect. But August looked up, panic on his face. Snap. Teferi snapped her fingers, the crisp sound echoing in the air. MMPH, MMPH. August covered his mouth, his pupils trembling with terror. Don't touch her. I finally found something interesting. She is mine. August curled up, his eyes rimmed with red, tears welling up as he shook uncontrollably. At the Imperial Palace training grounds, sunlight passed over the stone walls, casting dappled shadows. To Sivan, going directly to the palace would be faster. Lydia held her skirts as she walked through the sun-drenched corridor. We also sent requests for cooperation to the nobles associated with the Merchant Guild. Most have agreed. Good. I'll try to send a request for cooperation to the imperial family. This kind of thing is something only Lady Liana could manage. I can't do it. Vaughn often practices at the training grounds. Coming here would avoid prying eyes. She looked out the window, overlooking the empty training grounds. Long time no see, Miss Mertens. It has been a while, Lord Knight Commander. Lydia lifted her skirts and curtsied slightly. What wind blew you here today? I just happened to have some free time and stopped by to take a look. There's still some time before His Highness the Crown Prince arrives. Roman crossed his arms with a smile. I've been seen through. Lydia's shoulders trembled slightly, a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. I observe His Highness Metasilon when he was drunk. Just by looking at his face, I can tell what he's thinking. No matter how His Highness disguises himself, no one in the palace fails to recognize him. Roman spread his hands with a look of pride. So I was found out back then. Lydia covered her burning face with her hands. Don't worry too much. I've already ordered the knights to keep quiet. The news definitely won't leak out. Roman turned his head with a reassuring smile. Thank you. Lydia lowered her hands, looking a bit awkward. Commander. A guard leaned in and whispered into Roman's ear. Roman tilted his head, his eyes showing doubt. I'll take my leave now. It was brief but pleasant. Roman rose from behind the table. You're leaving already? How did I realize he was here? Roman walked to the window and looked down into the courtyard. Because His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Metasilon pushed open the large doors, his red almond-shaped eyes gentle and a smile on his lips. Lydia, are you here to see me? Metasilon walked toward the long table with steady steps. Yes, I have something I want to ask of you. Lydia looked up, a smile spreading on her lips. What is it? Metasilon sat at the table, his red almond eyes fixed on her. I need a temporary permit to search the territories. Is that possible? Lydia turned her face, her expression serious. Search the territories? Metasilon's smile faded. Even for me, that's not an easy thing. It requires approval from the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Peacekeeping Forces. Lydia's eyelashes flickered, her red eyes showing concern. Is there a reason to search the territories? Metasilon leaned forward. Yes. Lydia lowered her eyes, her fingers gently tugging at her skirt. I want to help. Lydia lowered her gaze. Her red eyes were filled with complex emotions. To be honest, I don't know why either. Lydia leaned back against the chair and let out a long sigh. I could have told myself it's none of my business and just stayed out of it, but this matter has been weighing on my mind. We weren't even that close. Metasilon watched her, his red almond eyes still gentle. Or rather, I used to dislike her quite a bit. Even so, putting all that aside, I still want to help. Is searching the territories necessary for helping? Metasilon watched her. Yes, absolutely necessary. Lydia straightened her back, her red eyes full of determination. Metasilon raised his hand to signal, leaning his head toward an attendant's ear to give an order. The attendant bowed and then turned to leave. Shall we go for a walk first? He reached out his right hand. Lydia looked up at him, her red eyes widening slightly, her thick eyelashes trembling. Of course, Lydia replied softly, placing her fingertips in Metasilon's broad palm. Metasilon held Lydia's hand as they walked side by side on the stone path. I once thought about clearing this place to expand the training grounds. Fortunately, I didn't do that. He tightened his grip, his palm pressed against the back of her hand. He didn't let go, although it was a bit embarrassing. That felt good. Now, it finally felt real. My relationship with this man is indeed special. She watched Metasilon's profile, her heartbeat clearly audible. Metasilon stopped, a gentle curve on his lips. Lydia, yes? You seem to have a lot on your mind. Is it because of what you mentioned earlier? Metasilon slowed his pace to ask. Oh no. Lydia shook her head gently, her red eyes widening slightly. I just feel a bit awkward. She looked down at their joined hands. I shouldn't have touched you without asking. Lydia, does that even need to be asked? Lydia's lips curved into a smile. We don't need such formalities between us. Metasilon froze, his red almond eyes trembling slightly as a flush appeared on his cheeks. You don't need to seek permission. Whenever you want it, you can. She looked up, her gaze steady and bright. What you want to do is also what I want to do. What I want to do is also what you wish for. Exactly. That is the relationship between us. The days have passed so quickly that it's given me an illusion. Metasilon murmured. I even wonder if the time spent with you is just a hallucination. Meeting you, Lydia, is it really not a dream? It's the same for me. Lydia replied softly. Being able to meet the most popular man in the Empire feels like a dream to me too. So sometimes I hesitate to see you. It was the same today. I kept wondering if it was appropriate to ask this of you, if it was really okay for me to come see you like this. I'm sorry. Metasilon lowered his eyes, his red almond eyes filled with guilt. I should have made it so you could come see me anytime. But his brow furrowed, a trace of unease in his eyes. There are too many eyes watching this place. I have to hide my movements, especially O'Connell's faction. There are just too many people staring at us. Lydia nodded gently. Her red eyes were solemn. That guy is cold and ruthless. Metasilon turned, his red almond eyes downcast. Even knowing my beloved is in distress, I must wear a mask and act as if nothing is wrong. If they knew all this, how many people would still love me? Vaughn, Lydia called softly, her red eyes full of concern. She watched the man before her. People don't like those who are too cold and rational. If they can't see a human side, they think you're different from them. So I act. But look, Lydia's fingertips lightly touch the back of Metasilen's hand. Your palms are so sweaty, saying things against your heart, unable to stay calm. You're actually this nervous. Lydia took a silk handkerchief from her bosom and gently pressed it into Metasilen's palm. Vaughn, you aren't as cold as people think. He always stands in the position of protecting others. Yet he's also a man who longs for something to lean on. He never easily makes grand promises of total devotion. That's why I like Vaughn. A breeze blew through the flowers, and light and shadow shifted between the two. Lydia stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Metasilen's neck, pressing her body against his chest. I hope Vaughn can be honest with me. She closed her eyes, her fingertips gently stroking the back of his head. In front of me, you don't need to wear a mask. Metasilen's body was stiff, his red almond eyes trembling slightly, a flush appearing on his cheeks. Metasilen wrapped his hands tightly around her waist. They sat side by side on a bench. Lydia cupped her face in her hands, her fingers touching her burning skin. This is the first time I've hugged an adult man. I didn't dare look into Vaughn's eyes. Even if I went back to that moment, I would still choose to hug him. Lydia turned her face, her red eyes flickering. Lydia, Metasilen called softly, his red almond eyes watching her. Lydia's shoulders jerked, her fingers nervously fiddling with her skirt. Could you please close your eyes first? Close my eyes? Okay. Lydia obediently closed her eyes, suddenly asking me to close my eyes. Lydia kept her eyes shut, her cheeks turning bright red. We've already hugged, so is the next step. Oh, quiche. Lydia suddenly opened her eyes, her red eyes wide with shock. Metasilen's finger brushed over the back of her hand with a gentle motion, sliding a ring onto her finger. A cold metallic sensation came as the ring settled firmly. It reflected a faint light. This is... Lydia stared at her fingertip. Her cheeks flushed. This is a gift I prepared. Metasilen turned his face away, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. The people around me said sending something like this would be a burden, but I decided to give it to you anyway. I hope you'll accept it. Metasilen watched her with a gentle gaze. This is a ring blessed by the goddess bell Olivia. It symbolizes hope and love. Lydia raised her right hand, the ring sparkling in the sunlight. It's really beautiful. Metasilen took Lydia's hand. This is usually a gift given to pray for a lover's health and safety. May this ring protect you, Lydia. Metasilen leaned down and placed a deep kiss on the back of her hand. This ring will protect me, she repeated softly, watching the faint glow on her finger. Ah, it actually doesn't have any special functions. I heard that lovers often give these, so I wanted to try too. Metasilen pressed his fist against his lips and turned his face away with a slight cough. So, but is this a couple's ring? Lydia lightly stroked her fingertip, her red eyes sparkling. I like it very much. The size is just right. Metasilen let out a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders relaxing as a smile appeared on his face. Wait, I'll give you a gift too. That gem I commissioned from Teferi should be finished by now. I'll look forward to it. Metasilen took Lydia's hand, a smile on his face. Lydia, about what you asked me before. He walked side by side with her on the stone path, his expression becoming serious. You don't need to force yourself for this. Lydia stopped, her red eyes full of unease. Sorry for making you worry. Metasilen turned his head to look at her face. I will issue a temporary permit for a search of the territories. Really? Lydia looked up, her eyes flashing with pleasant surprise. You want to help your friend too, don't you? Thank you. Lydia looked up, her red eyes full of gratitude, a smile blooming on her lips. Do you have to leave now? Yes, I'll come see you again next time. Lydia, Metasilen pulled her by the shoulder and leaned down to place a kiss on her forehead. Until then, please take good care of yourself. The mansion stood in the night, lights illuminating the curtains. Tree shadows swayed in the garden. Lydia, she pushed open the heavy wooden door, her fingertips brushing against the doorframe with a slight sound. The secretary walked in quickly. You're back, master. Lydia looked around at everyone in the room. Thank you for your hard work. The secretary bowed slightly. It's nothing. We've already organized the cases you mentioned. Crimes against seniors and missing persons. He handed over a stack of documents. Over the past 5 years, there have been 32 cases in total. Lydia took the report, her red eyes scanning the dense text. This number is too low. The secretary pointed to a few lines. 17 of them were criminal cases, but no connection to other cases was found. They weren't premeditated crimes either. All the criminals have been caught. In that case, we should focus more on the missing persons cases. Lydia held the documents close, her red eyes solemn. In this world, missing persons are actually more troublesome. In the world I used to live in, surveillance cameras and black boxes made searching easier. If it's a kidnapping, at least we can negotiate with the criminals or seek help from people around. She bit her knuckle, lost in thought. Starting from the Periodan territory, what is the furthest city a merchant caravan could reach? Lydia suddenly looked up into the secretary's eyes. A small town called Tebren. The secretary leaned over the map, his finger tracing the parchment surface. It's sparsely populated, nothing special there. Lydia stared at the map, then start the search from there. Please pass this news back to the guild. Understood. The secretary bowed his head in command. Since they went missing from the Periodan territory, the possibility of moving in that direction is the highest. She closed the files and clapped her hands. Let's rest for today. Information will keep pouring in. Lydia looked around at everyone, her red eyes firm. We'll wait for further updates until tomorrow. This is for Arian and for the members of our merchant group family. Please hang in there a bit longer. Yes, Master. Aldina, you will be in charge of summarizing all the intelligence tomorrow. Yes. Aldina straightened her back and answered in a low voice. Arian might come tomorrow. Lydia's lips curved into a smile. Don't hand her a written report. Please convey it to her orally. In such a painful situation, she probably won't be able to read any text. Understood. Aldina nodded in agreement. By the way, where are you going tomorrow? The palace will issue the temporary search warrant. Lydia stared ahead. We need to mobilize all the soldiers we can. So, go home early today. Lydia lightly patted Aldina's shoulder. Yes, Master. The door closed behind them with a faint click. Lydia was left alone in the room. Phew! She let out a long breath, her tense shoulders relaxing as she brushed her silver hair behind her ear. When all this is over, I'm going to enjoy a good vacation. A peaceful and brilliant vacation. A few days later, the morning light spilled through the white curtains into the spacious bedroom. It is time to wake up, my lady. It is already morning. The maid stood by the bed with her hands folded in front of her. Lydia, lying amidst the quilts, let out a muffled groan. The door was suddenly pushed open, hitting the wall with a loud bang. Elian rushed into the room with a brilliant smile on her face. What, are you still sleeping? Elian laughed as she leaned over the bed. Breakfast time passed long ago. Lydia sat up abruptly, her silver-white wavy long hair falling over her chest. Her red eyes were clouded with confusion. Why'd you come all this way? We found her. Elian pressed her hands to her chest, her blue eyes sparkling. I stopped by the office on my way here. They found grandmother's whereabouts. It's only been a few days since the search warrant was issued, and there's already news? Lydia's pupils trembled slightly, her red eyes filled with surprise. This is the report Tesla wrote. Quick, read it. Elian handed over the thick stack of papers, her fingertips trembling with excitement. It records the places grandmother visited and where she went missing. Tesla said he'll send people to search that area, so we should be able to find her soon, right? Elian leaned down, her blue eyes flashing with anticipation. Yes, it seems so. Lydia forced a smile. She looked down at the papers in her hand. Something still felt strange. I'd better read a bit more. The disappearance of the former Countess Periodan was first discovered by the daughter of the current Countess. She reported it to her parents and requested assistance, but the application was not immediately approved. It was said that the final approver, Count Periodan, was not present at the time. However, it was confirmed that he was in his study that day, busy with personal writing, so that was not actually absent. Lydia flipped the page, her fingertips pressing hard against the edge. The former Countess's trail was found in the town of Tebren, but merchants said someone had asked the same questions 2 days ago. This meant someone was already looking for her whereabouts 2 days prior. It was said she was traveling with several men at the time. It was puzzling. This report should have been passed to Count Periodan. Did you finish reading the report? No, I only read the beginning. Is there something else? What is it? You aren't hiding anything from me, are you? What are you talking about? Of course not. You go home first. I'll tell you after I've confirmed the details. Lydia closed the report, avoiding the other's gaze. What? Honestly? Fine. I'm leaving then. Elian pursed her lips and turned to walk out of the room. The door clicked shut. I will arrange today's schedule myself. You may leave. Yes, my lady. The maid bowed and left. As the footsteps faded away, Lydia gripped the report until her knuckles turned white. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She turned to the last page of the report. Who wrote this? Lydia suddenly held up the paper, her red eyes cold. Her fingertips dug into the edges. I wrote it. Aldina stepped forward, her expression calm. Why did you write it that way? Lydia approached her step by step, her red eyes fixed on her. It almost makes it look like Count Perioton is the real culprit who kidnapped his own mother. I believe it is a reasonable inference. Aldina pressed a hand to her chest. He deliberately ignored the request for help, even though he already knew the former countess's whereabouts. Yet he took no action. What could Count Perioton possibly gain from this? Lydia held up the report, her red eyes narrowing. This is just speculation. Aldina lowered her eyes. The former Countess Perioton decided not to leave 2 mines to her family, but instead decided to return them to society. Even in the era I lived in, such things happened. Dirty family disputes triggered by wealth. I was just worried about reaching a conclusion too recklessly, so asked a few more questions. It seems you didn't. Lydia turned her face away, a slight smile on her lips. I'm sorry for being so harsh with you. Aldina. Ironically, the search that had been delayed for 10 days suddenly made progress after we visited Tebrin. The Perioton family couldn't even persuade the nearby lords, causing the search to stall. This is too strange. And according to the report, Count Perioton received the news 2 days earlier than we did. The secretary nodded slightly, her expression grave. The guild intelligence says a woman suspected to be the former countess is leaving the territory with a strange man. It's impossible for the count not to know about this. It makes no sense at all. Lydia stood by the table, her eyes icy. I think so too. To be honest, Lydia reached out and pressed her hand on the table. I plan to withdraw from this matter. What? How will Miss Elian react then? The secretary was startled, her brown pupils contracting sharply. Are you saying the Astria Merchant Guild should poke a hornet's nest just because we're afraid of Elian's anger? Lydia looked directly at her. If we offend Elian, the Astria Merchant Guild might fall into danger. The secretary frowned, her expression solemn. At a critical period of business expansion, creating an enemy who knows our internal operations is too reckless. I am more worried about the Perioton family's retaliation than Elian's anger. Lydia's expression was grave, her red eyes calm. I don't intend to withdraw haphazardly. I am well aware of Elian's contribution to the guild. Therefore, the Astria Merchant Guild will officially withdraw and hand over all documents to the Imperial Court. Lydia spread her hands, a smile on her lips. The secretary froze, her brown eyes filled with shock. Beside her, Aldina also looked surprised. Yes, I will officially request the Imperial family to conduct an investigation. Since it involves kidnapping and illegal imprisonment, the Imperial family should step in. The nib of the pen scratched across the paper. Cabby sat at his large desk, his expression focused under his short gray hair. He was bent over the desk, writing busily and dealing with a mountain of official documents. Cabby slammed his hand down on the documents and leaned back against the chair. Even having 2 bodies wouldn't be enough. He let out a long sigh. Lady O'Connell and the founding day anniversary. A rhythmic knock came from outside the door. He lowered his arms and straightened his collar. Colmeen, pardon me. An attendant entered the room, carrying a tray with a red envelope placed in the center. Cabbies reached out and took the envelope, his fingertips touching the red wax seal. He opened the letter and scanned the handwriting. A slight smile touched his lips. Where's my sister now? Miss Liana is at the family estate, currently attending a meeting. The attendant bowed slightly. Tell her to come to the palace immediately. She must arrive by tonight at the latest. Cabby's eyes were filled with a smile. Understood. The attendant bowed deeply. It seems you have received the results regarding Lady Mertens. Yes, providing information to the Astria Merchant Guild was the right move. He leaned back, tapping the letter with his fingertip. I believe Lydia will make a pragmatic judgment, but she might also try to cover this up. After all, as a merchant, she would want to avoid getting involved in politics. The attendant stood before the desk, looking serious. That's why she handed the matter over to us. This is the only case for which we have a lead. As we expected, the Astria Guild sought help from the Empire. Cabbies propped his chin up with his hand, his finger lightly stroking his cheek, the corners of his mouth curling upward. But this is still a dangerous gamble, the attendant reminded him with a bow. I don't think so. It's been 4 years, and the methods of the Empress and the concubines have become increasingly cruel. It is only natural for me to be worried. Why are they interfering in the affairs of the Perioton family? We'll know the answer once we've interrogated them. The truth will come to light soon. Remember, a lizard's tail won't stay short for long. The attendant's expression was tense as he locked eyes with Cabby's. The attendant turned to leave. Did you have another fight? A fight? No. Lydia officially transferred the case. Really? Metasilon followed quickly, his red pupils contracting slightly. I didn't expect it to be so fast. I thought she would hesitate, worried about causing you trouble. She must have wanted to help. After all, she and Lady Perioden are old friends. Have you heard the rumors? About those two, the princess and her maid. Lydia doesn't seem to care. Metasilon leaned back with a smile. Indeed, she is very firm in her beliefs. Cabbies responded in a low voice. Since she rarely appears in social circles, Lady Perioden's words will surely turn into rumors. The two sat opposite each other. Thanks to Lydia, we were able to intervene this time. We're lucky. Metasilon turned his face. Why? You don't like it? You don't look happy. Cabbies raised his hand to his chin. It is unpleasant. Metasilon lowered his eyes. His red pupils filled with gloom. What? Cabbies pressed. Lydia has exposed too much. Metasilon leaned forward, his hands on his knees. It feels like we're using her, and that makes me very uncomfortable. Using her? We are just in a mutually beneficial relationship. Perhaps. Metasilon responded in a low voice. Lydia told me not to go too far. She even apologized to me. Metasilon lowered his eyes, his red almond-shaped eyes showing gentleness. I told her I would provide help directly instead of pretending not to see. Then I should go and apologize later, whether it's you or me. The door was suddenly pushed open. Liana stood at the door. Fawn, are you here too, sister? Cabbies rose from the sofa and looked toward the door. You called me here in such a hurry. What happened? Liana walked quickly into the room and sat beside Cabbies. He reached into his coat and pulled out a red envelope with a wax seal. It seems Lydia has entrusted this to us. Let's leave it like this for now. We can act immediately. What should we do? Liana took the letter, her fingers brushing the edge of the wax seal. I don't suggest taking immediate action. If we miss this opportunity, that we may never have another one. Moreover, we must consider Lydia's situation. If she withdraws from this matter, her relationship with Lady Perioden will become complicated. Liana spread her palms, her expression grave. If we act rashly, we will put Lydia in a very awkward position. We should give her time to handle it. So Van, listen carefully to what Lydia says. Understood. Metasilon nodded slightly. In any case, there isn't much time left. Liana's lips curled up, her eyes cold. No matter how long it takes, once the opportunity passes, the other side will show their fangs first. Everything will be over soon, so don't be too impatient. In the spacious drawing room, the firelight flickered. I didn't expect you to come here in person. Lady O'Connell picked up her teacup. Is it really that strange for me to come here in person? No. The Count hesitated. Lady O'Connell sat on the red sofa. How is the current situation progressing? The Count remained silent, his fingers rubbing the white fabric of his trousers until it wrinkled under his palm. Lady O'Connell set down her teacup, the porcelain clinking against the tray. Sitting here like this, do you think we are on the same side? The Count shuddered, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Lady O'Connell turned her head slightly, a cold smile on her lips. You were the one who came to me first, remember? Yes, I remember. Many people come to me to get what they want. They all say the same thing. As long as you are willing to help me, I am willing to give my life at any time. Do you think I will believe that? Lady O'Connell looked directly at him, her eyes flashing with a cold light. You begged me to let your daughter become a member of the imperial family. Lady O'Connell stood up. In exchange, I demanded the 2 mines belonging to the former countess. She walked across the room, her leather shoes clicking on the wooden floor. You said then that you wouldn't even hesitate to deal with your own mother to give me the mines. Lady O'Connell stopped behind the Count. Did I force you to do that? No. The Count trembled, cold sweat sliding down his cheek. His blue pupils shook violently. Then, Count, Lady O'Connell reached out with her black-gloved hand and stroked the man's cheek with her fingertips. Now you say you want to give up? What logic is that? Lady O'Connell leaned down, her eyes icy. I am sorry. The Count was pale, sweat dripping from his chin. But I absolutely cannot hurt my mother out of greed. Lady O'Connell swung her right hand, her black leather glove slapping across the man's face. Foolish. In the imperial family, it is common for relatives to kill each other. With a father like you, I doubt your daughter can truly adapt to imperial life. Lady O'Connell raised her index finger and hooked it slightly. An attendant suddenly stepped forward and grabbed the Count's head, slamming his face hard against the table. The wood made a dull thud. I thought that as the head of the nobility, you wouldn't be swayed by emotion. Lady O'Connell looked down at the man whose face was twisted in pain. Her eyes were cold. You are truly mediocre and dull. Kill your mother and give me the mines. Isn't it simple? If you refuse, you will watch your daughter's future crumble with your own eyes. Lady O'Connell looked down at the man's face, which was distorted by pain, her eyes full of coldness. Think carefully. Which is more important, your parent or your child? She turned around with a mocking smile. The Count lay on the table as the attendant released him. He gasped for air, cold sweat soaking his sideburns. He raised a trembling hand and clutched the front of his shirt tightly. What did you just say? You're going to wash your hands of grandmother's matter? Elian slammed her hand on the table, her blue eyes wide with shock. Yes, that's right. Lydia sat behind the desk, tapping the paper with her finger, her expression calm. Why the sudden change? Elian leaned forward, her hands gripping the edge of the table. I told you why just now. Lydia closed her eyes and let out a sigh. The mastermind behind this might be your father, Count Periotin. Lydia, Elian screamed. I said I would help you before purely as a favor, without any interest involved. Lydia looked down at the scroll in her hand. But this time it's different. Do you really believe that? Do you really think so? You read that report too. Elian, as the daughter of the Mertens family, I can trust and help you. But as the representative of Astria, I cannot interfere in this matter. Do you want the Astria Guild to fall into a dilemma and suffer losses? Elian trembled. My father, he loves grandmother. No matter how busy he is, he visits her at least once a month. Grandmother is his pillar. To me, she is the treasure who accompanied me in place of my parents. Elian, she clutched the bow on her chest, tears streaming down her face. Do you think I would believe he planned all this just for grandmother's property? She looked up, tears sliding down her cheeks, her voice hoarse with emotion. Besides, the report could be wrong. Indeed, it could be. Lydia sat in the armchair with her hands folded, her expression unruffled. But in the face of 99 possibilities, do you think it's meaningful to dwell on that 1%? Elian froze, her lips trembling, but she couldn't make sound. The intelligence we collected will be handed over to the imperial family. This will make the investigation faster. The real trouble lies in the intelligence itself. Elian had a mocking smile on her face. That intelligence is accusing my father. Don't treat me like a child, Lydia. Do you think I don't notice? You're acting like a child right now. Lydia sat still, her expression cold. It doesn't matter even without your help. Elian raised her white-gloved hand and wiped the tears from her eyes. I don't need the imperial family's intervention. I will investigate in my own way. Elian turned and walked away. Elian, Lydia rushed forward and grabbed her arm. Let me go. Elian struggled to shake off her hand. I know you've changed, but the old Lydia would never talk about these things without blinking. She stopped, her blue eyes full of tears and disappointment. When you said you would help me, I was glad to have a friend like you. That's not the case. Goodbye. Elian left resolutely. Lydia stood alone in the empty room, staring at the closed door. Night fell. The full moon hung above the clouds, its cold light covering the entire mansion. Lydia let out a heavy sigh. She picked up her wine glass and took a sip of red wine, her brow showing fatigue. Being hated by others. That is harder than I thought. Why? I've been doubting myself, wondering if I was too harsh, whether I was too cruel. Fine, hate me then. Lydia lowered her eyes with a self-mocking smile. I didn't want you to stay anyway. It's better not to see each other now. The heavy door was pushed open with a soft sound. Representative? Aldina called out softly. Oh, Aldina. Lydia turned her head, her red eyes regaining their spirit. An impeccable smile appeared on her face. Are you all right? Aldina took a step closer, her eyes full of concern. Ha! Lydia chuckled, covering her mouth. Why do you ask? You look very tired. Aldina looked at her with concern. Isn't work always tiring? Lydia turned around, her steps slightly unsteady. Aldina, do you want a glass too? She held up her wine glass, her eyes full of smiles. I'll pass. Aldina shook her head gently. Don't push yourself too hard. Aldina reached forward and held Lydia's wrist. Everything will eventually be forgotten. Time will solve all problems. Aldina folded her hands with a gentle smile. Lydia, to us you are the most important person. Lydia froze, her red eyes wide and her expression a bit dazed. Then I'll be off work now. Aldina turned toward the door. Wait, Aldina. Lydia reached out, her red eyes full of urgency. Lydia's foot slipped and she lost her balance. Her white skirt fluttered in the air. A hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Lydia's sleeve. The fabric wrinkled in the person's grip. Lydia looked back in surprise, her red eyes trembling. Van Metasilen stood in the light and shadow with a smile on his lips. You're drunk, aren't you? Please excuse me. Metasilen, Dot leaned down and picked Lydia up. Did you drink a lot? Lydia leaned against Metacylin's chest. There's a reason. Metacylin tightened his arms. I see. Are you going to scold me? Lydia looked up, her eyes full of unease. Metacylin smiled. Of course not. Call me next time. I'll drink with you. There's no need for that. Lydia waved her hand quickly. Aren't you busy? I'm actually more free than you think. Metacylin leaned close to her ear, his breath warm. Liar, Lydia. Dot muttered softly. If you're not busy, why do I only see you when I go to find you? Metacylin lowered his eyes. That's because if I proactively see you, it will put you in danger. Lydia froze. What? I worry every day. Metacylin looked into her eyes, which were full of concern. You're already too conspicuous now. If I could, I would keep you by my side forever. But the more I see you, the more dangerous your situation becomes. So I can't easily get close to you. Are you saying I'm in danger? Lydia asked softly, her expression a bit hesitant. My enemies are protected by the imperial family. Outside the castle, Lydia, you would easily become a target. Metacylin tightened his arms and looked into her eyes. I'd rather be hated by you than put you in danger. So even if you feel lonely when I'm not around, please bear with it. I will make sure they never dare touch a hair on your head. If anything happened to you, then I might go crazy. Metacylin whispered with a smile. When I'm angry, I'm actually very scary. Even Liana. That can't handle me. Lydia raised her hand and touched Metacylin's cheek with her fingertips. You don't look like that kind of person at all. You look very gentle, like a big softie. I'm only like this with you, Lydia. Metacylin closed his eyes, feeling the touch on his cheek. A smile spread across his lips. Lydia rubbed her eyes and sat up, her red eyes bleary. This is my room. I drank too much last night. My head hurts. She pressed her hand to her forehead. You're awake. Metacylin sat by the bed and looked at her. Fun, Lydia. I called out softly. Didn't you go back to the palace last night? Lydia sat in the quilts, looking a bit surprised. I intended to go back, Metacylin. Dot turned slightly, but your mother insisted that I stay overnight. Mother really likes Van. Lydia closed her eyes and giggled, her cheeks flushing. Still, this feeling is strange. She stared ahead, her red eyes sparkling. Seeing Van's face as soon as I opened my eyes. A morning like this. Lydia rested her cheek on her hand, her face flushing. Is this what it feels like to live together after marriage? Metacylin approached quietly. Your face is very red. Are you feeling unwell? No. Lydia waved her hands in a panic. I just feel a bit hot. By the way, is it okay for you to stay out like this? Metacylin straightened his back, his eyes full of pride. I do whatever I want. No one dares say a word. True. Who could stop the crown prince? Lydia chuckled, her eyes full of joy. Metacylin turned his head. Are you hungry? Now that you mention it. Lydia touched her stomach. I am a little. Metacylin reached out his right hand with a gentle smile. Then, shall we go on a date? It's been a long time since we went out together. Metacylin, dressed in fine clothes, entered the restaurant. The surrounding diners all turned to look, their eyes focused on him as they whispered. Lydia sat opposite him, her finger lightly touching her lower lip. With his golden hair and blue eyes, his expression looked softer than usual. Is that why everyone keeps staring at him? Metacylin noticed her gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Lydia's shoulder jolted as she suddenly snapped out of it. Fun. Do you usually look in a mirror? Is there anyone who doesn't look in a mirror? Then what do you think when you look in the mirror? I don't think anything. He turned his face with a faint smile. Lydia stared at him. Are you saying you're so used to it that you don't feel anything? I guess you're used to being stared at too. Metacylin rested his chin on his hand with a smile. But why do you ask? Lydia quickly turned her head away. Just curious. The waiter approached with a trolley. Your meal is ready. Lydia looked at the plates on the table with a bit of hesitation. But we only ordered 2 steaks. This is our signature dish. The waiter reached out and lifted the metal cloche. The special steaks were 2 huge pieces of meat lying across the plates, their surfaces glistening with oil. Garnish was scattered around them. Normally, 1 portion is enough for a family of 4. The waiter looked at the 2 of them. But you ordered 2. It seems you both have quite an appetite. Lydia froze in her seat, her mouth slightly open. Metacylin stared at the huge steaks, his expression frozen. It seems we ordered the wrong thing. Lydia bit her finger. The menu just said steak. I didn't expect the portion to be so large. Since it's here, let's finish it. Metacylin picked up his knife and fork. Are you sure you can finish it? Of course. I can eat more than you think. Metasilent gave a brilliant smile, his golden hair shimmering under the lights. The knife and fork clinked against the porcelain plate as the steaks were precisely cut. Lydia leaned back in her chair and let out a long breath. You really finished it all. Although Van ate much more than I did, why does he look completely fine? Metasilent picked up his napkin and elegantly wiped the corners of his mouth, looking perfectly composed. If he entered an eating contest, he'd definitely win. Lydia chuckled. Are you going back now? Metasilent put down his wine glass. I don't have any special plans today. That's great. Lydia suddenly stood up and leaned on the table. I have a place I want to take you to, even though you should be very familiar with it. The two walked out of the restaurant side by side and entered a lush green path. I really didn't expect you to eat so much, Van. She looked at the man beside her. Metasilent looked ahead with a bitter smile. When I was a child, I was often scolded for eating too much. Even though it doesn't show, I actually gain weight quite easily. Ever since I started learning from Master Bernhard, I've learned how to control my weight. Lydia tilted her head, her round red eyes sparkling with curiosity. Then you must have practiced for a long time. Your swordsmanship must be incredible. Metasilent lowered his eyes and let out a light chuckle. I wouldn't say I'm particularly outstanding, but among my brothers, I was the strongest. However, if Teferi heard that, he'd definitely tell me not to get ahead of myself. Teferi is also your teacher, right? When he taught me, he appeared in an adult form. He was quite a strict teacher. Teferi in an adult form. Lydia clasped her hands to her chest, her round red eyes full of longing as she imagined that woman's gallant figure. She must be a peerless beauty. A peerless beauty? Metasilent's expression stiffened, his round blue eyes filled with awkwardness. Lydia, I think you have some misunderstanding about Teferi. The sound of crisp footsteps rang out. Oh, what a coincidence to meet you both here. At that voice, she snapped her head back, her round red eyes wide with surprise. It's been a long time, Lydia. Verbonia's golden eyes were full of smiles as she lightly tapped her chin with a folding fan. But who is this person beside you? Verbonia tilted her head slightly, her gaze falling on the man next to Lydia. Lydia looked panicked and reflexively blocked the man. I see. Verbonia closed her fan. A hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. The rumors aren't necessarily all false. She reopened her fan, a deep smile hanging on her lips. Verbonia lifted her skirt and bowed elegantly. It is truly an honor to meet you here, Metasilent. Metasilent turned his face. You know me? How could I not? Lydia clutched her chest, startled, as cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Verbonia recognized him. If she knows about our relationship, will she try to kill me later? Metasilent leaned close to Lydia's ear and whispered, What do you plan to do? Don't we still have places to go? If it's something important, I should send Miss Latte Pelt back first. It's fine, it's nothing urgent. Lydia forced a smile, her round red eyes flickering slightly. Do you two have plans next? If you don't mind, I'd like to chat with you. The three sat around a round table, their teacups clinking against the porcelain. Lydia sat with her back straight, her hands tightly clasped on her knees. I never expected such a chance encounter. Verbonia covered her mouth and chuckled, her golden eyes narrowing. Could this be fate between us? I don't think this is a coincidence. Metasilent picked up his teacup, his round blue eyes cold. Oh, you don't think I would stalk someone so noble, do you? Verbonia leaned forward, her smile deepening. You might not have stalked me. Metasilent put down his cup, his gaze sharp as a blade. How is Duke Latte Pelt lately? I haven't seen him since he sent me that useless gift. Gift? Lydia suddenly looked up, her round red eyes full of shock. My father's health has always been good. But what kind of gift was it to be called useless? Metasilent picked up his teacup. It was indeed a worthless gift. Verbonia turned her body, her golden eyes watching Lydia. How have you been lately? I haven't seen you at any gatherings since the last charity event. Lydia avoided her gaze. I've been busy handling company affairs. Verbonia stroked her cheek with her fingertip, a playful look on her face. Busy as you are, you're still dating in secret. And your date is such a grand figure that ordinary people can't even meet. It's romantic enough to make one jealous. Lydia's throat moved slightly as she forced out a smile. Thank you. Verbonia leaned forward. Are you not interested in tea parties? Lydia gripped her skirt. I've never attended one. Verbonia reached out and placed her hand over the back of Lydia's. Then I'll send you an invitation next time. You must come. I will prepare rare tea snacks for you. Lydia, please be sure to attend. Verbonia suddenly gripped Lydia's wrist tightly, her fingertips digging in. It hurts. Lydia has no need to go to such a place. Methicillin spoke coldly, his round blue eyes devoid of warmth. There are more important things to do than idle chatter there, right? Methicillin reached out, took Lydia's hand, and drew her toward him. Yes, Lydia responded in a low voice. I will arrange things according to your schedule, Lydia. Verbonia was still smiling, her golden eyes fixed on the two. No need. We aren't close enough for me to attend your tea party, Verbonia. Lydia looked up, her gaze becoming firm. Is that so? Verbonia lowered her eyes, a shadow covering half of her face. Fun. Can you let us stay alone for a while? Understood. Methicillin replied in a low voice. Be careful, Lydia. You can stop acting, Miss Verbonia. Lydia withdrew her gaze, her round red eyes cold. You plan to poison me at the tea party, don't you? Verbonia let out a clear laugh. Is there even a need to ask? I prepared the most perfect poison for you. Once swallowed, it will slowly solidify your internal organs until you can't even breathe. You're quite quick to react. Verbonia turned her head, a sneer on her lips. How can a business person not be sharp? Lydia sat straight in her seat, her expression calm. The symbol of the latte pelt family is the venomous snake. Once it bites its prey, it never lets go. A cold light flashed in Verbonia's eyes. Since you've become my prey, don't think of escaping. You can't escape. Won't you regret saying those words? Regret? Don't make me laugh. Verbonia scoffed. This was always a battle to see who dies first. What's the point of regret before the coffin lid is closed? A cold light flashed in her eyes. So be careful. Don't think that just because the crown prince is by your side, you can let your guard down. Otherwise, you'll lose your life. Verbonia lifted her skirt and bowed. Today was very pleasant. May the spirit of Mount Sigilodia bless you, Lydia. Her lips curled up, but her eyes were cold. Mount Sigilodia? What is that? Lydia tilted her head, her round red eyes full of confusion. I heard she had a foul personality, and as expected, the rumors were true. Why? Mount Sigilodia is famous for its curse. Millions of bones are buried there. It's a mountain of death teeming with monsters. Lydia's lips quirked into an arc. Did she really think something like that? That could scare me? By the way, you mentioned Duke Latte Pelt sent a gift. Lydia turned and approached Methicillin. Can you tell me what was? Methicillin stopped in his tracks, his hair falling forward. It was really nothing. He wanted to give his daughter to me. His daughter? Lydia froze in place. Verbonia? Her eyes snapped wide open, treating his own daughter as a gift. Is that family all insane? It was indeed meaningless, right? Lydia let out a soft laugh. I suppose so. Shall we go? To the place you wanted to visit, Lydia. Methicillin took her hand, their fingers intertwining. The tower stood tall as sunlight pierced through the clouds. What are you doing? Did you two come all the way here just to show off that you're dating? Show off? Lydia stopped her footsteps. Honestly, what's so good about a man like this? Teferi glanced over, his eyes full of distaste. What? Methicillin's brow furrowed slightly. That's too harsh, Teferi. By the way, I'm the biggest sponsor of the Magic Tower. Trying to pressure me with money? You shameless brat. Teferi crossed his arms and let out a cold snort. So what brings you here? Teferi looked at Lydia. The gemstone I asked you to find last time. Can you give it to me now? Lydia leaned in, her round red eyes sparkling. Teferi remained silent and turned toward the bookshelf. He had placed the gemstone inside the bookshelf. Lydia watched his movements as Teferi reached out, his fingertips vanishing into the void. That's a pocket dimension. I heard mages store all kinds of things there. That sounds convenient. Look at this. I don't know who's following you, but they've picked the wrong place. Teferi's lips curled up, his eyes full of mockery. He suddenly exerted force, his fingers gripping ahead within the void, dragging the lurker out by force. I suppose this is a talent of sorts. With a casual toss from Teferi, a man in black slammed heavily onto the floor. Lydia covered her mouth, her round red eyes trembling violently. How are you making enemies everywhere? Teferi looked down at the figure on the ground, appearing perfectly composed. Teferi clenched his fist, a mocking smile on his face. Some idiot actually dared to break into my room. The man in black slammed to the ground, let out a muffled groan. He curled his body, his fingertips, digging into the floor. Methicillin stared at the figure on the ground. Teferi, who is this person? Teferi glanced over. Probably an idiot. Or scum. I didn't mean it like that. Teferi spread his hands. I don't know who he is either. We had to find out his identity now. Teferi leaned down, his palm aimed at the man's head. A purple light flared. Now, reveal your identity. The man in black erupted in a piercing scream, his body twitching violently. Red vines burst from the ground. Lydia hid behind methicillin, her fingertip pressed to her lips. This scene, that is really hard to watch. Teferi glanced over. It seems the interrogation will take some time. Come back to check later. He flicked his fingers, and purple chains appeared out of thin air, tightly binding. But the man's torso, Teferi exerted force, shoving the man into a black vortex. Get in there. Move faster. The man in black let out a final scream. He vanished completely into the rift. Teferi clapped his hands, his expression returning to calm. Methicillin turned his head. Lydia, I have something to tell you. Lydia looked up, her eyes showing confusion. Yes. Lydia, you might have already guessed, but some things cannot be hidden forever. Our relationship is gradually becoming known. Some people that have already started taking action. Methicillin lowered his eyelids. Marquis Bernhard has also noticed. No matter how much we block it, rumors will eventually spread. Besides, no matter how your highness disguises himself, no one in the palace would fail to recognize you. Lydia nodded slightly, a trace of bitterness on her lips. The queen and the concubines have sent assassins after me countless times. Even if I ascend the throne, they won't stop. Once the Foundation Festival is over, it will be hard for them to pull me down. Methicillin pressed his hand on Lydia's shoulder, his eyes full of resolve. So, as I said before, until the Foundation Festival arrives, they will target you by any means necessary. I promise never to let anyone touch you. I am sorry, Lydia. Lydia's face was cast in shadow. She remained silent for a long time. All right, I accept your apology. Methicillin suddenly looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Lydia, I know you've been working hard to protect me, Van. Lydia, that responded softly. Methicillin lowered his eyes. In the end, that's why I don't blame Van. Van has already done his best to protect me. It's just that those people are too persistent. I never thought being with you would be without danger. Lydia clutched the front of her clothes, her round red eyes flashing with determination. I'm also preparing in my own way. So, Van, don't blame yourself for this. Methicillin turned his face, a blush appearing on his cheeks. Lydia, Teferi shouted loudly. Think about it. Is this your private playground? Why are you? Stop being all lovey-dovey? Get out. Lydia tilted her head and laughed lightly. Why so angry all of a sudden? The two instantly vanished from the spot. Lydia waved her fist toward the tower in protest. Kicking us out just like that. How cruel! Methicillin held her shoulder, his eyes full of concern. Are you all right, Lydia? Lydia turned her head, her expression a bit dazed. I'm fine. Methicillin raised his hand and pressed his forehead, cold sweat seeping between his fingers. The world feels like it's spinning. I'm so dizzy. Methicillin's body swayed, his center of gravity leaning forward. Lydia reached out to support his chest. Are you okay? Methicillin leaned into her shoulder, his forehead resting against the crook of her neck. Sorry, let me lean on you for a bit. Lydia wrapped her arms around his back. There's no need for apologies between us. Lydia, you really are amazing, Lydia. Lydia looked up slightly, her round red eyes showing confusion. Me? Methicillin tightened his arms, pulling her into his embrace. Yes, of all the people I've met, Lydia, you are the most. The most special one. Lydia blinked. Is that a compliment? Methicillin chuckled softly. How could it be an insult? Suddenly his brows furrowed as he gritted his teeth and let out a muffled groan. MMPH, Lydia asked softly, are you all right? Just staying like this for a bit is enough. I expected many enemies to be watching me, but I didn't think they'd dare to infiltrate the magic tower. Should we increase the number of guards? I feel like I've forgotten something important. Her eyes suddenly snapped wide. A red gemstone appeared in her mind. That's right, my gemstone. A red jewelry box sat quietly on the table. Luckily, Teferi sent the gemstone separately. A rhythmic knocking came from the door. A servant reported in a low voice through the door, miss. You have a visitor. Lydia pushed herself up from the armchair. Who is it? The servant stood by the table, looking a bit hesitant. It's heavy footsteps approached from afar. Leather boots made thumping sounds on the thick carpet. Count Peliatin looked around, a smile on his lips. So this is where my daughter works. Lydia stood up abruptly from her seat. Count Peliatin. The Count walked straight to the sofa, lifted his coat, and sat down composedly. Lydia clasped her hands in front of her, a hint of doubt between her brows. Why did you come here without any notice? The Count crossed, his legs, and rested his hands on his knees. It's no big deal. You two seem to have had a fight recently. Elaine, That has been crying. The Lydia I know isn't the type of child to make someone cry, so I'm quite confused. Lydia's fingertips trembled slightly, and a hint of stiffness appeared in her round red eyes. It's normal for friends to have disagreements. As long as we meet again, we can always smile and make up. Even if we're hurt, we should try to talk to each other. She interrupted him, her voice calm. I'm sorry, Lord Count. Lydia sat in the armchair, her round red eyes looking straight ahead. It wasn't a simple fight between Elaine and me. Count Peliatin narrowed his eyes, his smile deepening. Is that so? Lydia tilted her head, a smile on her face. That's right. Elaine is angry with me. The Count stopped smiling and leaned forward. Over what? Lydia raised her hand. Elaine once consulted me regarding a certain matter, the disappearance of the former Countess Peliatin, but Elaine seemed dissatisfied with my investigation results. I said it wasn't a simple disappearance, but rather felt like someone's deliberate act. Count Peliatin's fingertips suddenly tightened, and the veins on the back of his hand, resting on his knee, bulged slightly. He looked up, his eyes cold. Then who do you think did it? Do you have someone in mind? Lydia opened her round red eyes and tilted her head slightly. That is for the imperial family to investigate, not me, since the case has already been handed over to them. The guild's involvement is limited. I'm sorry, but that I couldn't be of more help. Count Peliatin pushed back his chair and stood up. Not at all. Since I now know why Elaine is sad, I won't disturb you further. Lydia remained in her seat. Are you leaving already? The Count walked through the spacious corridor, with Lydia following behind to see him off. He stopped at the door, turned around, a smile on his lips. Miss Lydia, it might be a bit ridiculous to say this to a guildmaster, but may I give you a piece of advice? Lydia looked up. Yes. The Count leaned close to her ear, acting like you know everything. That is not a good habit. He straightened up, his eyes cold. To live in this world, you need to learn to speak with more discretion. Well then, I hope you continue to be good friends with my daughter, Miss Lydia. Lydia stood in place, her round red eyes staring in the direction the Count had left, her hands clasped in front of her. Aldina walked in quickly, looking worried. Boss, are you okay? What did the Count say? Lydia turned to look at her assistant. Aldina. Her eyes were cold. Investigate Count Peliatin and Tesla. Commission the guild to tail the Count. The secretary's eyes widened. Tail him? Lydia nodded slightly. Yes. Tracking his movements is crucial. The suspect in the kidnapping of the former Countess actually came to see me in person. As expected, there's definitely something wrong with Count Peliatin. 3 days later, Count Peliatin's movements were flawless, with nothing suspicious. He hardly ever left his estate. Elaine went out alone occasionally. She didn't meet anyone in secret. The Imperial Knights cordoned off the streets and officially began the search for the former Countess. They questioned passers-by. Although they found some fragmented clues, they still couldn't determine her whereabouts. Lydia sat in the armchair, holding the report in her fingers. It seems even the Imperial family is finding it difficult. Cabbies held the documents. It's only natural to report to the person who initially transferred the case. Lydia closed her eyes and let out a light sigh. Although I told them there's no need to report, it's good to keep track of the situation at all times. Where on earth could the former Countess be? If I could, I'd really want to charge directly into the Peliatin estate, but I can't do that. She turned her head to look out the window. Let's just go home for today. Aldina walked in carrying some materials. Boss. Lydia turned around. Oh, Aldina. Aldina handed over the documents. This needs your approval. Lydia took the paper, gripped her quill, and quickly signed her name. The tip of the pen scratched against the paper with a rustling sound. She pushed the document back to the corner of the desk. Well then, Aldina, you should go home too. Aldina held the materials tightly to her chest. Boss, when you have too many worries, it might be better to face them directly. Lydia tilted her head, her round red eyes showing confusion. Aldina clasped her hands in front of her chest. These past few days, your face has been written all over with worry. Lydia raised her face. Me? How is that possible? I'm perfectly fine. She curled her lips into a bright smile. Aldina lowered her eyes, but she reached out her fingertip and pressed down on the letter on the desk. When you're looking at this, you don't look fine at all. Lydia raised her hand to cover her lips and let out a dry laugh. Was it that obvious? Aldina, how do you always see through me? Is it because she's the true female lead? Lydia felt like Aldina's words carried a certain weight. Aldina stood before the desk with a focused expression. Because I'm the person who has been by your side watching you for the longest time. Lydia's heart tightened. That sentence didn't seem to refer only to recent events. Could it just be my imagination? Aldina lowered her eyes. Boss, your current worries might be painful, but as time passes, they will eventually be forgotten. She leaned in a bit closer, her tone light. Do you remember what you were worried about last week? Lydia propped her cheek on her hand. Aldina continued to press. Then what about last month's worries? Lydia fell into deep thought. Aldina's expression was gentle. Half of what you're worried about now will disappear within a few days, and the other half will soon vanish too. So the most important thing is to know that these worries will eventually pass. You're worried about whether you should tell Elaine about the investigation, right? Lydia nodded. Yes, I think Elaine should know the truth. Aldina hit the nail on the head. Isn't it just to ease the guilt in your heart? Lydia froze instantly. Ugh. She let out a long breath and relaxed her tense shoulders. You're right. To be honest, I do feel uneasy. Even though I didn't start this mess, I feel like I've done something wrong to Elaine. Aldina pressed her hand to her chest and gave a reassuring smile. You haven't done anything wrong, Lydia. You're just telling the truth. You don't need to feel any responsibility or guilt. Lydia froze in place, her round red eyes dazed. This feeling was like as if a priest were absolving her of her sins. Lydia leaned back in her chair, a smile returning to her lips. When I listen to you, I feel like you're much more mature than I am, Aldina. Aldina withdrew her hand and waved her fingertips. It's just something I heard elsewhere, or rather, it's more accurate to say it's something I saw somewhere. Where did you see it? Aldina turned toward the door. I just read it somewhere. She must have meant in a book. Cabby's leaned on the bench, his arms crossed over his chest. The current problem. That is that the investigation progress is too slow. He turned his head to look at Methicillin beside him. We've searched every mountain and cave. Why can't we find the Countess? 2 days ago, many people saw her alive. Could she really be dead? Methicillin flipped through the documents in his hand, the paper rustling. That's the hypothesis I least want to believe. You said Count Peliatin wants the former Countess's assets. Cabbies leaned over and hurriedly searched through the materials on the table. Right? That information is somewhere in here. According to the Countess's will, she plans to donate all her property to the St. Lydia Foundation. Since only she can modify the will, there's a high probability she's still alive. Cabbies closed his eyes and let out a long sigh, though we have no idea where she could be. The mountains in the Teblin region are extremely rugged. If someone were traveling with an elderly woman, it would definitely attract attention. What if we were looking at the wrong mountain range from the beginning? Cabby spread his hands. The locals' testimonies all point to that mountain range, and we did find signs of entry. The two fell into silence. Cabbies looked directly at him. We might have to mobilize the knights. Methicillin's eyes flickered. If we're searching caves, we do need the manpower. I understand. But once the knights are mobilized, the investigation will become completely public. That will attract the attention of the queen and her faction. Cabby spread his palms. We have no choice. If we can't find the Countess, how do you plan to explain it to Lydia? She even risked her friendship to hand the case over to us. Are you going to tell her we're so incompetent that we can't catch the culprit or find the person? Methicillin remained silent. What's this? The door was suddenly pushed open, hitting the wall with a thud. Liana stood at the door. Why are you all slacking off? Cabby stood up abruptly, his brow furrowed. We're not slacking off. We're just resting. Liana walked straight to the desk. If you're resting, then you must have found something. Move aside a bit. Cabbies moved to the side, muttering in a low voice, yes, yes, yes. Liana's gaze swept over the dense records. Let me see what you found. Cabbies leaned his body over and rested his forehead on Liana's shoulder. Spare me. I haven't even had breakfast, and I've been buried in these piles of documents until now. Liana looked at Methicillin. If you're tired too, do you want to lean on me as well? I'm Euphina. Methicillin composed himself. Is there any unusual movement from Count Peliatin? Yes, he's got much quieter than expected. That's a man who's been through the political grinder for over 20 years. As the former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, he's an extremely brilliant orator. He's the type of person who can tell countless lies with a straight face to achieve his goals. We must not underestimate him. He might have already gathered so-called evidence of his innocence and is just waiting to show it to us. Methicillin nodded slightly, his expression grave. Methicillin stroked his chin. He was the same when I saw him not long ago. Count Peliatin had bowed slightly, a flawless smile on his face. It's been a long time, Your Imperial Highness. He spread his palms, his tone steady. I apologize for not fulfilling my duties due to some family matters. I am truly sorry. Methicillin watched him. Even knowing he was under investigation, the man remained so calm. I heard the Astria Guild has been expanding its business lately. Have you heard anything? Methicillin shook his head slightly. I don't tend to talk about business with Lydia. I don't really need to know, and besides, what? He stared at Methicillin. Aren't you being too cold? Methicillin avoided his gaze, looking a bit awkward. I don't even get to see her that often. I feel like talking about business would seem too cold. Cabbies raised his index finger, his tone becoming serious. Lydia looks strong on the outside, but I bet she's struggling inside. Women want you to understand what they're thinking even if they don't say it. He doesn't have many people he can talk to. If you keep your mouth shut too. Lydia, who else can he trust? Methicillin looked troubled, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his temple. You must take the initiative. Open his heart. Even if he doesn't say a word, you must learn to read his mind. Cabbies closed his eyes with an entranced expression. That's the only way you'll get his love. Liana stood to the side with a gloomy face. Oh, is that so? She suddenly reached out and grabbed Cabbies by the collar. Since you understand a woman's heart so well, why do you only do things that make me hate you? Cabbies' body that went stiff, cold sweat pouring down. Sister, sister. Liana let out a roar. If you have time to preach here, then get lost and get to work. Methicillin pressed a hand to his forehead and shook his head helplessly. Light filtered through the high curtains, illuminating the interior furnishings. Aldina looked at Methicillin. The boss will be back soon. Methicillin nodded slightly. Alright. Cabbies raised his index finger with a serious expression. Even if Lydia looks strong on the outside, I bet she's struggling inside. You know, women want you to understand what they're thinking even if they don't say it. That's why I came to ask Lydia if she's okay. As it happened, he ran into Tefli on the way. Tefli took a bite of a cookie, his cheeks bulging. Noticing the gaze, he looked sideways at the person beside him. What are you looking at? Is there a problem? Methicillin withdrew his gaze, a faint smile but hanging on his lips. Without warning, Lydia pushed the door open and entered with a bright smile. I heard there were guests in the office. Her gaze shifted slightly, landing on the person in front of her. Fawn, Tefli? Methicillin raised his hand, gesturing with a smile in his eyes. Lydia walked in quickly, her expression full of surprise. Why did you two come together all of a sudden? Tefli brushed off the crumbs. This guy said he wanted to see you. That's so I followed him. Lydia tilted her head, her eyes showing curiosity. So Van, why did you come? Methicillin lowered his eyelashes, his expression a bit hesitant. He turned his face slightly to avoid her gaze. I just wanted to ask, Lydia, if you've run into any trouble lately. Lydia froze in place. Trouble? The case of the former Countess Paliadin has already been handed over to the imperial family. The guild and my employees are all assisting in the investigation. Lydia pressed a hand to her chest, a smile on her lips. So, I'm doing very well. Actually, I'm more worried about you. Van, as the crown prince, you must have a lot of official business to attend to. Is it really okay for you to come out so frequently? Methicillin closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth turning up. For you, Lydia, I'll certainly make time. He gazed at Lydia with a serious expression. I don't want to use being busy as an excuse to neglect the person I love. Lydia froze. Van and Tefli stared ahead. I'm hungry, Tefli said. Lydia snapped out of it. Tefli crossed his arms and cleared his throat. Kids these days really have no sense of atmosphere. He suddenly stood up. Let's go get something to eat. Lydia looked hesitant. Are we all going together? Tefli's eyes widened as he stared at Lydia. What? Are you not planning to go? Lydia turned her face, an awkward smile on her lips. It's not like that. Tefli raised his chin arrogantly. You're treating today. Lydia, be prepared. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, spilling into the room. The long table was covered with meat dishes. Tefli held a fork in each hand, working them both as his cheeks puffed out. Lydia watched him with a helpless smile. You must have been starving, Tefli. Methicillin picked up his wine glass, his expression calm. It seems so. Tefli reached out and snatched a plate with swift movements. Aren't you eating this? Then it's mine. Lydia looked at the empty plate, her eyes full of curiosity. Tefli, is your appetite always this big? Tefli nodded vigorously. Of course. Tefli stabbed a piece of meat, a smile on his face. When you store and accumulate mana in your body, your appetite increases. It's the same principle as a knight training their body and endurance. He stuffed the meat into his mouth and chewed loudly. Methicillin turned his head slightly and leaned close to Lydia's ear, whispering softly. Sorry, Lydia. Lydia turned her face, her eyes showing confusion. Why are you apologizing? Tefli patted his stomach and leaned back in his chair. Ah, finally full. Tefli waved his right hand with a satisfied smile. Thank for the treat, Lydia. Lydia clenched her fingers, her body trembling slightly. Tefli, honestly, since you're so cute, I won't hold it against you. He suddenly stood up. Don't think about paying, Van. I said today is on her. Metacilline froze, looking hesitant. All right. Lydia stood at the counter while the waitress handed her the bill. Tefli stared at Lydia with sharp eyes. Have you already given up on returning to your original world? Lydia was suddenly startled, her fingers freezing in midair. She looked around, her brow furrowed in confusion. What was that just now? Tefli's voice echoed directly in her mind. I've been researching dimensional travel lately. Tefli put his index finger to his lips. That's why my appetite is so big. Cut me some slack. Lydia's brow furrowed slightly. This trick is too low, Tefli. Tefli closed his eyes with a smug smile. I know. Lydia turned her head to look at him with a gentle smile. Since you're full, Tefli, you should. Tefli suddenly stopped, his eyes sharp. HM, look, your friend is over there. Lydia looked shocked. Stop lying. Why would Arian be here? Metacilline stared ahead with a solemn expression. No, Lydia, look over there. That person really is your friend. Lydia's pupils contracted, her eyes filled with surprise. Arian? But there were no reports about her movements. Metacilline spread his hands, his expression serious. I just heard from my adjutant that Miss Arian should be at her estate. Lydia turned her face, her eyes showing doubt. Then, is it possible that person isn't Arian? Metacilline watched the figure in the distance. The height is certainly similar, and that hair color is very conspicuous. Tefli raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Magic light bloomed instantly. The distant image was magnified in midair. Tefli had a smile on his face. How about looking at it this way? Lydia stared at the clear image. It really is Arian. Where's she going? That's where the shops that don't open during the day are clustered. It's almost evening. Maybe she's just early. Metacilline stared ahead with a serious expression. A daughter of a count would never visit such a place without an escort. Let's follow her. All right. Tefli's eyes showed disgust. What a pain. Are we really going to stalk her? A hand suddenly grabbed Tefli by the back of his collar, and he let out a cry of surprise. Lydia expressionlessly picked up Tefli. Let's go. Metacilline stared ahead, his eyes cold. Sound good. Tefli flailed his limbs and let out a scream. Let me go, you bunch of bastards. A brick-red stone house stood in the afterglow, its arched wooden door tightly closed. Lydia, holding Tefli, stared at the building. Did Arian really go into a place like this? Metacilline stood to the side, his eyes scanning. It seems that is indeed the case. Lydia looked down at Tefli in her arms with a faint smile. Consider the bill from earlier settled by this operation. Tefli rolled his eyes with a look of disdain. Settle my ass. Lydia put a finger to her chin, her expression solemn. Is there any way to know what's happening inside? Metacilline fell into thought and hummed. Lydia. Dot approached the wall with a silly smile. If I press against the wall, will I be able to hear? Tefli let out a cold laugh, his eyes full of mockery. Yeah, you definitely won't hear a thing. Lydia's cheeks flushed instantly. Then what should we do? We can't just barge in. Tefli raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Looks like I'll have to use my abilities. A magic orb floated in midair, reflecting the scene inside. Arian was sitting at a table across from a mysterious figure wrapped in a cloak. Tefli. Dot controlled the magic image with a focused expression. The sound is a bit low, but you should be able to hear what's going on. Lydia held her breath and let out a soft hum. Oh, what do we do now? She bit her lip. As long as my grandmother is safe, no matter what happens. Arian suddenly looked up, her blue eyes cold. I don't care if you kill that dog. The other person's voice was intermittent, the frequency not matching. This is the limit. Even so, that woman's voice is very clear. Lydia stared at the sphere. We don't have much time left. Arian clenched her fists and pressed them on the table. If I do as you say, you really will save my grandmother, right? The cloaked figure's lips curled up. Don't be in such a hurry. Everything will go as you wish, Arian. Arian stood up abruptly. I'm sick of hearing that. We did everything you asked, but what did we get? My father and my grandmother. The cloaked figure let out a sigh, looking annoyed. Don't act like a victim. The cloaked figure looked down at her with a mocking tone. In the end, it was your greed that made you choose to cooperate, wasn't it? Arian lowered her eyes and bit her lower lip. As long as my grandmother is safe. She suddenly looked up, her eyes full of determination. I don't care if you kill that dog. Lydia's body went stiff, her red eyes widening in shock. I don't care if you kill that dog. There weren't many people Arian would call a dog. Does she mean me? Static flickered on the surface of the magic orb, and a faint sound came through. Good luck. Lydia clenched her fists, her expression uneasy. I can't understand what that man is saying at all. It seems their conversation is over. Lydia turned around abruptly, her red eyes filled with doubt. Don't you think that conversation was strange? Metacilline nodded slightly, his eyes thoughtful. Miss Arian once said she didn't believe her father was a criminal. But after hearing that, she's clearly hiding something. Lydia took a step forward. Could it be that Arian has already found her grandmother's whereabouts? Metacilline's expression was grave. For what comes next, we need to start investigating from here. Tefli bit his finger, his red eyes showing confusion. But that man's voice sounds very familiar. Is it? Lydia snapped her fingers. Fragments of memory flashed through her mind. The magic orb. Dot emitted intermittent static. Don't act like a victim. In the end, you're still standing with us. Lydia stared ahead, her expression becoming certain. You're right. That voice is indeed very familiar. Metacilline nodded slightly, his eyes thoughtful. He's likely someone from the Imperial family's side. He gazed at Lydia, his expression turning serious. It seems the Queen's faction has already contacted Arian. Lydia touched her lower lip with her finger. The Queen's people contacted Arian? Since when? Could it be that time she ran out after our argument? Tefli's lips curled in mockery. I'm leaving. He turned around abruptly. He walked toward the exit. Lydia reached out to stop him. Where are you going? Tefli didn't look back. Home. Tefli's receding footsteps echoed on the stone pavement. Tefli must have been frightened by what happened just now. Metacilline put his arm around Lydia's shoulder. It hurts me too to pressure him like this. Lydia lowered her eyes, her red gaze filled with guilt. Metacilline watched her profile. Should we head back as well? Lydia fell into silence. Metacilline called out softly, Lydia? Lydia? She snapped back to reality, her red eyes widening slightly. Saw the corners of her mouth curved up. I was just thinking about something. The carriage bumped along under the moonlight. Lydia sat on the soft cushions, looking at the man across from her. Van, listen to me. I just remembered something. I want to hear your opinion. Metacilline looked at Lydia. Tell me. Lydia lowered her eyes slightly. Arian wants to find her grandmother, right? And the Imperial family seems to have approached her under the guise of offering help. But the Imperial family would never truly help her. They approached Arian, likely because of me. Lydia's red eyes flickered. If the Imperial family is the mastermind behind this whole thing, it means Arian is just being used. The Imperial family. That will never let the former Countess Palladian live. This means they will keep her in a place that's easy to control. Metacilline gazed at Lydia. Rather than Treblaine, are you saying the Countess is actually in the capital? Lydia pursed her lips. Exactly. Currently, all the information we've collected, that is unreliable. Several days have passed since the old woman appeared in Treblaine, and there hasn't been a single trace since. This means the intelligence might have been wrong from the start. But can they really control that much information? All the eyewitness reports came from ordinary citizens. Even in a small town, there are tens of thousands of people living there. How could dozens or even hundreds of people report the same thing at the same time? Lydia raised her hand, her red eyes widening slightly. Why didn't we find it strange before? In that small town, how could so many people have seen her at once? Metacilline's body stiffened, his red almond-shaped eyes showing shock. He raised a hand to rub his brow. We should have realized it sooner. The former countess could never have left traces all over the city. Lydia nodded slightly. There's no shortage of elderly people among Treblaine's citizens, but they were able to remember that specific person so clearly. It's too strange. This is my guess. The intelligence we received showed about 100 people testified to seeing the old woman. What if those testimonies were completely different at first? Metacilline put a finger to his chin. If someone changed, I don't know until I saw her. They only needed to tamper with a small part of the report. We need to find out where the intelligence was tampered with. Thank you, Lydia. Thanks to you, we found a loophole in the intelligence. Lydia waved her hands repeatedly. No, we can't be sure, my guess. That is correct yet. Metacilline's lips turned up slightly, his eyes returning to their calm state. In any case, the next direction is clear. We will start investigating from the Poliaton estate and the Imperial Palace. Lydia nodded solemnly. Right? Those two places are the most suspicious. Metacilline's lips curved. The truth will come to light soon. Lydia placed a hand over her heart. I believe so too. Until then, I'm counting on you, Van. Heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor. Boots clicked against the floor with a steady, powerful rhythm. A heavy wooden door was pushed open. The queen picked up her teacup and took a sip of black tea. How did the talk go with that girl from the Poliaton family? Belhart unfastened the clasp of his cloak. It was very successful. For the safety of the former Countess Poliaton, that child seems willing to endure anything. The queen set down her teacup. Good. Children with blind devotion are always easy to use. Belhart sat on the sofa. As long as her grandmother is safe, she said she doesn't care if that girl lives or dies. The queen lowered her eyes. That girl, Lydia Adil Mertens. The queen had a smile on her lips, but her eyes. El no worms. How was the former Countess Poliaton's condition? She hasn't fully regained consciousness yet. The queen watched the rising steam, her tone flat. Kill her when the time is right. Belhart's finger twitched, his movements freezing. The queen chuckled, her eyes full of mockery. Don't you want to know? When Arian finds out her grandmother died because of Lydia, how will she react? Even if the plan goes wrong, father has his own arrangements, right? Duke Castrumbel, that is deeply involved. His lips curled into a low laugh. I'm really looking forward to that moment. Metacilline, the queen rested her cheek on one hand. When everything finally collapses, I really want to see what kind of expression that girl will make. The room fell into a dead silence. If you wish, I can even kill that dog. Lydia rolled over and opened her red eyes. Is that talking about me? If I really die, what will happen? Can I return to my original world? What if a long time has passed in the original world when I go back? Lydia mussed up her long hair and let out a groan. My dream college life. She let go and slumped onto the pillow. Maybe I can never go back. That would be too tragic. If I die like this, it would be an insult to the real Lydia. My head hurts. I should just sleep. The chain on her wrist swayed gently. Come to think of it, I haven't worn this bracelet yet. She leaned against the headboard and raised her arm to examine it. I heard it contains the light of Arsalis. That's a gemstone related to the goddess Arsalis. Lydia spread her fingers, the gems sparkling at her fingertips. Tefli said it was a god related to the Aquila family, but Lydia doesn't remember it. Perhaps it's an obscure minor deity. Tefli had also said something about the gods of this world. On this continent, no one knows this field better than I do, but other fields might be different. That's theology. Theology studies an invisible, absolute existence. Theology and magic research are completely different. In their respective fields, they might provide different answers. Lydia stared at the gem on her wrist. Why didn't I think of this until now? I should visit the temple tomorrow. Maybe I can find answers there. This was her first time visiting the temple. Lydia climbed the steps, her heels clicking against the stone. A crisp sound echoed. I wonder if this place is the same as the churches in my original world. A nun stepped forward, her hands folded in front of her. Welcome, sister. Lydia nodded slightly and responded softly. Hello. This is your first visit to the temple of Arsalis, isn't it? What wind blew you here? If I suddenly mention dimensional travel, they'll surely think I'm strange. Lydia folded her hands and pressed them to her chest. I want to pray for future success. The nun stopped, her eyes curious. Do you know about the goddess Arsalis? Lydia turned her face, her expression honest. To be honest, I don't know much. The nun smiled and made a gesture of invitation. It's fine. Please come in. I will explain in detail. Lydia lifted her skirt and followed. Thank you. Lydia followed the nun through the corridor. The nun reached out to pick up a teacup. The goddess Arsalis is very special. She symbolizes balance and discord. Lydia listened quietly. The nun continued her story. She is the guardian of mercy and wrath, a deity full of contradictory charm. Because of her unpredictability, many people are afraid to visit her shrine. Lydia picked up her cup, her red eyes showing confusion. I see. I still don't quite understand what kind of god she is. The nun smiled, her eyes filled with tenderness. But perhaps the goddess can solve your troubles. What do you usually do? I manage a guild. She folded her hands over her chest and closed her eyes. People usually go to worship the god Deludal. He is the god who governs time. Money and luck. I've heard of Del. His shrine is said to be made of gold because of the endless donations. You don't necessarily have to go to Del shrine. Arsalis is very generous. Perhaps she will answer your prayers. Lydia's lips turned up into a smile. Then I will pray to Arsalis today. If possible, I'd like to donate to her shrine. The nun froze in place. Donate? The nun stood up abruptly. Then I'll go invite the high priest over. Lydia hurriedly waved her hands and shrank back. No, there's no need. She sat alone on the sofa. I just wanted to thank you for the explanation and mention the donation in passing. Lydia scratched her cheek, her eyes darting away, suddenly meeting a high priest or something. The Pope here is called the agent of God. Every shrine has a high priest who is the Pope's messenger. They are called the surnames of the gods. Can I really meet such a noble person so suddenly? A light knock came from outside the door. The door opened, and a middle-aged man walked in. Welcome, sister. The high priest walked to the seat opposite Lydia. I heard you intend to donate to the shrine. Yes. He sat on the sofa, his gaze gentle. You're the first guest to visit today. Your arrival. That I think it is a matter of fate. Lydia was slightly taken aback. Is it? The high priest stared at her wrist. I feel the power of the goddess Arsalis from your bracelet. Lydia looked down at the bracelet, her red eyes full of doubt. From his bracelet? It contains the light of Arsalis' gemstone. The high priest leaned forward, his eyes wide. The light of Arsalis. How did you obtain such a rare gem? Legend has it that when the goddess descended to this land, she lost her physical form. Her tears turned into these gems. Only 9 remain in the world. The high priest was excited, his speech quickening. 1 is held by the Aquila family, another is in the hands of the Pope, and the remaining 7 are missing. Lydia covered the bracelet on her chest with her hands, her smile stiff. I just received it as a gift. Tefli actually gave me such a precious gem. The high priest calmed his breathing and sat upright again. Since it is a part of the goddess's body, it can serve as a medium for communication. Lydia lowered her eyes. I understand. The high priest gazed at Lydia. If you wish, you can meet the goddess. Lydia looked up abruptly, her red eyes trembling slightly. Meet the goddess? We don't know in what form she will appear. Perhaps as an incarnation, or perhaps you will only hear her voice. Lydia gripped her skirt. Does Arsalis really know about death and reincarnation? Or about traveling across dimensions? But she is a god, after all. Maybe she really knows something. Lydia took a deep breath. I want to see the goddess. The high priest smiled. Very well. He stood up and walked toward the door, gesturing for her to follow. I will take you to the altar now. Lydia stood up and followed the high priest. I only came looking for answers, but I didn't expect to meet the goddess directly. Maybe I can understand why I came to this world. The heavy doors slowly opened. The altar appeared in the light. Stone pillars stood tall, and a solemn statue looked down over the empty hall. The high priest stopped. Just think of it as greeting the goddess. Pray freely. The posture doesn't matter. Then, quietly say what you want to say. Lydia responded softly, all right. The high priest bowed and then stepped back. I'll take my leave now. Lydia stood alone before the empty altar. She reached out her right hand, her fingers lightly touching the cold stone platform. She lay down in the center of the altar. Goddess, why did you bring me here? The altar vibrated slightly. The gemstone burst with intense light, which instantly swallowed her body. Lydia opened her eyes, her red gaze reflecting a sky full of flowing light. She sat up abruptly and looked around. Where is this? Is the goddess here? Lydia turned her head, searching among the flowers. Her gaze fixed on something ahead. It was a gravestone. Lydia started walking, her shoes crunching over the grass. A faint sound echoed. A whisper came from the void. Lydia, Lydia. She stopped abruptly and turned her head to find the source of the voice. The goddess's whisper came from the void. I'm glad you could come to see me, but please forgive me for being unable to rise and greet you, for my body is in a deep sleep. Lydia stopped before the stone monument, her red eyes contracting slightly. This is actually the goddess's gravestone? Though I once taught the world that returning to one's place of birth and fading into the dusk is the truth, I do not even know what that fragment of light at the end really is. In the darkness where the path ahead is unclear, I seize the chance to become your guide. But in my heart, there is only fear. The goddess's voice rang out again. Are you asking why you came to this world? Lydia nodded slightly. Yes. Regrettably, I cannot answer that question. It was fate that guided your soul here. Lydia pressed further. Then what happened to me in my original world? Does it mean you know nothing about that if I die here? The goddess fell silent. Lydia lowered her eyes. Even after losing her physical body, the goddess can still talk to me. This means that death in this world is not the end. Perhaps I can still return to my original world. But Lydia turned around sharply. Why would a goddess fear death? The void remained silent. As expected, she won't answer. When you can understand the meaning carved upon the stone monument, you'll have the answer to your question. Night fell, and the estate was brightly lit, the fountain dancing under the moonlight. Lydia sat on the bench. The meaning of the inscription on the stone tablet. How could I possibly know? Lydia clenched her fists, her brow furrowed. The gods I know are all-knowing and all-powerful. Lydia supported her chin. In the end, she could only place her hopes on the success of Teferi's experiment. Hey, Lydia. She turned her head abruptly, her red eyes widening. This voice. Teferi stood with his hands on his hips. You call me out so suddenly, yet here you are, not looking so dejected. Teferi plopped down on the bench. What on earth happened? Lydia hesitated. Teferi leaned his face closer to hers. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Lydia closed her eyes. A look of helplessness hung on the corners of her mouth. It's not that. Teferi persisted, continuing to press her. Then why? Is someone bullying you? Or did your business go bankrupt? Lydia couldn't help but laugh, raising her hand to cover her mouth as a burst of laughter escaped her. Ha ha ha. Lydia's eyes crinkled with her smile. If I really went bankrupt, would you help me? Teferi turned his head away. Absolutely not. People with no money have no value as companions. Lydia clenched both fists. That's just too much. Teferi crossed his arms. So, you'd better manage things well. I'll provide you with plenty of sponsorship. Are you still not planning to tell me why you called me here? Was it just to see my face? Lydia waved her hands repeatedly. No, it's not that. You were doing dimension transfer experiments before, right? Were you satisfied with the results? Teferi shook his head. Not all. Every time, it feels like I'm eating dirt. Teferi slumped on the bench, annoyed to death. I honestly just want to walk away from it all. How can you say that? You're so young. Teferi's gaze turned cold. Have you forgotten my age? I am 10 times your age. Lydia leaned in closer. But you look so cute. Teferi suddenly slapped her hand away. Don't say such disgusting things. It gives me goosebumps. He puffed out his chest. The lifespan of the Aquila race far exceeds that of humans. In my tribe, one is only considered an adult at 200 years old. So, even if converted to human years, I am older than you. Lydia sat beside him with an awkward expression. I see. It wasn't just his appearance. Lately, his words and actions had become increasingly childlike, to the point where she hadn't realized whether this was Teferi's original personality or if his appearance had changed his character. Tell me more about the Aquila race. Aside from you, how are the others doing? Teferi lowered his eyes. Aside from me, our race disappeared from history long ago. Our people scattered everywhere. Now, no one knows where anyone else is. Lydia suddenly remembered something. But didn't you say Teferi's father lives in the Western Forest? Teferi's eyes dodged hers. All right, the Western Forest. It blocks teleportation magic, so one must go on foot. Even if someone goes, it's uncertain whether they'll get a response. Lydia suddenly lunged forward, her hands vigorously kneading Teferi's cheeks. You liar. You made it sound so easy back then. Teferi let out a pitiful cry. I was in desperate need of money at the time. Lydia released him and fell into thought. Why was Teferi in the form of child? Didn't he find it inconvenient to live in such a state? Teferi rubbed his cheeks. It's actually fine. He looked at Lydia. This form has many benefits. People lower their guard when they approach me. Sometimes they're indeed too casual. That's exactly the problem. Teferi let out a muffled grunt, crossing his arms over his chest. So, you didn't look for me just to ask about the experiment results, did you? You look like you have a lot on your mind. Lydia lowered her eyes, her fingertip lightly touching the corner of her lip as she let out a soft laugh. As expected, I can't hide anything from an adult's eyes. She tucked away her smile, her expression becoming serious. I went to the temple of Erisalas today. Teferi turned his head sharply, his eyes filled with doubt. What did you go there for? Lydia looked down, fidgeting with her fingertips. I just thought I might find answers there. In the end, I found nothing. She looked up. Since Teferi is of the Aquila race, do you know what the situation is with Erisalas now? Teferi remained silent. Lydia's expression turned hesitant. Teferi, did I say something wrong? I didn't mean to imply that the goddess has fallen. Lydia's eyelids drooped. Perhaps it was because she had woken up too early this morning. She rubbed the corners of her eyes. Why'd I suddenly feel so tired? I don't know. She let out a soft sigh and leaned her head back against the bench. Teferi didn't answer. It was a good chance to rest for a bit. Did you see the goddess? Lydia's vision blurred and doubled, a red-haired figure. Dot flickered before her eyes. Teferi. Strange. I should have answered. Lydia's eyelids felt heavy, her vision gradually fading. Why was she so sleepy? I really didn't expect you to make that kind of choice. There was no need to answer. He reached out and covered her eyes, blocking out all light. Have a good sleep, Lydia. Lydia completely lost consciousness, her body falling limp. Falling asleep so defenselessly in a place like this. Teferi looked down at her from the bench. Even though I'm the one who made you fall asleep. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he let out a soft grunt, half kneeling by the bench to watch Lydia's sleeping face. Perhaps it's discord, or perhaps it's chaos. He reached out and brushed aside her scattered silver hair. What exactly is it that troubles you so much? Lydia. Teferi leaned down, his arms sliding under Lydia's knees and back, lifting her steadily in a bridal carry, making a woman fall asleep without a word. That's hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Aldina walked up slowly. You could clearly use magic, yet you insist on carrying her yourself. Could it be you have some ulterior motive? Teferi tightened his arms, his expression cold and distant. I don't like wasting magic in a place like this. What did Lydia say? Teferi didn't even look back, his tone blunt. I'm under no obligation to tell you. Humph. Aldina stuck out his tongue and made a face. You just grown old and stingy. Lately, the frequency of Lydia remembering the whole world has increased. Do you know anything about it? A mocking smile hung on Aldina's lips. Who knows? At this rate, she might not last until the Foundation Festival. He raised, got his hand, twirling a strand of hair around his fingertip. Please buy us a little more time. Teferi, our road is still very long. Aldina tilted his head, his smile mocking. Do you feel guilty? Teferi's voice was icy. Absolutely impossible. Aldina leaned close to his face, his eyes full of scrutiny. Then what was that expression just now? Are you regretting it now? Teferi lowered his eyes to hide the emotions within. Regret? Teferi looked down at Lydia. I sometimes wonder, if I told her the whole truth, what kind of expression would Lydia make? She would feel resentment, she would be angry, and then she would fall into confusion. But after that, what else would she show? Teferi let out a sigh. Answer me. Do you think she can bear it? She's asleep now. We could buy some time. Aldina tapped his lower lip with his fingertip. As long as she can hold on until the Foundation Festival, that will be enough. Teferi suddenly turned away. Where are you going? Aldina pressed. He carried Lydia as he strode away, his soles treading over the ground as he headed straight into the distance. Aldina stopped in his tracks. Why does he do that? He's always been temperamental, but lately, it's become exceptionally bad. Lydia sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes filled with confusion. I don't remember anything after falling asleep on the bench yesterday, but I woke up in my room. How'd I get back last night? The maid tilted her head, her face full of smiles. Were you saying, miss? Did you go out yesterday? Lydia sat on the bed with her hands propped at her sides. What exactly happened? Could Teferi have used memory manipulation? She lowered her gaze. No, there was no reason for him to do that. Could it be that I've been too tired lately? Lydia covered her mouth, a hint of terror in her eyes. Am I sick? The maid leaned in and called softly, miss. Lydia snapped back to reality with a start. The maid straightened up. It's wonderful that you slept so soundly. You've been so busy lately. It's rare for you to sleep this long. Lydia rested her chin in her hand and thought back. She did feel refreshed. Sleep truly was the best medicine. The maid stood by the bed. Do you have plans to go out today? Lydia nodded. Yes. Prepare the carriage for the Imperial Palace. The heavy wooden door was slowly pushed open, letting out a creaking sound. Lydia stepped into the study, her skirt swaying slightly with her movements. Medicillin had a gentle smile on his lips. You're here. Long time no see. Lydia. Leanna walked in quickly, her hands folded over her chest. How long has it been since the charity event? Lydia replied softly, a while I suppose. Leanna, you're as beautiful as ever. Leanna cupped her cheeks and let out a light laugh. Thank you. I've had so many worries lately that my skin has become rough. I'm really happy to hear you say that. Lydia. Lydia placed a hand over her heart, her expression one of helplessness. You must have been very worried. Leanna crossed her arms, her sharp gaze sweeping to her side. It's all because of Carbis. I can't live a normal life at all. Carbis hunched his shoulders, looking embarrassed. Why blame me? Leanna took Lydia's hand. Lydia, don't be like me and give your lover too much freedom. He's like an unbridled pony, always getting into trouble. Lydia followed along. Yes. Leanna pulled Lydia toward the sofa. Quick, sit down. The four of them sat around the long table. You should know the reason I called you here. Leanna slapped an envelope onto the table. Read this. Lydia reached out and took the envelope, her fingertips sliding along the edge as she slowly pulled it out. What are these? This is a collection of evidence to conclude this case. It records the usage of these materials in detail. Lydia looked down to examine the letter, her eyes scanning the dense handwriting. She held her breath, her profile looking solemn. A trace of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. The content was vast and extremely detailed. This alone is enough to send Count Peliotin to court. All the subtle clues are gathered here, which is why it looks so massive. Leanna lowered her eyes slightly. After the incident with the old woman, the Count gained a lot of sympathy. Acting against him rashly would cause a backlash. Even if we prove he is the true culprit of that incident, it will be difficult to punish such a high noble by law. Our ultimate goal is the Empress's faction hidden behind the Count. We must devise a plan to expose them publicly. We need a plan for a public execution. Her pupils suddenly contracted. Wait a moment. Lydia gripped the documents tightly. Is the plan written on this? Using Count Peliotin or submitting evidence of collusion between the two major factions? Lydia's brow furrowed. The Count would never betray the Empress's faction, and we don't even know if such evidence truly exists. Is this our entire plan? Or is there other evidence I don't know about? Leanna tilted her head slightly, a deep meaning in her smile. You must think this is absurd, don't you? Of course. Unease showed in Lydia's eyes. Who devised this plan? Metacillin sat beside Lydia, a gentle smile on his face. All of us. Lydia turned her head sharply. What? Leanna lowered her eyes slightly. To be more accurate, we plan to leak this document to the Empress's faction. Lydia held her breath, her expression stiffening. She stood up abruptly, her hands tightly clutching the document bag. Wait, you intend to leak this on purpose? Is it to make the enemy lower their guard? Leanna looked up, her eyes bright. Exactly. That's it, Lydia. Lydia held the document bag to her chest. Do you think they'll believe this document? I think they'll find it absurd too. Metacillin's lips curled up. They'll find it hard not to believe. Although we haven't obtained it yet, evidence of Count Peliotin's collusion with the Empress's faction must exist in abundance. They will worry about the evidence and potential leaks, and thus hurry to reconfirm everything. We can use that to distract their attention. Lydia nodded slightly. If we search the parts they care about most, perhaps we can find the real evidence. Metacillin watched her. Precisely. Leanna raised her index finger. Half a day ago, our plan likely already reached the Empress's ears. Both the Empress and Count Peliotin will be busy taking action. Her lips curled into a confident smile. Now it's our turn to move. We don't know if there's more evidence, but there is one piece that is highly likely to exist. Lydia's eyes widened. What is it? It's the diary of Countess Peliotin. Lydia looked hesitant. A diary? Leanna gazed at her companion. The Countess had a habit. She recorded everything that happened every day without fail. If she kept recording until her disappearance, the truth must be written there. For example, the Count's whereabouts and the list of visitors to the estate. Lydia turned her head to look at the man beside her. Do you know where that diary is now? Metacillin pointed ahead. It is most likely in the Peliotin estate. Lydia raised her hand to cover her lips. Then, in order to find that diary, Metacillin nodded slightly. That's right, tomorrow night. That we will head to the Peliotin estate. Metacillin clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white from the force. A flash of red light crossed his eyes. Outside the estate, white stone pillars stood in neat rows, and the hands of the clock tower were still. A group of infiltrators gathered outside the iron fence, dressed in dark uniforms with swords at their waists, speaking in low voices. Lydia covered her mouth and nose, her red eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Metacillin pulled down the cloth, covering his face. Are you all right? Lydia pulled down her mask. Yes. Her eyes crinkled with a smile. This is quite fun. I'm serious. Sitting at a desk all day, flipping through documents, and only hearing about results. That's too boring. She held her head, her hair a bit messy. So when Princess Leanna told me about this plan, I felt relieved. Leanna raised her index finger, her eyes bright. The core of this plan is Lydia. She leaned her hands on the table. The Peliotin estate has over 120 rooms, including 3 independent buildings. Plus, since we've leaked the plan, their security will be very tight. This is why Lydia's role is crucial. She must have a legitimate reason to be there. Carbis, and I will be responsible for monitoring the Empress's faction. Please be sure to draw Count Peliotin's attention. Metacillin pressed his forehead, his brow showing fatigue. Sister, why involve Lydia in such a dangerous matter? Lydia stood before the iron gate. It's fine, she said. They can't hurt me anyway. They don't have a better bargaining chip than me, do they? Metacillin pulled up his hood, his eyes full of worry. But if Count Peliotin gets some strange idea, the situation will become very dangerous. Lydia tilted her head with a brilliant smile. Then Van will protect me. Metacillin pressed his forehead, his fingertips brushing through his hair. I'm worried it was Teferi. Who gave you that strange confidence? He lowered his hand, his gaze returning to its cold sharpness. As I said before, while others search for the diary, Lydia will be responsible for distracting Count Peliotin. Lydia stopped smiling. In short, you want me to be the bait? Van Metacillin shook his head. No, that won't do. Lydia, please find a safe place to hide. I will go and get the diary myself. Lydia pressed her hand on his arm. Don't do that. I'll be careful not to provoke Count Peliotin too much. She clenched her fist, her spirit high. If I truly fall into danger, Van will come to save me, right? Lydia let go and turned to walk away. Then, I'll go prepare. Metacillin reached out toward the empty air, his fingertips hovering halfway. Lydia, she looked back, a smile on her face. When you come to save me, don't be late. The carriage wheels turned, rolling over the stone road with a rhythmic sound. Lydia sat by the window, her red eyes watching the outside. She opened her palm. A blue marble rested on her fingertips. As long as I carry this, they can hear my voice from outside. Lydia tilted her head back and swallowed the marble. Her throat moved slightly. I feel like I'm getting caught up in complicated trouble, but there's no way out now. Lydia lightly touched her chest and exhaled a long breath. I have to take some responsibility for this. If I had spoken more gently to Ariane back then, perhaps all of this wouldn't have happened. The carriage stopped before the estate gates. A guard blocked the way. So late? What's your business? The driver tightened the reins. The young lady of the Merton family wishes to see Lord Peliotin. He leaned forward, his voice urgent. It is a very pressing matter. Please hurry. The guard looked troubled. Please wait a moment. I will go and inform the Lord. Lydia leaned against the window, wondering if the conversation on the other side that was going smoothly. The guard walked quickly back to the carriage. My lady, please come inside. The carriage door opened. Miss, please follow me. She stepped onto the footboard, her heels making a crisp sound as they hit the ground. Lydia looked up at the grand estate. This is like the belly of a tiger. She followed behind the guard, walking through the empty courtyard. Her footsteps echoed in the silence. The guard knocked on the door. Count Peliotin sat behind his desk, flipping through documents. Colmine, the heavy wooden door, slowly opened with a dull sound. Lydia entered the room and curtsied. Good evening, Count. Count Peliotin closed the documents, a smile on his face. Long time no see, Miss Lydia. It's been nearly a year, hasn't it? Lydia's movement stiffened. No. She immediately cupped her cheeks with a bright smile. Have you forgotten? You only recently visited the Astria district office on business. Count Peliotin slapped his forehead and let out a hearty laugh. Ah, right, exactly. I must have forgotten. I've had a bit to drink tonight. He opened his palm and pointed to the sofa opposite him. Sit down first. Lydia sat down without a word. The Count walked around the desk and settled into the sofa across from her. So, to visit so suddenly at this hour, is there some urgent matter? You didn't even send word ahead. Lydia folded her hands on her knees. I heard you've been very busy lately with the affairs of the late Countess. Count Peliotin leaned back. At my age, one always experiences all sorts of things. Getting through those difficult years is only natural. When one grows old, the hair naturally turns white. Lydia's throat moved as she swallowed. He was naturally avoiding the topic of the Countess. Lydia turned her head. How is Ariane doing? Is she still the same? Lately, I haven't been able to see her at all. I'm worried she's still angry with me. Lydia raised her eyes to look at the man opposite her. I didn't expect Ariane to be so furious, especially after hearing who the true culprit of that incident was. Count Peliotin's eyelids twitched and the smile on his face froze. The rumors about that incident might indeed be too cruel for a child. Lydia leaned her body forward. Don't you want to ask? About who I believe. That is the true culprit. Count Peliotin remained composed. The imperial family is still investigating this matter. Lydia stared into his eyes. The true culprit is you. Count, I believe the murderer of Countess Peliotin is you. Count Peliotin lowered his head and held his forehead, letting out a short laugh. Hi, you child. He pressed his forehead, the corners of his mouth curling up. You really are good at catching people off guard. Lydia's pupils shrank, and cold sweat seeped from her fingertips. Wait, he wasn't flustered at all. He didn't even remember the time he last went to the office. How interesting. I like your courage. Count Peliotin rested his chin on his fingertips. Miss Lydia, do you think my deceased mother, that is to say, my mother, is still alive? Lydia froze in place. What do you mean? Count Peliotin's eyes crinkled with wrinkles. A parent who cannot recognize their own child is neither truly alive nor truly dead. He leaned back into the large sofa chair. I didn't kill her, but her current state is no different from being dead. Lydia felt a chill down her spine. Why are you suddenly telling me this? So, Miss Lydia, he looked down at the young girl on the sofa, his eyes cold as ice. Do you think you can walk out of here alive? Lydia gripped her skirt tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. I can get out alive. Count Peliotin let out a snort. Unfortunately, that your answer is wrong. Count Peliotin's figure swayed. His face twisted and blurred. Lydia recoiled sharply, her red eyes trembling as cold sweat ran down her cheek. Tonight, I'm going to kill you. Metacillin dropped to one knee. Damn it, the communication is cut off. He stood up abruptly, his red almond-shaped eyes filled with anxiety. I must enter the estate. An aide reached out to block him. Your Highness, please remain calm. Metacillin brushed. Felt his arm away, his gaze icy. Calm? Lydia is inside, and contact was suddenly lost. In this situation, you're telling me to be calm? He approached the aide, his voice grim. If it were your wife deep in danger, could you still remain calm? The aide lowered his head, avoiding his gaze. Perhaps it's just a temporary communication failure. We need to consider all possibilities. Metacillin's eyes were cold, and after considering those possibilities, he took a sudden step forward. The last thing I heard was someone saying they were going to kill Lydia. If we continue to waste time worrying about the signal, who knows what will happen to Lydia inside? He reached out and pulled off his hood. I don't know how noble you think I am, but I'm neither that bold, nor that patient. Metacillin turned toward the estate. I'm going in alone. You stay here and monitor the movements of the Count and the former Countess. His subordinates cried out in alarm. Your Highness. Metacillin didn't look back, walking straight ahead. His footsteps echoed on the ground. No one can find me in the dark. Even if I am seen, I won't let them live. Lydia gripped her skirt, her red eyes trembling. Battenberg? The man had a mocking smile, his eyes entirely red. Hi, you have good eyes. Is it because you're Metacillin's woman? What is your name? Versahab. Lydia stared at the man before her. Who exactly are you? Metacillin's brother, with Battenberg blood. Lydia gripped the front of her dress. Among the princes I know, there is no one like you. Versahab's eyes were red. Of course not. Who would go around spreading rumors that they are the emperor's illegitimate son? How long have you been impersonating Count Peliotin? Versahab. That turned his head. You talk too much. Versahab pulled open a drawer. The interrogation has been long enough. It's time to move to the next stage. He pulled out a book with a red cover and displayed it before Lydia. You didn't come all this way just to leave empty-handed, did you? Lydia rushed to the desk. You found it? Versahab turned his face, a mocking smile on his lips. No, from the very beginning. That was right here on this desk. He casually flipped through the pages, his eyes cold. How absurd. Why does everyone have to make such a fuss over this useless diary? Why did that old fox get involved in this? Wouldn't it have been simpler for time to destroy everything? He looked up at Lydia. Don't you think so? Lydia recoiled, her eyes filled with terror. Lydia lowered her eyes, her body unable to stop trembling. Princess Leanna said, Count Peliotin, that couldn't harm me, but this person is completely different. He could kill me at any moment. Versahab paced the room. The master of this house is truly pathetic. He stopped, a mocking smile on his face. To save his daughter, he personally invited a fox into his home, only to be devoured by it. He once tried to run, but it was useless. He let out a light TSK, his expression contemptuous. That old fox, that will never let any prey go. Lydia gripped the lace at her chest, her red eyes trembling. What does that have to do with me? Actually, it has everything to do with you. Versahab approached step by step, his boots tapping against the floor. Your reaction is too slow. He spread his hands, his manner contemptuous. This means everything you've done is meaningless. Lydia staggered back, a chill running down her spine. Versahab, Dot looked down at her with a mocking smile. Coming here, forcing your way in just to steal that diary, and going to such lengths to find the whereabouts of that old woman. He suddenly reached out and squeezed Lydia's neck tightly. Lydia, Dot let out a pained groan. Versahab leaned close to her ear, his eyes cold as ice. I really wanted to play with you a bit longer, but it seems this is the end. Versahab tightened his grip, a mocking smile on his face. If you want to blame someone, blame Leanna and Metacillin for sending you here. Rydia's face was deathly pale. A few broken sounds escaped her throat. Methicillin. Versahab's gaze fell upon her wrist. This is a magic tool. No wonder you were fiddling with it just now. He suddenly exerted force, snapping the metal chain and tossing it onto the ground. The chain hit the floor, fell with a crisp metallic clang. Rydia struggled desperately, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. If there was a character like this, you should have told me sooner. Don't introduce a murderer at a time like this. Damn this world. Versa. The Harb's silhouette became blurred. Rydia squeezed her eyes shut, her fingertips digging hard into his arm. A heavy thud rang out. Rydia's body suddenly lurched forward, and she stumbled to her knees. Rydia coughed violently, her hands clutching her throat as she gasped for air. How did it suddenly? She looked up with difficulty, and a blurred figure appeared before her. Methicillin knelt on one knee, supporting Rydia by her shoulder. Sorry, I'm late. Versahab had already. Versahab reached up to wipe a trace of blood from his lip, his eyes cold. What a cruel greeting for a long-awaited reunion. Versahab Methicillin gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist, his gaze icy. When did you return? Versahab spread his hands with a relaxed air. About a year or two ago. Methicillin stared at the man before him. Since you are here, it means that woman is already dead. Versahab tilted his head, a mocking smile hanging on his lips. That's right, there is no doubt about it. He closed his eyes, a twisted smile appearing on his face. I ended her life with my own hands. Methicillin gripped his sword hilt so hard his knuckles turned white. To kill your own mother. You are absolutely insane. Versahab tilted his head slightly. She was a terminally ill woman. I helped her escape her pain. Shouldn't she be grateful to me? He turned his gaze toward Rydia, who was slumped on the ground. I originally wanted to give that woman the same peace. What a pity. Death is the easiest way to escape pain, isn't it? Methicillin drew his sword from its sheath, the sound of metal scraping against metal harsh to the ear. You'd better shut up. He held his sword horizontally in front of Rydia, his eyes cold. If you don't want to make me angry. Versahab spread his hands leisurely. It seems you're already angry. Since you were a child, you've had an abnormal obsession with things that belong to you. Are you planning to cut off the hand that choked that woman? Methicillin gripped the sword hilt with both hands, his gaze frigid. No, I'll cut off your tongue first. Versahab stood his ground, a mocking smile on his lips. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. He suddenly reached out, his black-gloved hand firmly grasping the silver blade. The two faced off at close range. Methicillin gritted his teeth and let out a muffled grunt. The blade vibrated violently in his opponent's palm. A red light flickered in Versahab's eyes, his expression manic. Try it if you have the ability. When that time comes, I'll do it right in front of you. I'll hack off that woman's limbs. Rydia sat paralyzed on the ground, her right hand clutching her chest in shock. What should I do? There must be something I can do. She suddenly turned her head, her gaze landing on the bracelet on the floor. Rydia propped herself up and crawled with difficulty across the floor. Versahab tilted his head slightly, his red eyes glancing downward. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the crawling figure. Rydia lunged forward. She succeeded. Versahab swung his sword down. The blade tore through the air with a sharp whistle. The metal chain was instantly severed, fragments flying everywhere. Rydia jerked her hand back, her round red eyes filled with terror. Versahab stepped closer, his leather boots making a dull thud on the floor. I don't like people playing. Got little tricks behind my back. He looked down at Rydia as she lay on the ground. If you don't want this dagger aimed at your throat, you'd better stay still. Understood? Versahab's lips curled up, a mocking look in his eyes. A long overdue reunion. A heavy punch suddenly struck, slamming into his cheek with a dull thud. Beads of blood splattered in midair. Versahab's body tilted back, and he staggered several steps with a muffled groan. Versahab turned his head and spat out blood. Methicillin held his sword horizontally before him, the blade reflecting a cold light. Give up. If you surrender, I'll let you die quickly. Versahab lowered his head and let out a light chuckle, his shoulders trembling slightly. Kill me? He raised his long hand, clad in a black glove, and used his thumb to wipe the wound on his cheek. Versa Harb's lips curled up. The wound had already healed, the skin as smooth as before. Rudia's round red eyes trembled slightly as she watched the man. Come to think of it, the hand he used to grab the sword is also perfectly fine. Is it magic? Versa Harb spread his hands. What does it matter whether I die or not? Versa Harb turned his back to the group and walked toward the door. In any case, my body has long since surpassed the human realm. If you're thinking of running, you might as well give up now. Run? Versa Harb suddenly snapped his fingers, his black glove making a crisp sound. His boots thudded heavily on the floor, creating a dull echo. From the beginning, I never intended to let you leave alive. A large number of guards swarmed into the room, their swords unsheathed, surrounding Methicillin. And Rudia tightly. That old fox said he would let you go, but I don't want to miss this great opportunity. Rudia knelt on the ground and looked around. That person is. Demio stood in front of her, his hand on his sword hilt, his fingertips trembling. Demio Blincis, if you are willing to kneel and beg me, perhaps I will let your woman go. What do you say? Methicillin's breath hitched, cold sweat sliding down his cheek. Versa Harb stood before the guards, his red almond-shaped eyes filled with arrogance. He stood with hands on his hips, a mocking smile hanging on his lips. Methicillin bent his waist. Let's make a deal. Rudia suddenly stepped in front of Methicillin. Versa Harb froze in place. What did you say? Rudia straightened her back and looked him straight in the eye. I said, let's talk about a deal. Versa Harb raised his black glove hand, a low laugh escaping his throat. He suddenly threw his head back and burst into a fit of wild laughter. A deal? In this situation? Huh, how interesting. You got guts. He stopped laughing, his gaze gradually becoming sharp. As I said just now, I'm not like that old fox. I will never miss this opportunity. Did that old fox promise to give you what you wanted? If that old fox is who I think he is, then it must be the Empress or the consorts. You better not trust those women. Those two women are trying to win over half the court, so their own sons can ascend the throne. You said you were a bastard of the Battenberg family. Rudia stared at his face, her voice firm. Black hair and red eyes. This is precisely the proof of your right to the succession. Those two will never let you go as long as the Battenberg bloodline exists. As long as the Battenberg blood still flows in your veins. So, she raised her head, her round red eyes looking straight. Not ahead. If you stand on our side, you can save your life. Versa Harb closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. But all of this is just speculation. Rudia lowered her eyes. It seems this won't work. However, your proposal. That is indeed a bit attractive. Versa Harb crossed his arms over his chest, his red almond-shaped eyes flashing. Then live. If you can survive, I will accept your proposal. Rudia closed her eyes. Is it going to end like this? End? What end? Rudia suddenly opened her eyes, her round red eyes. Widening slightly. A white light exploded in the center of the study, the intense glare swallowing the surrounding silhouettes. When the connection was broken, what happened? Teferi appeared out of thin air. It turns out you were actually fooling around here. Rudia clenched her fists against her chest. Teferi tilted his head slightly, a mocking smile on his lips. TSK, what a troublesome fellow. Versa Harb stared at Teferi. Beneath his short brown hair, his gaze was sharp. Who are you? Teferi. That remained composed. Me? Teferi crossed his arms, his eyes filled with arrogance. I am Teferi. What exactly are you? You look exactly like that damn bastard. Teferi suddenly turned his head and looked coldly at Methicillin. I didn't ask for your name. Teferi suddenly swung his arm, his fingertips slicing through the air as a cold flash of light accurately cut through the space ahead. Blood trickled down his cheek, leaving a red trail. That's magic. Versa Harb raised his black-gloved hand and lightly touched the bloodstain on his cheek. I remember now. I've heard this name before. The Blood Sovereign, the human weapon, the Mad Ruler, the Master of the Magic Tower. I also heard that your personality is extremely vile. Teferi turned his face slightly, a mocking smile on his lips. It seems my reputation has indeed spread quite fast. Versa Harb took a step forward, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. I heard that your hair, that wasn't originally red. They say you dyed it red because it was constantly soaked in blood. Versa Harb tilted his head, a smile on his face. How many people have you killed? 1,000 or 2,000? I've always wanted to meet you. I'm curious how one person can kill so many. Teferi's. That eyes were icy. You talk too much. He suddenly reached out his right hand, and a blinding light erupted from his palm. Take Rydia and run. Go somewhere far away. Methicillin gripped Rydia's hand, and the two ran through the corridor. Teferi spread his arms, his red hair fluttering under the surge of mana. A dazzling sphere of light gathered in his palm. Versa Harb turned his head, a smile on his lips. Is this the magic you use to take lives? Teferi stared at the short sword in his hand. That is an artifact for interfering with magic. Versa Harb twirled the short sword between his fingers. It was originally for destroying barriers, but it seems it could be used like this too. Teferi's gaze was cold, showing off with that piece of junk. How arrogant. He raised his right hand and gave a sharp snap of his fingers. A ripple of mana instantly spread. 3 heavy-armored knights appeared out of thin air, holding long swords as they blocked the way. Teferi brushed back the red hair on his forehead, a mocking smile on his lips. You asked how I killed so many people? He closed his eyes, looking relaxed. It's simple. They did things they shouldn't have, so I killed them. Teferi suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils filled with frigid cold. Even if I kill you here, it will just be another number.